not exactly clear whether they even truly exist or could be shown to in the physical universe. If they do, if one day physics finds a use for them, that's great. But if not, that's great too. That would mean that we have, with this brain, a tiny thing, a septillion times smaller than the tiny planet it lives on. Discovered something true. If they do, if one day physics finds a use for them, that's great. But if not, that's great too.
Announce our action plan to battle COVID-19 this winter. Not that any of us are surprised at any use, because it's the combined advice from all of you that we developed this plan.
On this vote, the yeas are 69, the nays are 28, and the bill is passed.
Today, I'm back to announce our action plan to battle COVID-19 this winter. Not that any of us are surprised at any use, because it's the combined advice from all of you that we developed this plan.
On this vote, the yeas are 69, the nays are 28, and the bill is passed.
Also ich muss ganz ehrlich sagen, dass wir jetzt in einer so starken vierten Welle sind, dass
Oh, snap. There we go.
sondern das bedrückt mich. Gerade wenn ich bestimmte regionale Situationen.
Catching up on some of these top 5 stories. Good lord, I didn't unmute the mic. By that, I don't think it was plugged in right. But audio's back now, baby. Good morning, Murkies. Pile on in here. How's everyone doing today? Hope everyone's having a good day. Let's see who we got here. We got Justin in the Discord with me. What up, my dude? I'm gonna pop right over here. So we've got some new travel restrictions. You got to provide a negative test. Tests are free now, which is kind of cool. Hopefully it. Yeah, I don't know. You guys know how I feel about COVID restrictions. I feel like I'm being, discriminated against as someone with an autoimmune disease and can't get vaccinated. I don't know. Let's check this out.
Hoping for good news, but it's unclear this morning what, if anything, crews found during a renewed search effort for Summer Wells. News Channel 5's Nick Barris is in the 5 Alert Center. And Nick, you followed this story so closely, and authorities have been really tight-lipped about what was happening yesterday.
They have, of course, taking it very seriously, working very hard at it, but no word this morning on whether or not anything of substance was found during yesterday's search effort. But what we do know is that search will continue. Probably getting underway just as we're speaking right now over there in East Tennessee
special
this
guest.
morning. Crews were out yesterday for the first time
I hope you're feeling better.
in months, searching the heavily wooded area around Summer's home in the Beech Creek area. Now, you'll remember initially police considered the possibility Summer had just wandered away from her home this past June and perhaps something had happened to her in the woods. Since then, again, they've considered the possibility that she was abducted as well or met with foul play. But dozens of
waterboarding and lion noises
do plan to be back out there today.
Guys, while special guest is bringing this up in the chat, nobody vomits louder than special guest. Special guest seemingly screams the puke out of him. It's fucking wild. I feel so bad for you, man. I hope you're feeling better. I hope you didn't catch anything from over on this side of town yesterday. I'm feeling all right. I had a weird dream there was a spider in my belly button. Never had that happen to me before in my life. If any of you murky mystics have any insight on what it means to have a dream where there's a spider in your belly button, let me know.
To continue with what is essentially a grid search, hoping to find any trace of the child. But again, Amy, at this point, no indication from authorities whether or not anything was found.
But what sparked crews to start searching again? Did they get some new information?
No, the way we understand it, there were no
food reaction word.
You'll have to recall that when she did disappear this past summer, that was the search effort in June and July when there was some heavy overgrowth in the wooded area where the home is. But now, with the change of season, it's all died down. The landscape and terrain more clear, visible. They're going back in there to see if anything was missed or if anything maybe now is revealed as much of that vegetation has gone away. Keep in mind, authorities continue to take tips. You can call the TBI, 1-800-TBI-FIND. The reward in the case for information leading to Summer Wells now is nearly $60,000. We'll have updates on more today on that continuing search effort. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Whoa. Special guest having cramps in the top of his skull. Has anyone had that? I've never had that happen. That's fucking wild. I'm having some weird skin shit, but that's part of my autoimmune disease. Just adjusting to the desert, But what we just watched, the search is on for Summer Wells. I really hope we get some details in this. I think we all think that Candace and Dawn are sus as fuck. To put a nice little bow on it. And I hope something comes out in this search. I hope we get something. I hope we get some new news soon. Let's see here. This was a story I wanted to play on the show this morning because this is the story of a local business owner saving one of the Oxford students after the shooting. And I thought it was just some good news. Put some good news on this morning,
As students and teachers ran to escape the gunfire at Oxford High School, there was a local business owner among those who stepped up to help.
Yes, his name is John Paragi, and he drove past the shooting on Tuesday afternoon and did not hesitate to help despite fears about his own son's safety. He saw two boys, one holding up the other, flagging him down, so he stopped, and the limping and bleeding boy got into his vehicle. Moments later, a camera at JP's piano moving, which is a half a mile from the school, shows Paragi helping that boy inside where they stopped the bleeding and then called his mother, who arrived within minutes.
Holy
It was a relief,
shit.
definitely for them, and I was relieved that he was going to be okay. But I still, at that time, haven't heard from my son. So I'm on the phone too.
My goodness. The store owner eventually was able to reach his son, who was okay. As for the injured boy, the mother took him to the hospital where he was treated and released.
Fucking a hero. You know what I mean? Just thought I'd start the day off with a little bit of a heroic story thrown in the mix. Got a few different videos to kind of pop through. Let's see here. We watched that one. We watched that one. Here we go. Here we go. Here's some Ghislaine updates.
Jeffrey Epstein's former house manager testifying the two entertained hundreds of young women, some underage, at Epstein's Florida mansion. The employee telling the courtroom Maxwell was intimately involved in the household's day-to-day and even slept in Epstein's bedroom. Stephanie Gosk reports.
In court today, a behind-the-scenes look at life in Jeffrey Epstein's sprawling Palm Beach mansion.
Damn.
Juan Alessi was the house manager for more than a decade. He told the jury Ghislaine Maxwell was the lady of the house and slept in Epstein's bedroom. Hundreds of women passed through the home while he worked there, most of them in their 20s, he said. While at the pool, Alessi testified at least 75% were topless.
Whoa.
The women interacted with both Epstein and Maxwell, and some were underage girls.
Oh,
It appears that these underage victims, according to the testimony, would always show up Miss Maxwell's office when they were presented at the house, and from there the house manager says he didn't see what happens next.
Maxwell faces 6 counts of sex trafficking. The prosecution alleges she lured teenage girls for Epstein to abuse, while the defense argues in part that she was just an employee and a victim of Epstein's manipulation. Earlier this week, the first of Maxwell's accusers, using the pseudonym Jane, described how Maxwell and Epstein befriended her when she was 14 at an arts camp in Michigan, where Epstein was a donor. Jane told the jury Maxwell acted like a big sister but was grooming her for Epstein, graphically describing how she trained her to massage and sexually satisfy him.
When this alleged victim, Jane, described her first sexual interaction with Jeffrey Epstein and how that made her feel, that we saw Ghislaine Maxwell breathing heavily at the defense table.
Jane painted a picture of the lavish lifestyle Maxwell and Epstein used to ensnare her, testifying that Epstein invited her on his private plane, gave her money when her family struggled financially, and introduced her to powerful men, including Donald Trump. In her testimony, she didn't say anything inappropriate happened with the former president. The defense attempted to highlight discrepancies in dates and facts. Jane told investigators Epstein took her to the Lion King in 1994, but the show didn't open until 3 years later. She also, according to the defense, told investigators she wasn't sure if Maxwell was ever in the room when the abuse occurred. In court on Monday, Jane testified Maxwell was often there and sometimes took part in the abuse. The defense tried to portray her as interested only in Epstein's money, but in an emotional end to her testimony, Jane said she wished she never received $5 million from the Victims Fund, adding, "Hopefully this just puts it to an end and I can move on with my life."
Stephanie joins us now on set. Stephanie, what a day of testimony, right? And we saw that there in your story. The house manager had some pretty big recollections about what went down in that Epstein house.
Yeah, you know, Tom, think about it. This is a case about the sex trafficking of minors. Ghislaine Maxwell is not accused of abuse. She's accused of sex trafficking. So what does the prosecution have to do? They have to establish that there was a minor involved. Well, this house manager says he met Jane at the age of 14, 1994. That's when he met her at the Palm Beach house. He goes on to say that he would often pick Jane up at her home because she lived in the Palm Beach area and bring her to the house.
What up, Stan
on
Odie?
at least one occasion, he picked her up, according to him, with luggage and took her, Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, the family dog, and other guests to the airport.
Puts them all together.
For the sake of fair defense, I like having people around like Jameson, particularly about the Ghislaine Maxwell case. I didn't know he felt the way he felt about the Ghislaine Maxwell case, but it makes sense to me, and I respect his opinion on it. You know, he kind of is, in a way, understanding where the defense is coming from. Now, I wanted to really bring up Ghislaine today, too, because when I woke up, first thing I heard was from Lux on the other side of the bed, who said, the prosecution's fucking up in the Ghislaine Maxwell case. And it sounds like they are. The prosecution was being dirty.
Well, yeah, 5-minute open statement, and nobody's ever heard of that being a fucking thing. Like, it's always been longer.
Yeah.
And on top of that, I found out that the prosecutor is James Comey's daughter.
I heard that yesterday.
I didn't
I
realize
found that out the other
that.
day from the comments section. Actually, I didn't know that was Comey's daughter.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I read this morning, where that people were saying that the prosecution doesn't seem to be doing very well.
I wonder if that's on purpose. I wonder if Comey's on that fucking flight log somewhere.
Right.
I wonder if they got some dish on Comey. You know, inept prosecution seems like a trend. It sure does, special guest. This is the second case we've covered now with inept prosecution, and it's one of these that it's like it's a state or federal prosecution.
But yeah, they were also talking about like inconsistent testimonies and shit that have been occurring.
I've known that,
but it's definitely not going the way they planned.
See, the inconsistent testimonies. You have Jane, right?
Mm-hmm.
The defendant Jane goes by Jane. She had a couple inconsistencies. Like, she said she went to see The Lion King on Broadway in '94. It didn't come out till '97. Little things like that.
Mm-hmm.
She said to the feds during a testimony in the past that Epstein approached her alone at Camp Interlochen, but she says now that Ghislaine approached first and Epstein followed. So, you know, again, if you're a decent prosecution, you should probably really make a point to express the fact that she has recanted certain things because she used to view Maxwell as this or that. But here's the tricky thing as a prosecutor. If you get her to say that, you're feeding the prosecution's case of Maxwell being also a victim of Epstein.
Mm-hmm.
So it's such
Or
a
the defense.
That's what I meant. Yeah. Excuse me. You're feeding the defense's case.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a disgusting case. I mean, what do you do? And it's one of these that's kind of like the pie stuff we covered yesterday on the tattered map.
Mm-hmm.
Amy Murky's out there listening if you want to watch the tattered map from yesterday. If you didn't catch it, it's in the playlist, the tattered map right there at the top. We talk about some pretty gut-punching stuff, but there's these holes in justice all throughout special guest story, right? And it's because of situations like this where someone is so corrupted and the system is so corruptible that this corrupted motherfucker has blackmail on everybody. At one point they dismiss a guy from fucking Parliament and they say to the press, the reason we did that is to avoid being blackmailed. This was like back in the day over pedophile networks.
Mm-hmm.
So there's something to it. I think she handled a certain angle of like the aristocracy's dirty laundry, and that was a resource for her that she used like currency. You know, but how are you going to prove that in court? How are you going to prove that in court? How are you going to prove that to a court where the judge might even be corrupted and shit? Like, I don't know what the jury has been threatened. I know one juror randomly said, like, I have a surprise vacation I have to go to. And to me, that sounds like someone got threatened. But that's me assuming something. You know, that's just my personal opinion on that. They just called him out in Parliament. And he still kept his job till he died in '92. Excuse me, they didn't actually dismiss him. They just called him out.
Mm-hmm.
So that he couldn't blackmail. Yeah, so he kept his job in Parliament. It's disgusting. It's disgusting, some of the stuff that happened around this particular kind of behavior. That makes me think that she's part of what we were talking about yesterday, or at least like a child of it, or the generation before her was definitely involved in it.
Well, I mean, see where she's already at with Prince Andrew.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, they've already had ties with that side of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Even, like, not even including, you know, the shit both of them were doing outside of that shit. Like, just that one connection alone. Yeah, you're almost guaranteed to have other people in that circle. You can't just have Prince Andrew.
The Queen's butler, Paul Kidd, was busted for grooming 3 or 4 different boys out of the kitchens of Buckingham Palace. Grooming them out of the kitchens. Like, at young as 14. Some of these boys. So it goes right to sitting next to the Queen. The person bringing the Queen her tea is potentially corrupted into this Maxwell shit. And so there's, you know, I wanted to know if she has any Solar Temple connections anywhere. I bet you she does. I bet you could find a photo of her at least hanging out with somebody who's attached to the solar temple. Queen. Queen, not queen. Your queen. I'm rolling fresh off a wake and bake this morning. I started hot with the mic muted. I'm doing great today. I'm fucking nailing it. Paul Kidd did. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, Paul Kidd was a piece of shit. And that goes
he
right.
introduced one to the Queen Mother.
Yeah. Dude, like he was taking them to parties and presenting majesty in front of them, which, as you know, is a tool that groomers will use. You know, like, hey, you can behold majesty, but I control that for you. You know what I mean? You get that through me. And it's fucked up. It's fucked up the way it's working. Yeah.
Roll back over here. Hi, Christy.
Lux is working from home. Let's continue down the news train today. Let's see, but yeah, so we had the former house manager in who kind of gave what sounds like to me, but again, it's weird because you have the press exclusively, like the televised news, who's pissed they can't be there, who are reporting on it in a certain way. Like they're gonna make it out like this case is going great for the prosecution, but when you read it in text, it's like, I don't know if it's going that way. I thought it'd be important to kind of keep updating on the Ghislaine case.
The latest happening just last night in San.
This is about small businesses being impacted by smash and grabs. I don't know if you guys have seen. Look, one thing that really like dropped my jaw when COVID first popped off was all of like the rash of smash and grabs that were happening across the United States. You have, I mean, I was seeing TikToks and videos of people just busting into stores and putting shit in their bag and leaving. Like, and so I thought I'd play this little news clip, how it's, you know, these robberies are disproportionately impacting small businesses. These big businesses are insured. They don't give a fuck.
We've been telling you about an uptick in smash and grab robberies around the country. The latest happening just last night in San Jose, California. Now, videos like this one in Chicago show a number of thieves running into a store and grabbing everything they can get their hands on, then running back out again. While many larger chain stores have insurance, these crimes are much tougher on small businesses. NBC News reporter Aiza Garcia-Hodges joins us now. So, Aiza, you talked to the
in
president
Burbank,
of the National
Brenda.
Coalition of Law Enforcement and Retail. What did they say was behind the spike in this type of crime?
So obviously the pandemic, the fact that there's this supply chain crisis, people are hurting, and you have the upcoming holiday season. But to be clear, this is something that does occur every year, and it's tied to organized retail crime. This is something, it's tied to organized crime. This is something that is highly orchestrated.
Yeah.
It is not sporadic. It is very well coordinated, and it's happening across the country. So.
Here's an interesting stat. 3 of the top 10 cities for organized crimes, organized retail crimes, are all in one state, California. Why is that state seeing so much of this?
So to be clear, this is happening across the country in cities across the U.S. One of the reasons that, you know, California obviously has an uptick is population, right? There are some of the biggest cities in the country. Gavin Newsom,
this area of California is beyond fucked. You're not going to stop the smash and grabs.
Task force specifically designed to fight organized retail crime. But like I said, this is happening across the country, and obviously, you know, some of the bigger cities in the U.S. are located in California. So that's why certainly some of those California cities appear in the top 10.
All right, so you mentioned that task force. I guess the real question is, what can businesses do to protect themselves? What are some of the possible solutions here?
So some of the things are making sure that you have insurance and hiring security. The other thing, too, is just maintaining vigilance, right? So whether that's from consumers, right? So making sure that when you are shopping, you are aware of your surroundings. And then for businesses, you know, obviously the cost of enforcing, keeping security, having insurance is very expensive. So it's a little bit easier for bigger businesses to have some of those measures to kind of prevent against the effects of these smash and grab robberies.
All right, Aiza Garcia-Hodges, thank you so much for your reporting. Appreciate it.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, they are. They're beyond fucked. It's California. Here, there's the stores in Melrose are fucked. Rodeo's fucked. Like, there's a bunch of things just boned up for the West Coast right now, and I don't know if that market will ever come back. I do have a particular theory as to why CVS and Target are closing their stores there, and I don't think it's a mix of a financial and insurance issue. I think they were getting hit by smash and grabs, and these bigger companies can afford to just fold those down and not, they're already losing the money from the spot. Okay, and we do have some more. Okay, here we have Oxford shooting suspect's parents. New details on possible charges from Live Now on Fox. CVS was losing $25K a day. Damn. Yeah, I bet in smash and grabs too. The people are stealing massive amounts of product from that place, but yeah, no, there's no coming back on the West Coast for a while. I mean, there's already a mass exodus of a lot of business owners and people who have stuff going on, and a lot of people have liquidated down what they did have and used that to move away. So we'll see what happens to the West, man. I don't know.
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. 7:15 a.m. here on the East Coast. As promised, we are bringing you the latest developments when it comes to the days after a gunman opened fire at Oxford High School in Michigan. This morning, another big round of closures as police agencies across Metro Detroit continue to receive a wave of threats following that tragedy. Now, officers, prosecutors, and administrators are warning anyone thinking about making a threat against their school that there will be severe consequences. So this is something that our Fox 2 Detroit team is staying on top of this morning, and I do want to welcome into the conversation Fox 2's Robin Murdoch. Robin, good morning to you. Hard to believe that anybody would think that this is okay following Tuesday's tragedy. What can you tell us this morning?
Well, Regina, I can tell you that the sheriff of Oakland County, Mike Bouchard, he is visibly frustrated by the situation. He actually describes it as a tidal wave of threats that police are now investigating. And he says that if you are caught doing something like this, you will be prosecuted. They will find you, that they will prosecute you, that this is not funny at all. Yesterday, we had some 60 school closings around the area. Today, we've got another 80 school closings.
Whoa.
So police can investigate.
Was it Kev talking about that yesterday in the chat? All the school closings, the copycats.
Called in the FBI to help out. The FBI has a team of investigators, a team of agents that are looking into each and every one of these threats. And so far, they've been able to determine that 13 of those threats have basically been recirculated online. So they are past threats that are coming back into light. Now, the thing that we need to watch out for today, obviously, we've got those school closings. But the other big thing happening here in Metro Detroit today will be that the prosecutor, she's expected to call a press conference at some point today. We don't know if this will happen in the morning. We don't know if this will happen in the afternoon. But she is expected to call a press conference regarding possible charges against the parents of 15-year-old Ethan Crumbly, the alleged shooter that opened fire on Oxford High School earlier this week, killing 4 students and then injuring 7 others. The sheriff has previously said that Crumbly's father ended up buying the gun on Black Friday, the gun believed to be used in this mass shooting. They have not disclosed exactly how the 15-year-old was able to get his hands on that gun, whether he found it somewhere within the house, whether it was given to them. So we're hoping to learn more about that today and whether his parents will face the consequences as a result of that.
Yeah, and Robin, following this exact point, I know yesterday that we heard from the superintendent of the school district where the shooting took place. And what can you say about the fact that he mentioned we did get word of a potential meeting between parents and school administrators about the suspect's behavior? But what did the superintendent have to say when he addressed that situation? I do believe that he said no disciplinary action was warranted at this time.
Yeah, the superintendent, this is actually the first time we have heard from the superintendent of Oxford schools. He ended up doing a video. He posted a 12-minute video discussing some things connected to the shooting, and he talked very briefly concerning that meeting. And this is a meeting in which the sheriff the day before said that school leaders met with the 15-year-old on one day. The next day, they met with him as well as his parents, and then several hours later, we had the shooting at the school. So again, as you just said, during that meeting, the superintendent said discipline was not warranted. He did not go into
Special guest, I agree with that. Required to keep your firearms in a locked container.
Part of this, but he did say it's going to be several weeks before the school does open up again. He says that the inside is a wreck. It looks like a war zone, and that is because these students did exactly what they were taught. They put desks in front of doors. They put chairs in front of doors. They did everything they could.
It's actually a point I want to talk about, special guest. The charges against the parents seem appropriate to me too. The parents in this case have been charged with involuntary manslaughter because the kid got a hold of the dad's gun and shot up a school. I want to know what you guys think about that. Do you think that's, particularly Jameson? I want to know what Jameson has to say about that, because that's a, a whole shit show. I really don't know. It's one of those things I was on the line of, but the more I think about my morals, my moral compass points to I'm kind of okay with them getting that. Yeah. Yes, the dad had the kid present when buying the gun. Oh, says Goth Angel Tarot. Shit. So the father was present? Snap. Oof.
To barricade themselves from this gunman and protect themselves. So it's going to take a lot of cleanup before they're able to get the school back to normal and get the kids back to class. But of course, it's going to be a difficult day when that does happen.
Yeah, and a difficult weekend for sure, Robin. What can you tell us about the fact that we're learning more on funeral arrangements and memorial services being held for these victims as soon as tomorrow?
Yeah, so we have got there's going to be a big vigil happening in downtown Oxford tonight. They're going to close down some of the city streets, so they're expecting.
Her audio cut out. What the fuck? Where's your audio? Fox News.
And I do believe we lost Robin there, but again, Robin, looks like we got you back. Sorry, your feed kind of cut out a little bit. What can you tell us again about these funeral arrangements?
What up, Michelle?
So we've got some of the funerals that will be coming up in the next several days. And actually in that video with the superintendent, he did discuss how, he was giving the school as well as the community time to attend these funerals to mourn the loss. And so they really won't
Special guest agreed.
To kind of get things back to normal until after that. So a lot of sad days for this community coming up. A lot of remembering of the victims and thinking back on this horrible tragedy and the lives.
Yeah, Michelle, when you say rich, I'm not sure if you're addressing that Rich or me. Are you calling me Rich sometimes? Because I'm not named Rich, by the way.
Touching base with you guys throughout the day for any update from the prosecutor on potential charges against the suspect's parents. So, as always, thank you for joining us this morning, and you have a good rest of your day.
Ooh, damn. Special guest says, at Goth Angel Tarot, that's not an uncommon thing in a gun culture. I was taught to shoot by the time I was 10. Plenty of kids got to pick their hunting rifle or target pistol. Yeah, and where I'm from in Arkansas, there are kids that, I told the story once in the show. I was searched by police in my school because they found a shell casing in a classroom, and they thought it was my hippie ass, and I don't have any guns. I didn't have anything violent on me. And it turned out to be a kid who went hunting that morning. And that kid in particular, I knew him. I grew up with him, and he go to gun shows all the time with his parents, and his dad would buy guns. He'd be with him every time his dad bought a gun, probably, since he could walk. So that's not too uncommon where we're from, Goth Angel Tarot. Yeah. Oh no, you're good. So it is weird. Well, it's one of those things that I like to take the time to explain too, because our gun culture here is quite different than everywhere else. you know, used to. That's one thing that separated Americans from everyone else, is we had, you know, cowboys with guns on their hips, and a certain amount of like what was pioneer kind of expanse was policed by ourselves, by the, you know, became a problem. Pinkerton, which turned into federal agencies, which turned into, you know, federal policing. Oh, right on. Oh, cool, Michelle. It's an honor to fill your house with my tones today. Turn a little bit of music on while we chit chat. Just a reminder for everyone, I've got the Discord in if anyone wants to pop in and chit chat. What's up, Justin? Are you working today, baby? And whenever you get a second, let us know how it's been going at the Forge, Justin. Let's see. Goth Angel Tarot says the prosecution said it is a tactic to use it as an example for other gun owners to be more responsible. Not in my experience. I know a few people from Australia who shoot, and I'm certain that you'll do things different. Special guest as a Goth Angel Tarot. So I absolutely see why it seems so bizarre. Yeah, it seems like people who are involved in the... yeah, I mean, I know there's got to be a gun culture in Australia, right? I couldn't imagine cohabitating with kangaroos, man. Those things, a rat that could punch through you, man, that seems frightening as shit. And I won't lie, like, I would dome a kangaroo if it was threatening me. I'm just saying. Don't come at me, PETA. Don't come at me. But, you know. Hopefully Arianthe's doing alright today. I don't know if you're with us, Arianthe. If you're out there in chat land, say what's up. Hope your kiddos are doing good. What up, Hazel? What's up, everybody? Oh, we have made it through the week. It's Friday, y'all. And, I hope everyone has a beautiful weekend. And an end to their Hanukkah, man. We're getting close to the end, baby. Aw, Michelle's had family with her the whole... That's good, man. It takes a tribe there at the beginning, man. When you first have a kid, Michelle, I know it's got to be minute to minute. I absolutely believe special guest says, I absolutely believe the parents and guardians should be required to keep their weapons secured. As to non-parents and non-guardians, as long as they don't have a negligent discharge, then it's not my business. I agree with that too. But you can get licensing to cull. Ah, interesting. Goth Angel. It's illegal to shoot native wildlife here. Damn. But you can cull if it's like an overpopulation. So like if you're overran, you could hit up the government and be like, yo, I got like 50 kangaroos just shooting dice in my backyard. Can I run them off? They'll let you. But I don't know. How do fucking kangaroos handle a gunshot? Do they run away like wildlife here would run away from a gunshot? Yeah, without a hunting license. Yeah, it is.
Emu wars too.
Yeah, that's right. Australia lost a war against emus, man. Oh, God, they just says if you own a property or farm, all guns are in a safe bolted to the ground apart from maybe a farm property very rarely, but if the police find them, they are seized. Damn. Though some things are designated as pets that you can freely shoot, or pests that you can freely shoot. Yeah, have a hunting license, or it's got to be something like a nutrin. If you're like in Louisiana, I think you can still hunt and eat nutrin without a license, right? I know there was a period of time where it was like they were such a problem and edible that it was like shoot them and eat them. Like there's like Louisiana, shoot, I mean, eat 'em. But you know, like Northern Florida, Louisiana, Alabama, that shit gets wild down there, dude. That's some of the weirdest shows I've ever played in my life.
What animal was that you were saying?
A nutrin, I believe it's pronounced.
Not familiar with that.
A nutrin is like a big rat, like some kind of swamp possum. If anybody cares, if anybody has any experience with nutrin and want to explain nutrin or explain the taste of nutrin, hit up the chat. The only thing I could compare it to is probably meats y'all would be really bummed to hear me talk about having eaten, like raccoon. Like, you know, it tastes like raccoon or something. Like it tastes like a, you know, like a pest. You know, like some possum stew or something. Meteor squirrel. There you go. It's like a meteor squirrel. Like the duck of the squirrel meat world. I don't know how to explain nutrin. I don't know. But it's a weird meat, weirder animal. Let me see if I can pull up a photo of nutrins. I don't know how to fucking spell it. Nutria. Maybe I'm saying it wrong. Nutria. Nutrients? I don't know why I got nutrients. Maybe I heard that from some hood-ass person in Louisiana. But I remember seeing like what looked like a beaver with a rat tail and was like, the fuck? And people eat, you can eat nutria. The duck of rodents. It is. It's like the duck of rat meat. It's like fattier. You know what I mean? But this is what they look like if you're in a Discord with me. Here we go. Big rats, man. You know, they're not the world's biggest rodents. That goes to the king of rodents, capybara. I wish I had a sled pulled by capybara. Wouldn't that be dope? But yeah. Lethal force is basically not justifiable in Australia. Damn. Really? Goth Angel. So there's only a percent. So you don't really see. I don't know. Yeah, I've always wondered about gun crime statistics in countries that have things like that. I think I don't trust the government to release the right numbers, though. I don't know why.
Also, when that's the case, you have to look at the knife numbers as well.
See, thank you for bringing that up. You know, like when you have like a knife seizure days in fucking the UK, where it's like turn your knives in. Motherfuckers are turning in some crazy ass knives. Is that an albino nutria? Look at this glorious bastard. Look at him. They don't taste that great. Again, you know, rodent meat's not like your ideal go-to. You know what I mean? When you're in like the Ozarks, but you know. No, we don't have these in the Ozarks. Excuse me. When you're in the swamplands, when you anywhere in the swamplands, Louisiana has them bad. Again, it was such a problem you can eat them. Trump signs law giving California help eradicating nutria. They made it all the way to California, so maybe we have nutria here in Arizona. I wonder. Hey, Lux, you want to eat the duck of rat meat? The duck of rat meat.
No.
Yeah, that's fair. She says no. Yeah. Let's see here. Let's see if we got any updates from our homeboys at the New York Times. Again, special shout out to the New York Times for covering the Ghislaine Maxwell trial like from the ground. It's something I was very excited to cover on the show, and you know, we're kind of cock-blocked from the juicy details, from the rocket sauce, and so now we gotta, you know, read it here. But I've been liking to take the time on the show to just kind of read through some of what the New York Times is posting. Let me make sure it's the same cat who's been reporting on it. Yeah, Colin Moynihan. Shout out Colin Moynihan with the New York Times. You're saving my life. Thank you. Let's see. Now, right now, what we have on the website is just a recap of yesterday, I believe. where we just kind of have, again, they're running over the history of abuse. A former Epstein employee describes Ghislaine Maxwell's control over the financier's world. Ghislaine Maxwell controlled every detail of life inside of Jeffrey Epstein's Palm Beach estate. A former manager of the property, Juan Alessi, said Thursday during the 4th day of Ms. Maxwell's sex trafficking trial in federal district court in Manhattan. Mr. Alessi, 71, said he had worked at the estate from around 1990 to 2002. He testifies that he had a cordial relationship with Mr. Epstein before Ms. Maxwell arrived, but after her arrival in the early 90s, he said, the dynamic changed. He said Ms. Maxwell instructed him on how to speak to Mr. Epstein. Mr. Epstein does not like to be looked at in his eyes, Mr. Alessi said. Ms. Maxwell told him, never look at his eyes, look in another part of the room and answer him. Weird. You know when famous people say that shit? Ari Anthony told me one time she was told not to look at the Jonas Brothers. Like, don't make eye contact with them. And it's like, what the fuck? That's so fucking weird. Alessi said there was a tremendous amount of instructions, including how dishes were to be presented and how the table was to be set. There were rules about how the employees should dress and how they should address Mr. Epstein and Miss Maxwell and guests. Prosecutors said the rules of the house were documented in a 58-page household manual. Mr. Alessi, who left his job with Mr. Epstein before that version of the booklet was created, said he recognized most of it. Remember that you can see nothing, hear nothing, say nothing except to answer a question direct to you, one section of the booklet read. Respect their privacy. Mr. Alessi said he took those instructions as a kind of warning. Mr. Alessi said he remembered seeing 2 girls appeared to be underage, including one now adult who testified earlier in Miss Maxwell's trial using the name Jane. He said he had first met Jane in 1994 and remembered the first time she visited the estate with her mother. I don't know exactly how old she was, but she appeared to be young, Mr. Alessi said. I would say 14, 15. Earlier this week, Jane testified that she was 14 when she met Mr. Epstein and Miss Maxwell. He said he was instructed by Mr. Epstein and Miss Maxwell to pick Jane up from either school or her home. He described Jane as a strikingly beautiful girl who was very pleasant. Earlier this week, Jane testified that she remembered a Latin American man picking her up to visit Mr. Epstein. Mr. Alessi is from Ecuador. A little side on it. He said he only saw her interact with Mr. Epstein and Miss Maxwell, but he did not say that he saw any sexual contact between them. Mr. Alessi said that Mr. Epstein received around 1 massage per day in the beginning of his employment, but toward the time he left the job, Mr. Epstein was receiving around 3 massages a day. Whoa. 3 massages a day? Whoa. Anyway, now that I've caught up to that, let me catch up with this text chat real quick, guys. Sorry. Oh, Michelle's excited to give her husband a gift. What's up, Michelle? Hell yeah. Stabbings are more common in Australia than guns. Word, Goth Angel Tarot. Hey, just linked a story in Discord about a jeweler in Australia who was making Mac 10s for bike gangs, which are adorably called bikey gangs in Australia. Oh, they have bear spray for bears. For some bears, that just turns them into a well-spiced meal. This turns you into a well-spiced meal. Yeah, that's true. I've never had bear spray, and I camp in the Rockies a lot, says Christy. What is bear spray? Isn't it just a bunch of capsaicin? It's a very, very, very high-powered pepper spray. Works on almost all bears, yeah. Until you come across a grizzly. These women have really endured some horrible... Yeah, they really have. Yeah. Oh, word. Yeah, you use a big-ass gun on a grizzly and go for the fucking brain, right? Or the heart. I don't know I don't remember the advice I was given on how to shoot a bear dead, because I'm getting the fuck out of there the best I can. I don't fucking just pacifist. I run away. Like I was raised Shaolin. I run away. But let me see here, special guest. You linked it. I would love to read that article about these Mac 10s. Where did you post that shit? The text channel. Let's see here if it's in the text channel. Yeah, there it is. There it is from the Daily Telegraph. Okay. Jeweler Angelos Coots admits to making submachine guns at his Seven Hills home and supplying them to bikey groups. They're really called bikers are called bikey groups in Australia. That's adorable. A jewelry maker produced submachine guns in his suburban home, selling them through an organized crime syndicate for 15 grand each. Whoa! He was selling fucking 15 grand a pop for these submachine guns? Special guest, that's some money right there. Whoa. Whoa. Backyard arms trader Angelos Coots admitted to making up to 100 of the perfectly constructed MAC-10 machine guns, more commonly seen in war zones and believed to have been used in Sydney gang shootings at his Seven Hills house. Whoa. The guns, sold with 2 magazines and a silencer, were of such quality that during Mythbuster-style tests alongside a genuine MAC-10, they fired 600 rounds a minute. Whoa, Sydney Direct Court heard that Coots made the guns for an associate who had links to outlaw motorcycle gangs. The high-powered made-to-order weapons were then sold at meetings organized by a Penrith gym owner and another syndicate member, with the transaction taking place opposite a McDonald's in Glenmore Park. When police raided Coots' house, police found diagrams, blocks of aluminum and steel offcuts, and molds matching the MAC-10 machine guns. Fuck, he was industrial making MAC-10s. Coots was convicted in relation to 4 guns after getting an immunity provision for giving evidence against other syndicate members, but under cross-examination by Crown Prosecutor Gary Corr at a hearing in Penrith District Court, Coots admitted he'd manufactured up to 100 of the guns. Prosecutors believe at least one of the guns may have been used in a high-profile assassination attempt of an OMCG member, but this never made it into evidence. Judge Jennifer English noted the operation was highly organized criminal activity involving an ultimate purchaser and manufacturer and a mastermind. Fucking wild. Yeah, they were meeting at a McDonald's. God, they did Penrith, Western Sydney also. Word. They were meeting at a McDonald's, dude. That's dangerous. Who does an arms deal at a McDonald's? That's wild. I wonder how many arms deals have gone down at McDonald's. I know a bunch of sketches have surely gone down in a parking lot of a McDonald's. They're everywhere. Like, if I don't actually know where something is, I say it's by that McDonald's. And people nod yes, but I don't know what I'm talking about. Any McDonald's. I don't know. I'm directionally challenged. Debbie, more big cats can be big softies. I'd love to have big cats, but not allowed. Word, Debbie, you wouldn't mind living that Tiger King life? Is that what you're saying? I wouldn't mind either. I've seen a couple. It's pretty... What up, John? How you doing today, bud?
I would like 1 McPistol, please.
1 McPistol, please. 3 McMac-10s.
Yeah, I got to get to work, man. Just wanted to say hey.
Hey, we love you, brother. How you doing today?
Hey, I'll be listening, man. I actually fell asleep for a little while, which is kind of crazy for me, as hyper as I am. So anyway, yeah, I got to get to work, but I wanted you to know I'm listening. Have a good time, man.
Hell yeah.
Have a good show.
Hey, you have a good one, my brother.
And since I'm listening, you better fucking do it right. No, I'm kidding.
Hey, you have a good one, my man.
Shalom.
Damn straight. Yeah, Law, big pistol, dude. A big MAC-10, supersized, please, with the silencer and 2 magazines. The hell, dude, Sydney. Why is there a Trailer Park Boys type of series for Australia yet? Like, does Australia have a Trailer Park Boys style show outside of like squirrely ass YouTube channels? Because I've seen some YouTube channels that's like some people going wild in Australia. Like, damn. who was it? There's someone special guest showed me forever ago who like, it's like they do burnouts all the time. It's like he gets something running just to burn the back tires off of it. What does he say? Fucking mint.
Did you say fucking mint?
Yeah, fucking mint is what I said. Like mint. That's what this. I swear he's Australian. Yeah.
There used to be vines
Yeah.
with that shit.
The real boys meet at McDaniel's. Damn straight. Yo, we'll hook up. I gotta get my 10-piece chicken nuggies. Hold up. I know dudes that are built like a blister that call chicken nuggets chicken wings because they're troglodytes. But anyway, that's off topic. I'm back in here, dude. I don't see a I don't see anything new, baby. I see the no cookies. I still see this Telegraph thing special. Yeah, like backwoods Canadians. Oh, he's Canadian. Oh, zip ties and bias plies. Okay, word. Sorry, I thought he was Australian. Oh, there it is. What do we got here? See, this is part of my issue with gun control. Like, motherfuckers can make these even in places like Australia. Dude made like an accurate ass Mac 10 and was selling them for high dollar. Whoa! Guys, come get in the Discord with me and look at these photos. These are things people manufacture. You know, I had this argument with a dude I used to work with who said it wasn't easy to build a gun. And I'm like, dude, it's very easy to build a gun. If you know anything about machining or metal work, if you could tool metal in any way, you can make a gun. You can learn to make a gun pretty quick. Even a primitive gun. Like, it just has to hit a fucking piece of ammunition. You're not making ammunition. And, yo, there's one here that's like made out of a box with a... It's crazy. Some of this is crazy. If you're like, if you know anything about building this kind of shit, it's like you see how easy some of this is. Like, oh wow, they literally just did this, that, and it's boom, gun, you know? Backwoods Canadian is me. I would live off the land in the mountains if I could. Where, dude, I love the show Trailer Park Boys. I love that Nova Scotia shit. I love the kind of, you know, machine guns are 100-year-old technology, often made without electricity. Yeah, special guest. That's what I'm getting at. Like, how are you gonna try to ban something that I've seen, you know, Uzbeki kids make out of dirt? Like, what are you gonna do? How are you gonna ban that? Yeah, Debbie. No, the UK, they don't even allow locking blades, which is weird to me because where I'm from in Arkansas, you can have any knife, any size of blade, as long as you're not brandishing it as a weapon. Locking blades, katanas. You
can legally carry a sword.
Yeah, yeah, swords. Yeah, katana. You want to keep a whole. Yeah, you want to look like you're gonna fuck the Shogun up. You can, as long as you don't actually try to fuck the Shogun up. Yeah. Yeah, the amount of stabbings and shooting. Look, I mean, look. There's one commonality you can discern, right, from the stabbings and the violence from any nation's analytics, right? And that's that people are violent to each other. Make of that what you will. I don't think you can necessarily police people being violent against each other. You can just act after the fact. I mean, when I think about conflict too, just from a personal perspective, like there's no, for me, it's a lot about how you handle it after the conflict. It's kind of like fucking up. It's not about that you fucked up. It's about how you handle it after you fucked up. So, man, you know, that's my thing. Is like, I feel like we don't have the right kind of checks and balances with our, like, the way we punish people for certain things. We also have a pretty strict low tolerance against people who have violent felonies in this country. If you have a violent felony or like a manufacturing felony, like you're fucked. you're fucked. You can't. There's places you can't live. You know. Oh shit, Christy says Justin Trudeau has so many links to what special guest and I were talking about yesterday. I believe that. You know, Montreal and some of those Canadian politics, it's been a hub for the weird up there for a minute. You know, there's been a lot of strange cult behavior come out of Montreal. You know, you have like Grimes. Grimes was in a cult. Acts like she wasn't, but then says she was. Grimes is, there's times I'm not the biggest fan of Grimes. But, you know, she, yeah, special guest would be very interested in any links to between Justin Trudeau and what we were talking about yesterday. Love to research that. Solar Temple in particular is what he's looking for. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's like a grind. Yeah, it was like a stable. There was a strange Montreal-based cult led by a choreographer for a period of time. As Montreal's been strange, man. Every time I love all of the people that dig my music that are in Montreal because I've made some really dear friends there. But even they would come on here and tell us that, you know, the scene's fucking strange there. It can get weird there. I don't want to have to comprehend French live though. It's fucking. I'd rather read it. Like, you have a whole lot of me like, wait, what? Slow down. Don't use French all that often. Metric Moon speaks. It's a special guest. It's a beautiful language. It's one of those. It's also just kind of also like a vine wrapped into English. Like French is there's French words we use all the time. There's French concepts, things like that. Are you know, when you're trying to be the best and the best at cooking, you normally go to a place that's teaching you a French way to cook. So I've unintentionally learned a bunch of French. Just being around it, you know. Chrissy doesn't use French like ever. Really? It's a special. Cracking me up, special guest. Have the kiddo at the doctor, but I just wanted to stop in and make sure that everyone who wants to be entered into the Merc to join the Discord to get in on the action. Word, yeah. If y'all want in on a Secret Santa, hop in. I'm not. I'm Jewish, but I love you guys. Do it. Yeah, special. It's a beautiful language. There's a lot in France that I love. You know. There's a lot about France I still kind of watch to this day. Like, when Paris catches fire, I'm convinced that if, you know, you can measure when a major world conflict is going to pop off when Paris starts burning. Once Paris is on fire, something's going to pop off every time. It's like almost like this red flag that shows up through history. Like, Paris is on fire and then something fucking crazy happens, like in world history. So, every time that place, even if there's an unintentional massive Paris fire, I'm like, oh man, something's gonna happen. Special guest, not to sound like Joe Exotic, but while I may be Jewish, good food and presents are good food and presents. R.E. Christmas. No, for sure. I'm also broke as a joke, so I don't have much to support. I don't have any money to hop into a Secret Santa. I've also been weird about celebrations. I thought I celebrate successes. I was talking about this with Lux the other day. I can be a weird person to be partnered with because you'll notice I don't really put any emphasis on holidays. I kind of celebrate when me or the people around me are successful or do something or something big happens or we have a good, you know what I mean? Like those are holidays to me. And I don't know. I don't mean to not have a proper scale of it. I almost push that stuff away. Bad trait in myself, but I'm also a naturally humbuggy person. I'm kind of a bah humbug dude. But y'all know the family. I've talked about the family I come from. It's fucking wild in the holidays around my clan. So I don't do that really. But I love you guys. Do it. Yeah. Word, Michelle. It's always nice to have that like kind of baby bouncy seat, or like that little portable crib on wheels, you know what I'm saying? A little spot you kind of keep your baby around, you know. Move that kiddo around. Has your daughter found a particular like favorite spot yet, Michelle? Like favorite, like this is where Rose likes to be. My son found a favorite spot, so much so that we had to go to a little bit of physical therapy because he preferred to kind of lean on one side when he was an infant. It's just how he's comfy, man. And I've just noticed that about each of my littles, man. When they were infants, they all had different little things that it's like, all right, this is their comfy spot. This is their Archie Bunker chair, you know. This is Rose's spot. This is where Rose likes, you know. I bet if you haven't found it yet, I bet you she'll do that. My favorite thing about little girls too, raising a daughter, is it's like girls are so slick. They're so much smarter in my opinion, like as infants. Like they learn to work the world in a way a boy it takes them longer. It's funny. Every time to me. It's funny. And beautiful. Oh man. Yeah. If we can, just in the future, I don't know, let's maybe not call it Merkmas. I don't know. I don't do Christmas. I feel like I'm lying to people, and I don't know anything about that. I love you guys. A reminder that the Angel Carver designed Merktis hoodie, which is made by Champion, is for sale in the merch store now. Debbie's back with the cheeseburger. What's the cheeseburgers like in the UK? Have you had an American cheeseburger before, Deb? Let me tell you right now, I don't know what the UK's got in terms of cheeseburgers, but it's kind of what we do here. She'll only fall asleep in her crib if she has if she has a stuffed dragon doll. Oh, that's adorable, Michelle. See, she's already got her things, man. She already knows how to work the world to get that dragon doll in there. Girls are smart, man. You females.
Can you do me a favor?
Mm-hmm.
Can you take a super quick?
Yeah.
I need to talk to you about something. It's not particularly scary or anything.
Yeah, I'll be right back, guys. And we're back. What up, gang? Sorry, get a little update on some management stuff, some behind the scenes shit. But yeah, I am back. What up, Curly? It's been a minute. How's Frankie? How are you doing, Curly? Feel free to pop in here and talk to me, bud. That Donner globs were a thing here? I don't remember them. Word. Yeah, that does sound sick. Let's see here. Let's go back in the text chat a little bit. Let me get caught up from that break. She only fall asleep in her room with stuff. Dragon, got you there. We have 5 guys and whoa, Debbie. Okay, so that's what you got. You got the KFC, you got the McDonald's. Okay, see, I know the UK's got the fast food chains. I didn't know they had 5 guys, which is wild. The UK's got 5 guys cheeseburgers. I forgot that's what I said is what's the UK got in terms of cheeseburgers, because you know, I'll fuck a cheeseburger up. You guys see the size of me. I'll get down, dude. Get that Baconator from Wendy's, dude. I don't know. I kind of like a better burger than that. We got this place called Brahms back home and in the South. I don't know if they got Brahms up north. I don't remember. But Brahms is the shit. Really good cheeseburgers there. My mom's a fan of like the kind of what she calls a bowling alley burger. I guess over seasoned, kind of a thin, greasy ass patty. Get that American cheese on it, which isn't really cheese. We all know that, right? It's hydrogenated oil and whey. Oh yeah, you got the Taco Bell. You got Del Taco or Jack in the Box in the UK? Because I kind of fuck with Jack in the Box. Curly had some Wendy's breakfast this morning. Wendy's makes one of the best breakfasts in the fast food game. Like, it really, really do. Wendy's has a sick ass breakfast menu. You can get like the best deal on some biscuits and gravy in the world from Wendy's in the morning. And you know me, I love covering my hard dry flour with wet flour. Oh yeah, Curly, you know what I'm saying. That extra side, something about their bacon, egg, and cheese biscuits too. At like Wendy's, is just they're with it. They got some. It's big, you know. Wendy's has fucking breakfast there. So, Christy, do you have Wendy's, but Wendy's doesn't do breakfast? You got like a Carl. What about Carl's Jr.? You got a Carl's Jr. breakfast? A Hardee's. Fuck. Fast food breakfast is what America really runs on. That's like a culmination of everything Edward Bernays worked hard to put in American stomachs. You know. Do they have Outback Steakhouse in Australia? Asked John. Very good question. That's what I got bacon, egg, and cheese with the seasoned potato wedge. Yeah, Curly. Yeah, the bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit. It's the best one. It's the best biscuit sandwich combo. Michelle, back on, we're talking about Rose. This is like she knows exactly when her daddy is in the room. She will cry and whimper for him. It is the cutest thing. Aw. Yeah, I was wondering, yeah, is Outback Steakhouse like Foster's? Foster's, it's Australian for export only. I've heard Australians don't actually like Foster's. It's not that good of a beer. Been drank in years, but you know. As for the other restaurant, you said I've never heard of it. Oh, Hardee's or Carl's Jr., Christy? Shit. What, the Hardee's? or Carl's Jr., either one. Let's use the tagline. Popeyes does have good chicken. Michelle, yeah, Rose is already working her dad. Yep, that's how it goes, man. That's gonna be his princess. I bet you've already noticed a change in that man, for the better. I would imagine as the woman that loves him too, you're probably like, wow, she got you whipped. You know, it's little girls will do it to you. Ooh, the Hardee's new hot honey chicken sandwich. They got a spicy honey chicken sandwich. I'm down with that. That sounds pretty solid. The favorite thing about like cheap Chinese food is, yeah, you blend a little spice with some sweet sauce and throw it on some fried chicken. I'm down. Every time. I'm down every time. Some fried rice, you know what I mean? But on a chicken sandwich, yeah, I'm down with the honey spicy chicken. I put hot sauce and honey on a chicken sandwich. So that makes sense to me. Yeah. Christy, they say daughters are more connected to the father and sons to the mothers. Yeah, you get like a mama's boy and a daddy's girl is typically the stereotype, right? Yeah. I do see a change in my husband from his normal demeanor, and he is more patient now. Yeah, Michelle. You're gonna see this, yeah. You gain the strength of will of stone to a certain point when you become a father. Stan Odie's hungry now. I'm good about doing that to people. They should, I should really get an endorsement with like a food for humans, not like BARKBOX. Because I feel like I could probably sell that better. Oh, you guys are hungry? Hit you with that HelloFresh ad. Daughters usually are more connected to their fathers than they are their mother. Yeah, I've noticed that. You know, my sister's close to my dad, and yeah, I know that there's a confusing character, but that's how it seemed like it went in my family, you know. That's how it seemed like it went. Let's see here what we got. Let's refresh on the Ghislaine Maxwell case. See what we got going on here. Or takeaways. Yep. Nope. We're still waiting. Oh, you want my opinion on something, Michelle? Shoot away, lady. Ask me away. I will give my opinion for sure. My daughters have their dad wrapped around their little fingers, which is so funny to watch. Yeah. Oh, when you're a grandpa, I couldn't imagine, dude. Yeah, I couldn't imagine. I can't wait to be a grandpa, part of me. I hope I live to be that old. I do. One day I might. You know. And if it do happen, and I live to be a grandpa, yeah, I'm probably spoiling shit of my granddaughters for sure, if I can. 2 days ago, Devin and I met my older brother and his wife at Olive Garden for lunch, says Michelle. While we were waiting for our lunch orders, I was nursing Rose. They sent over a waiter to our table to ask me to leave. For breastfeeding in public? Fuck that. You should be able to breastfeed in public. How do they think this fucking species moves forward? Could you make those other customers can grow some fucking nuts. How about that? Pardon my candor, but I get pretty defensive about ladies just trying to fucking make sure our species continues forward. I don't know what they think you're fucking doing there, but it's not being inappropriate. It's being about as appropriate as a human being can be. I would write a letter, Michelle. I say we all blow up Olive Garden's Twitter. You gonna kick a motherfucker out for breastfeeding? Fuck that. No. How do you think you're gonna have new staff in 10 years? Because a woman gave birth and fed that fucking kid, and that kid grew up and started working at this Olive Garden. Fuck off. Like, I don't know. I don't like that shit. People are comfortable with it. They can look away. It doesn't make sense to look at something that bothers you. And that's what I would tell that person if I was the waiter or the staff there. If I was the manager of that, I would come out and be like, it doesn't make sense to look at something that bothers you. Would you like me to move your table? Because I'm not about to tell a mother who's breastfeeding to fucking stop feeding their kid. She's actually in a dining room. Last time I checked, this is where humans fucking eat. Oh, you shouldn't feel humiliated. They should feel humiliated, Michelle. Piss on those people, dude. Like, oh. When grandbabies about 100% will not force it on them. I got pregnant with them at 19 and don't want that for them. Oh, for sure, Christy. No, yeah. That's why I say I better be old as fuck. I'm 30, my son is 4, so he better take him a while. I better be old. I wanted him to at least be at the end of his 20s like I was. Don't like it, don't look. Exactly. A mother trying to feed her baby, I don't see anything wrong with that. It's natural. If you have an issue with it, then look away. You know exactly, Curly. Last time I checked, in this country, it don't make sense to look at something that bothers you. And a judge would fucking probably word it like that at you. Why'd you keep looking? You know she's doing something private. Don't look at it. Like, it's disgusting. It's also like it's in an Olive Garden, so I'm sure there's a fucking sports game playing behind them somewhere, and conversation at their own table they're ignoring just to hate on the situation and try to throw some weird, like, hyper-moralistic viewpoint out there. Like, fuck that. I would tell them, I'm trying to further the species here, dude. You can piss off. I'm doing infinitely more important things by feeding this child than the people making pasta or you talking to your auntie. You know what I'm saying? Like, at whatever they were doing at that whoever complained. To go eat in their car or washroom. Like, where else are you supposed to feed your kid? Exactly, Christy. Either that or that Olive Garden in particular, if they're going to ask people to leave for that shit, they need to provide a space where breastfeeding mothers can feed their fucking kid. Because last I checked, that's okay to do. Fucking crazy. Oh, man. Yeah, I would offer to box up their food or move their table. Or bring them their check and tell them I'm not doing business with them if they're complaining about someone who's breastfeeding. But that's me. You know, that's how I would run shit. I don't give a fuck if the owner of the building would get fucking mad at me. But yeah, that's what I did. They hired me to manage shit. That's how I manage shit. That's, you know, I didn't want their company. I didn't want their business, and their business wasn't worth it. They were going to complain about the entree probably anyway. Someone complaining about breastfeeding, definitely complaining about the entree. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Fuck that. I've worked back a house. I know what that. I know a problem customer when I hear one, and they shouldn't have tried to even appease that person. They should have just left it alone and let them bitch and leave, because they aren't gonna tip anyway. They kicked you out, who was probably gonna leave a tip, to leave a motherfucker here who's gonna complain about the entree and try to skate out of even paying the bill. So, Michelle, I want you to know I'm 100% on your side. The John Branch one. I thought when you were at Olive Garden you were family. Exactly. Where is this Olive Garden? Asked Christy. See, now you got us out here ready to street soldier for you, dude. You got us in the hood mad. We're like, well, Olive Garden, where you at? Which address? Damn Karens of the world. Yeah, there's Karens out there asking for receipts and shit. You know. There's the old people that just don't like the way I look. I'm scruffy and shit. I'm like, what is it, 1952, dude? What are you... You haven't seen a fucking dude with long hair before? Damn. Some people are, yeah, weird. Providence, Rhode Island.
I can't hear any of this on Discord.
Am I still muted? I'm still muted from the behind the scenes shit. I'm sorry, Justin. Holy shit. Been muted for a good 30 minutes in Discord. My bad. Well, I'm so sorry about that. Holy shit. I hit unmute and or undeafen, and I thought it unmuted
It's on
me.
the stream, but not on your personal.
Damn. Damn. My bad. It's been that kind of day today. I'm feeling the Friday, but had a good week this week with the stream. It's been nice. But man, Justin, someone getting kicked out for fucking breastfeeding. Michelle got kicked out of her home for breastfeeding. Or not out of her home, excuse me. It's not home. God damn it, I'm retarded. I'm stupid. Excuse me. I can't speak today. Michelle was kicked out of Olive Garden for breastfeeding her child. And it's some old bullshit. She's trying to further the species.
I thought we were beyond that finally.
Right? Right? Well, I guess there was a complaint from a problem fucking customer anyway, and they kicked her out. And it's like, dude, ugh. Ugh. Yeah, you should write a letter to the management. I'm probably gonna end up taking that shit to the Yelp on them. I'll probably end up blowing them up on Twitter about this. Like, you can't be kicking out people who are breastfeeding, dude. I haven't heard about that story, Sunshine. Links or it didn't happen. Olive Garden has fake Italian food anyways. I never eat there. Last I did, I ordered spaghetti and got noodles with ketchup. Yeah. 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 I don't mind an Olive Garden. I found a place I like that I'll probably go before I go to an Olive Garden, like a local place down the road that's like, yeah, it's, but the place I was at, there wasn't like too many local Italian options. Unless like in Tawny Town or something. But, you know.
It's either noodles or Olive Garden here.
Right? Yeah, you got noodles or Olive Garden. Oh, wait. Pesto Cafe in Fayetteville, Arkansas is pretty good. That's actually the best Italian food I've had in the South. There's a place in Eureka Springs that's just as good as Pesto Cafe. If not better. Ariantha could probably tell me the name of it. It's an Italian place in Eureka Springs, Arkansas that's got it's 2 stories. The top is a game room. And like lounge where you can wait to be seated. Downstairs is like the seating. It's cool how they have it set up. But I got a spot down the road here in Arizona that anybody who's coming to town and feels like Italian, we're gonna go to it because it's very cool. Very cool spot. good food. I probably wouldn't take Zimmy there because Zimmy's he knows real Italian food. You know what I mean? Like, he's from Florence too, so he's used to some different Italian food. I got a Zimmy selfie yesterday, by the way. He's doing good. He's gigging like a motherfucker. He's playing a gig. He's looking suited and duded too, by the way. So Zimmy's not just doing good. He's in a suit, baby. Out there grinding. Mama Maria's and Vinny's. Best two places to eat Italian food. So good. Gotcha. So your town, Curly, your area's got some good Italian food. Right on. I like a place where you can kind of go. See, now that I'm like inner city pretty hard, I like a place where you've got the space to go in and sit down and kind of chill now. I used to not necessarily give a fook about that kind of thing. But now I really like that kind of like sit down Italian spot, or like the spot with the patio, or get an outside table. I can breathe here too, and it's not like ridiculously cold or hot. So some people say it gets too hot here, but I like this dry ass 107 degrees, dude. I don't know. Maybe I am a lizard person. Maybe I am a shapeshifter, dude. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, Michelle, was that I have a friend from Louisiana who introduced my husband and I to gumbo a year ago. It was amazing. I mean, I'd never had anything that tasted like that before. Most of the places I've worked at, if you were to write them down, the kitchens I've worked in, the majority of them have been Cajun restaurants. So Copeland's, a place like Juicy Tales, which was Asian and Cajun fusion. I've been at a few different Cajun spots. I know a lot about Cajun food. Etouffee, gumbo, jambalaya. I'll make you some Cajun food. I purged and boiled endless crawdads. I bet you there's the great grandkids of crawdads I've murdered just out there, like with a bone to pick, you know. I bet you I've left some revenge in the minds of future generations of crawdads. I've purged and boiled so many. But yeah, I didn't even eat that particular. I don't even really eat crawdad. Just worked in Cajun places, shucking clams, shucking oysters.
Wondering if they were considered kosher or not. I figured not, because they'd be bottom feeders.
No, yeah, they're shellfish. They're not. Yeah, they're not good. But I've also shucked clams and stuff like that. You cross that line a lot when you're in the kitchen game. I don't think I've ever worked in a kitchen that even had kosher setups in Arkansas. It'd be wild working in like a kosher deli like here, where it's like, you know, the pork's cut with different shit. You know what I mean? Like there's different. It's all separated, but I don't know. One of those things where it's like, yeah, I'm just gonna do it. But I'm also, you know, my favorite topping on a pizza is pepperoni, which is pork. But I'm one of the Jewish people who kind of think that that particular rule was a safety thing back then. We didn't have antibiotics for pigs back then. If you literally ate a cloven-hoofed animal, you might catch something and die, or it wasn't stored properly, or we didn't have ways to, you know what I mean? Like maybe it wasn't cooked all the way, or it was old, it catch salmonella quick, like you know, maybe the pig itself had something wrong with it. But you know, in the era of not just salt cured pork being kind of the main way you get pork through you know, bacon's salt cured, like pork belly or whatever, you have like antibiotics that you give the pigs now. Like it's safer to eat that meat. It's an actual alternative, you know. But I got lists. I've also been faced with health challenges where your faith has to kind of meet up with science, and you're like, well, here's what I can eat. When you have like as restrictive diets as I've had, and it's like, well, yeah, I'm gonna take that pork chop. Fuck it. The universe is just gonna have to do what it will with me, and I'm still here. Let's see. Yeah, Mama Maria's and Vinny's have outside seating with lights. It's so nice, buddy. Word, Curly. Yeah. Michelle says, so I talked to my husband and I am thinking of bringing back our Twitch and YouTube channels. Michelle, you absolutely should. You absolutely should. I miss my buddy named Bud. Your buddy named Bud. He worked at a restaurant in town for years. Last year he went to eat at Denny's with his family, and when they went to leave, he grabbed his chest and fell in the parking lot. Whoa. You haven't eaten Denny's since your homie Bud passed away at a Denny's. That's wild. Passed away in the parking lot of a Denny's. It's weird when mortality can grab you, huh? Happen anywhere, anytime. It's wild. We had a YouTube and Twitch channel called Midnight Graveyard where we would review gothic music and talk about Wicca and paganism and generally have discussion with our midnighters. Weird. The name we gave to our subscribers. Right on, Michelle. Yeah, you should bring it back. You should bring it back. And never stop bringing it back. You should keep doing it. I'd encourage anybody who feels like they have something to say to get a YouTube channel, baby. It's a good idea. It's a really good idea. You got him, smoke him. It's that time. It's that time. Turn these beats up a smidge. Ooh, Curly says, I swear I think Denny's food is so greasy. There has been times I've eaten there in the past and thought I was gonna die with chest pains. I swear I think that food is so greasy it killed my friend. Hey man, I don't know how fast an artery can clog, but I definitely agree with you with Denny's being greasy. I don't really like Denny's or IHOP. I'll go for a Waffle House before any of those. If I don't have a Waffle House available, I'll go for that. If I've been kicked out of every Waffle House available, I guess I'm going to Denny's. You know. But me, when I would drink, would have that problem. Boy, I get kicked out of a Waffle House. How you doing today, John? What's up, bud?
Hey, I just want to give you a quick compliment, man.
Yeah. Shoot away.
I really appreciate, and I'm going to drop out after I say this, I really appreciate the fact that you are willing to tell somebody who's interested in setting up their own deal. You don't act like, you know, oh shit, I don't want to create competition. You encourage it, man.
Oh,
that's
hell
fucking
yeah.
awesome.
Well, that's my whole point. I want everybody to have the confidence to get their own thing going.
Anti-gatekeeping.
Yeah, anti-gatekeeping.
Well, I can understand you telling me to do that. It's like, yeah, then you won't bother me. But but I mean, no, but seriously, you just encouraged a young lady to, I think it's a young lady, to do her own thing because she was thinking about bringing back her channel or whatever. And that is fucking, that's pretty awesome, man.
That's my that's my main goal too, is to reach out to, you know, and I've met a few different people with kind of Michelle's story where it's like I had a channel, some life stuff came up or COVID came up and I just couldn't do it anymore, but now I have the time and I've been thinking about it again. And it's like, hey, yeah, if you just need somebody to tell you you should, I'll be that guy. You should do it. Make a YouTube channel. I'll pop on it.
That's just part of what makes you such a decent human being, man.
No,
I'll see you later.
Hey, you take it easy, my man. Thank you so much for that. I do like, like Justin said, anti-gatekeeping. Justin and I both come from kind of a music scene that just, I feel like it's lost. It doesn't get a lot of attention in our area, so the people have to really fight for attention, and it breeds this thing that's completely working against the concept of being an artist, in my opinion. And gatekeeping is one of the symptoms of what the musicians and artists in our area that we're from have had to deal with. You know what I mean? Like, I don't blame anybody for it back in our area or anything. Like, I don't think anybody's like solely responsible. I think that shit was there when they got there and they adapted to it, much like I did, and everybody has. that manage to get good gigs there. And it's just shameful. I'll never be like
you're
that.
like anything outside of the main 3 genres, you're basically ostracized.
Yeah, you're basically ostracized, or you have like maybe a venue you can play at that will shut down. You know what I mean? Like it's like you have the promise of a show at a place that's not going to pay you and will shut down soon. You know what I mean? Like maybe you can crack a couple more shows, but in the long scheme of things for your musical career, no one's going to remember the venue that didn't stay open. And you know, I've told people who've tried to book different things I've been in for small bullshit things that are pop-ups, and it's like, dude, I don't really have the time to help you out with that, because I know your venue's not going to be there in 2 rounds of rent, and it benefits me in no way to really. You're not going to pay me. If you were to pay me, it'd be a different story. You know what I mean? Like but it's like when you limit yourself, like, yeah, if that place is like genre hyper focused, like Justin's saying, like if you're not one of 3 things, if you can't be booked for a metal night or like a covers band night or a whatever, I don't, you know, whatever, insert the third one. It changes with whatever works in clubs, you know, hip hop to dubstep. Oh, I love you too, Michelle. Oh yeah, you go hang out with your family, Michelle. But yeah, there's anybody who's looking for needs a little confidence, or just a friend to tell them that they should start a YouTube channel or get their YouTube channel started back up. I'll be that friend. This is a really cool platform and a really cool way to engage with people. And a big part and point of me doing this is to hopefully, you know, see other people pop up. I'd like to be a producer. I just happen to have no camera shyness. So I'd like to produce a show. I don't necessarily want to be the guy on the camera. I've never been before. You know, it just doesn't bother me. I also don't mind doing radio interviews for bands I'm in and shit like that. I've had to do that for bands I'm in. Nobody feels like it. Or people who wrote the songs throw me under the bus saying I wrote them during an interview. Brian. You know, cut my teeth in a certain amount of stage fright pretty young. And, you know, also a place to talk about self-esteem if you want. You know, it's a lot of stuff. A lot of those issues roll back to logistics, A, and B, self-esteem. There's been plenty of times I've started a stream on here where I've got the logistics straight, but my self-esteem's not right. And you have a weird run of episodes. This happens. You have to just work through stuff like that too. Like there's times where your stream's not going to go the way you want. Michelle, you've got experience. I'm sure you can back me up on this. Sometimes everything seems like it'll work out right, and sometimes what it comes down to is just self-esteem or just mood. I'm not feeling it. And you know, you just have to work through those things. That's another piece of advice I'd give anybody looking to start a YouTube channel that's serious about like the grind and actually getting that content up, is work through those feelings, work through that shit, get it out there. There's going to be another episode. You're not going anywhere. The people that like you aren't going anywhere. And you just got to keep at it. That's what I've known people it's taken 2-3 years for them to hit 1,000. I've known people it's taken days to hit 1,000. I've known people it's taken, you know, every kind of amount of time to become a monetized channel and stuff like that. And it's a grind. It's a hell of a grind. But that's my advice, is just grind, do the grind. Get it out there. Start talking on mic until you're comfortable, and you'll be there. Look at yourself on camera. I also suggest anybody who's never, you know, when I started this channel, not only had I not captured my voice into recording equipment in over a decade, I hadn't really seen myself move on camera in a decade. So, like, it was a lot. I spent some time just editing myself. Like, you know what I mean? Like I'd record something and then I'd edit it like a Jenna Marbles video and post it. And in that, you kind of start learning certain things about yourself, your performance, stuff like that. What up, Arianthe?
Hello, hello.
What up, what up, what up? How you doing today?
Doctor.
Yeah. Oh, man, how the kiddos doing?
Oh, Katie's got an upper respiratory infection, so now I've got medicine for that. Maybe we can get on the mend, and I'm trying to work out this whole house fiasco.
Oh, fiasco. Did you not hear something good back? You don't hear back till... Oh, you hear back today.
Yeah, I heard back yesterday, and they shot down our first offer, but they didn't counter offer, so, like, I don't even know where to go with that now.
Can you see if your real estate agent can provide a counter? Like, can we counter, please?
Yeah.
Or did they already choose someone else or something? I don't know.
No, nobody else has looked at it. We're the only people in 4 months that have either looked, because it's been listed for 4 months. Nobody else has looked at it. Nobody else has offered on it. And so I offered kind of low, and I knew it was low, but I wanted to see what their counter offer would be, because let's be honest, I would have taken it.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, I say get your real estate agent to hit him up and be like, we're not trying to offend you with that offer. What do you want? You know what I mean? Like, what's the counter?
Yeah, the unfortunate part is these people are quite elderly. They're like 74, 75.
Oh, shit. They might think they have diamonds. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and there's a whole bunch of antiques in it. Like, there's just a whole bunch of stuff that's left there, and they don't want it back.
What the fuck?
So Derek and I just keep looking at each other like, should we just give them what they want for it? Because I know there's at least that in the basement.
Yeah. And antiques alone. Shit. Yeah. Fuck. Weird situation.
Yeah, I mean, there is porcelain glass Christmas ornaments that are still, like, in the box. There was a dress in the closet that was in a bag from a company that closed in 1938.
Holy shit.
Yeah, so I'm like, I know.
Like, I got museum pieces.
Yeah, they do.
Ooh.
Tons of car parts. Like, it was like walking into your garage.
Yep. Where it's like, oh shit. This is.
Yeah, you walk in and go, oh, fuck balls. What am I gonna do here?
What am I gonna do with this? Could be a room. This could be a room.
Yeah, the entire basement is full of like a home gym and car parts and tools, and I'm like, well, at least I know who to call when I need help pricing this shit.
Yeah, I'll probably watch kids grow up in the space I fucking made on that property, but hear the my mom and my uncle probably bitch about the stuff that's gone and useless for the till they die. Like, they're probably going to be intolerable until they die because something good was done there, and I provided I fucking carved a spot where people could actually fucking live.
Yeah, but at the same time, how dare you get rid of the horde?
How dare I get rid of shit from the 50s that had trees growing through it? Right. They're crazy, dude. It's fucking insane. Like, their sentimentality is the death of them. Like, in my experience, like, that side of my family, I've literally watched their sentimentality kill them. Like my grandfather's like that's really what killed. Yeah, alcoholism, cancer, things like that. But sure, there's also sentimentality. He didn't live healthy because he was emotionally wrecked from being overly sentimental about things. Like,
now, did the cancer stem from possibly something that he had hoarded in that warehouse?
Or just his years and working around crazy chemicals and shit. Like, he also treated his body horribly. So,
That will do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we're like, now what the fuck do we do? Like, I'll offer you closer, but there's some stuff that needs to be done immediately. Like, the water heater needs to be changed. And, he's lived in it for like 11 years. The house is 211 years old. So the last 11 years, it's been completely vacant. And so I'm like, well, shoot.
There's stuff we have to do to get it, livable, like, because it's been vacant for 11 years. So I'm sure there's all kinds of shit that needs to be done, like.
Yeah, exactly. And it's gas, water, and electric. So I'm like, I have to get all those things checked. And then the real estate agent that's working with the family that owns it told my real estate agent, who's been looking for houses for me, we'll get the water, electric, and gas turned on so they can have it inspected. I'm like, I'm not paying for a fucking inspection if you're not going to let me buy the house.
Yeah, dude.
Like 4,000 square feet.
That's crazy.
$500.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm not gonna pay. Yeah, I'm not gonna pay that.
It's crazy. And I get it. They're elderly. Their kids don't want anything to do with it. But I'm talking like first edition Monopoly, first edition Game of Life. They're all up in this like crawl space area, and they're sitting there in trunks. And I'm like, I mean, because they only want $80,000 for it, right? Do I sound greedy? I might be being kind of greedy. But they only want $80,000 for it, and so my first offer was $55,000 just to see what they would counter.
Okay. See, yeah, then they throw. That's fine. Then you might see them budge on that 80, drop down to even if they drop down to 78. Hey, that's some room. You know what I mean? Like,
even if it was 78, even if they came back and they were like, "You take it as is at 78,000," I'd be like, "Sold,
done."
Let's go.
Yeah, I was just trying to get you to budge off of 80, even $1,000. Like that's
I'm just trying to make you fluctuate a little bit. That's all.
Yeah, I bet if you get your real estate to get back in touch with their people, you could probably get something figured out. If we could just get you in a room with somebody that's making decisions too, I know, we cousins, you can get it worked out.
Shit happen, and that my poor real estate agent, she's the sweetest person in the world, and she's so patient with me because I am not patient. And so whenever we were putting the offer in, she was like, "I'm gonna have it sent over in the morning." And I'm like, "How about you send it over to them tonight so they can have it by morning?" And she was like, "Okay, I'll do that too."
Damn. I know you'll get it. I still have a good feeling about it. I got a feeling these old fucks will budge.
Derek and I do too. That's the thing, is like, Derek is very one of us is pessimistic, one of us is optimistic, and I'll let you take a guess at which one is which.
Word.
But Derek walked into the house with me and was like, we both just kind of looked at each other, and he went, "This is it." And I was like, "Yeah, I think it is." And I was like, "There's a lot of stuff that needs to be done." He goes, "It's fine, we can do it." And I'm like, "Yeah, I believe you." And then so we started pricing out the house around the area. Now, Tulsa's not super far away. Stillwater's not super far away. Oklahoma City's not super far away. We get all those things done, and boom, you got a $500,000 home.
Yeah. No, you could.
We paid $80,000 for it. I was
gonna say you could really. That could, yeah. Well, with Derek's skills, I mean, the longer you're there and the longer you improve, the more you're gonna add to that. Yeah. $250,000 to $500,000 home you're gonna leave behind.
By trade, like, he will get that shit taken care of. There's some drywall work that needs done, which is no big deal. We both are like, we can do it, not a big deal.
Yeah.
And he's a plumber, and my brother-in-law is an electrician, and so we were set to go. And then they shot us down. I was like, damn it, what do they want for it? She's like, I don't know, they didn't counter offer.
Yeah. Ooh, Michelle's coming at us with some YouTuber stuff. Let's see here. Yes, I remember when Devin and I did our first episode of Midnight Graveyard. The stage fright was hard, but eventually with my husband's love, I got better at opening up on camera. There are episodes where I would go on rants about things I was passionate about. Yeah, damn straight. That's I feel like I'm dragging Lux into shit like that all the time. We used to have a thing called the Late Show Tonight Nights, and yeah, that was the format, was me try to crack Lux up. Let's see, I think my worst episodes were the episodes where I couldn't hide my tears or anger when we did discussions on the church cover-up of the priest who abused little... Yep. You felt like I was at worst for crying and showing your anger. Look, sometimes you have to show emotions. Yeah, I know I cover things that make me emotional all the time. Like,
I ugly cried watching the police cam footage from Petito. I ugly cried.
That was a tough one.
Yesterday
was a really tough episode of the Tattered Map. Like, yeah. Tough. Like, one of those, it's like it's one of the most important episodes of anything I've done on this channel so far, in my opinion, because it's information.
Rough, but I learned a lot.
Right, particularly about how long, stretching, and old this problem is, and this resource, this conspiracy we're talking about. they've commodified this horrible human problem, and it's my head's still spinning from yesterday a little bit, but there's times where I get, but I'm also looking for things to cue me into rants. It's kind of a big part of my my format. I'm an improv guy, so I'm looking for someone to say something to get me ranting. That's my favorite shit in the world. It's like the purpose of crowd work.
I want to see Michelle's episodes.
I do too. Do you have your back catalog still up on Midnight Graveyard? Is the channel called Midnight Graveyard?
I'll find it.
Yeah. Be sure to drop the links and to share that everything in Discord. We're entering the weekend, and I've been working on music on the weekends, and I got some beats to send Stan Odie, and I think I'm gonna have to insist that Stan Odie ASAP send me verses back. I don't care if it's complete songs or one verse, 16 bars, 8 bars, I don't care. I want raps back on my beats from Stan Odie.
I want so badly to hear what he has sent you, but he hasn't posted it, and so I don't want to intrude, and I don't want to be an asshole and be like, send me your fucking music.
Yep, that's another reason I'm like, hey, throw like 16 bars on this beat, and then share the shit out of it. Just call him out. Just share the shit out of it. Look at Stan Otis, shares fucking all of his social media. Shares shares his full record.
If you don't release a Spoon Boys album, I'm gonna be so mad.
He's who I've got in mind. I've been kind of, as I have people entering my sphere as I'm releasing beats, I'm trying to like headhunt who I want to do a Wu-Tang style project with. I want a bunch of people.
Ooh.
Yeah, I want a bunch of people on a Merc mixtape.
Yeah, that would be super cool. Get everybody involved. That would be fucking rad.
Yeah, as many rappers as I can is kind of the plan. But I'm also looking for like people with the right sensibilities. Someone like Stan Odie, who like, we know he's got the right. He's part of the show. He's funny as hell. He's my favorite. He's my little spoon bro. That's my boy.
I just saw John's message where he said, let me know if there's any figures or anything. There's a gas-powered RC car still in the box that, according to eBay, is worth like $800.
Yeah.
And there's like trunks and stuff that I haven't even opened because I don't want to go through their shit while I'm just looking at their house.
Yeah. Oh, John, Stan Odie, Stan Boy, Stan Yay. He's got a few. Yeah, Stanny. Staniel is what Lux calls him. He's a frequent on the show. He's my main man. He's my Jamie, pull that up. The Masa to my Tatsu. If anyone watches Way of the House Husband, I love him. I really, 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 really want to produce a record for him.
The peanut butter to his jelly. That's what I told Erica the other day. I was like, you're the peanut butter to my jelly.
The peanut butter to my jelly. Yeah. It's not my thing, but we need to have someone drop a bleh in a track.
I'll do it.
I've never actually added my, one thing I like about the production of Timbaland, right? So we did like all the Missy Elliott stuff. A track you would all probably know by Timbaland, across the board, any demographic, is Bringing Sexy Back by Justin Timberlake, right? So he did Sexy Back. And he always puts himself in his beats. So Timbaland, it's I'm bringing sexy back, and then Timbaland with, yeah, like right in the mic, like, So there's like I might call in responses if that shit doesn't seem cheesy to me. But I'm somebody who's like no hooks. I gotta hear some verses before I even decide if a hip hop song needs a hook. I'm kind of a old school hip hop guy. I want to make a record of, I want to hear your 16. I want to hear your, I want to hear your 32. I want to hear some verses. I don't give a fuck about a hook yet.
You're so much more like knowledgeable about it. I just make shit that's out of everyday sounds that I hear walking around town.
That's kind of what I'm doing. Yeah.
All of my voiceovers, like all of my audition tapes and stuff have backtracks that are just remixed street sign noises.
I listen to when I walk around town, I listen to I hear what people are listening to in their cars a lot. and the hip hop fans around here are hella loud, and that's really convenient for me. That's really convenient for me. So the city's been informing what I've been doing, and it sounds different than other stuff I've done. You know, but I feel again like I'm also spiritually making beats for MF Doom, and he's dead and wouldn't fuck with me anyway.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah. But I've kind of taken influence from this area in a way I didn't necessarily anticipate I would, and it's been cool as shit.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. But now I've got 16 beats, and where's the rappers? I need rappers. All of them. I need like 12 of them. Minimum. Minimum.
Bring you all the rappers.
Minimum.
If I knew a shit ton of rappers, I don't.
Yeah.
The only rapper I know is trying to get into and I didn't even know this was a thing, the country rap game, and I don't even know what the fuck that means.
You know that look, there's an older demographic that really likes that shit. Yeah. There's an older
It's starting to come back real hard again.
Well, he sent me some of his stuff, and as it turns out, it just sounds like one of my cousins trying to mumble the words to Slim Shady.
For some reason, there's a big ass demographic of baby boomers that love that shit. Yeah.
I'm really not surprised it's boomers, though.
We're 10% boomers. It's weird. I don't know. I remember. I feel like I love it that my young ass can speak to people from such a wealth of experience, but I've talked so much shit on old people on camera that I'm surprised y'all tolerate me at all. I'm part of the okay boomer problem. I'm
Probably the people that say the same shit you do.
It's true. That's true. It's like-minded elderly people, I guess. I wouldn't
talk shit on people his age all the time.
I wouldn't change it for the world. And since I've started the YouTube channel and saw that analytic, it changed me. I was like, fuck, I do respect that generation more than I ever have in my life.
Is that our analytics? Are those the people that we're pushing to?
What?
Is that like the demographic of people that we're...
No. It was roughly 10%, and then it increased there for a period of time because of things I'll tell you about off air, but like... No, that's definitely not the goal to have a strictly baby boomer demographic. I'm not the goal, not who no, they're definitely there. 10% on average. So 10% of a given 200 plays is going to be over 65 years old.
Interesting.
Yeah, or in the baby boomer generation, or just over 50, like the 55 to 65 demographic is.
Yeah.
They're there like
I do love all of the people that we have in our community that are over the age of 50. I'm in love with them. I just love them, every one of them.
Yeah. How about Richard Cheese versions of songs? Richard Cheese. Don't remember Richard Cheese. But it's talked about or not.
Talking about weird music, and we're gonna go down that road. Have you heard Kid Rock's new song?
No, I still hold firm. Yeah, Kid Rock is still making music. Look, yep.
Yeah. I didn't realize it was him at first. Derek just walked in with a shit-eating grin on his face and played it for me, and I was like, "Oh shit, Weird Al came out with a new song."
Yeah.
And it turns out it was Kid Rock, so fuck.
That shit. Hey.
So, I want you to experience it when I'm able to listen to you experience it.
I'll have to listen. We'll have to do a Discord listen through, because I'm pumped. I want if Kid Rock's management ends up hearing this for some weird fucking reason, I want them to know that the offer's still on the table for me to do a throwback record. I want him to redo his old shit back when he had Kid and Play hair. Yodel in the Valley. I'm talking before he had the long hair shit. Yeah. Are you guys talking about Weird Al?
Well,
no, sorry, in the chat I can't tell what they're getting. They said Richard Cheese. You know who Richard Cheese is?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I probably do. I just can't put a name to a face.
Oh, he says gin and juice done as Frank Sinatra. Oh, yeah. I'm
Hey, John Boy.
Weird Al's one thing. I can get pretty uppity about some things. I can be a music critic. That's my field. You know what I mean? So I probably have the most opinionated opinions on music out of everything I've probably talked about.
Hey, Mark.
Yes, sir.
I definitely sounded like an asshole. I was like, oh shit, we're not done with a new song. And Derek just
right?
Let me say one thing, man. There's a song they used in the Dawn of the Dead remake, and I'd never heard of him either, but Richard Cheese is the guy, and he does that version of "Get up, get down with the sickness, motherfucker, get up." You know, he does it in the style of, like, you know, 1950s crooner type thing, but he does "Welcome to the Jungle," you know, and he did "Gin and Juice," you know, and I don't know, it's just he's like a novelty act, like a
Yeah. Okay, I remember that from that movie. Yeah. Okay, that's Richard Cheese. Gotcha. Gotcha. You take it easy. Take it easy, my man. But yeah. Oh lordy, that yeah, I'm not.
You know who that is.
That stuff's normally not really my jam, but I don't know. I listen to a lot. I listen to a lot of myself. I make music, so sometimes I get stuck in a little hole of, you know, I'm listening to a niche interest specifically because it's what's inspiring me in the moment.
Yeah, I cannot wait until you hear this song, because you're gonna think the same thing I did. You're gonna be like, wait, are you sure it's not a parody?
Are you sure this isn't a joke? That's how I felt about when when I heard the lyric "Sweet Home Alabama" all summer long over the riff to Werewolves of London. I was like, this is going to be a problem. This is going to be a problem. Cut to everybody thinking that's the riff from Sweet Home Alabama. And it's like, dude, I knew it. Kid Rock didn't even know what riff that was.
Better he just couldn't afford Sweet Home Alabama, so he went with the closest thing he could find.
Oh, I wonder. That's a really good theory, Justin. I wonder if there's a version, of that song with the Sweet Home Alabama riff, and Leonard Skinner said, "No, you can't afford us, baby." Ooh, all 8 of them. Being one of the 8 guitar players in Leonard Skinner, dude. I've never seen so many. I don't know why they need that many band. They got more guitar players than the Foo Fighters. Still,
I mean, I don't know how many they need, but that's how many they need.
Didn't Slipknot do that for a while, where they had like 4 or 5 guitarists on tour, but never did any guitar solos?
They sure did, and yeah, like there were no guitar solos on the. Yeah, they were. It's like, why that many? And they're like, for thickness. Just get more amps for 2 guitar 3 guitar players is plenty.
Stereo amp it.
Yes, stereo amp it. Yeah. Justin and I talking like people running a stage. Like, yeah, you need to stereo it. That's crazy. Why am I running sound like this? Why you got 5 guitar players, dude? What are you, the Wu-Tang clan of guitar players? What, you don't need that many. I don't got that many DIs. Oh. We're gonna have to mic the amps. Like, that's what we want. I'm like, but the feedback, they sound like a nightmare. Someone has 5 percussionists, says Unholy Kev. Holy shit. 5 percussionists, dude. There was one dude that's like, he hits a keg. You know what I mean, with the bat. Bing. I remember that guy.
Fucking random.
I remember that guy.
The most memorable person I've seen at a live show was the saxophone / tambourine player for Fleet Foxes.
Oh yeah, Fleet Foxes had a tambourine.
He started playing tambourine. He was dancing all over that stage like a madman.
He definitely dropped some.
At a certain point, Where's Lawrence? We had Severin playing mandolin, a big ass tom drum. I think he played guitar sometimes. Like, we had to play so much different shit.
Played the mic stand, the stage, a couple sticks that we randomly found outside of the venue.
One time he's played a few different ladies' restrooms floors with his vomit. That was a wild show we had one time at George's. We were in the front room at George's, and I look over at him, and big homie just turns green, and I'm like, what's going on? And he walks off stage. We're during sound check. We're about to start. Or no, we've already started a song. His part's about to start. he walks off where I can't see him, comes back and hops into his part perfectly, flawlessly. Perfect show. He was fine. No fucking perfect out of that dude every time. You could put 1,000 drinks in him, but he'll play every part perfectly. Sev is always good with him.
As much as I want to punch him in the face, I miss him.
He showed up in the chat a month ago. Just an account named Dr. Baby said love you, and this is a lot more than a jazz project now. Said it sure is a lot more than a jazz record now. I think the last time I talked to him about Merc, I was still just making jazz records. Like, hey, I'm doing this KPM remix stuff, and you know, if you got some time, come check it out. But yeah, anyway, what I found out happened when he left stage was he went around the corner to the women's restroom, kicked the door open, and like projectile exorcist puked into the women's restroom. And then came back on stage acting like nothing happened. Like nothing happened.
Right.
Yeah, like nothing happened. Oh.
See, all while tucking his gum in his cheeks, so he doesn't.
Yep. So he does. Yep. It's like slick ass puke moves. Like damn. I've only seen him look at me and panic while playing live, and it was the rehearsal where I dropped my first kidney stone.
Oh no.
Because I'm pretty solid myself. Like particularly in that band, it's like I don't really I can play that music for 3 hours straight, and I'm like 20 minutes into a rehearsal, we're into a song, and I forget the notes. I go green. I can't think, and I look up at Sev, my big Bubba, and he's looking at me like I look like a ghost. You know what I mean? He's looking at me like I died already.
No.
And I was like, oh no. And I just took my bass off silently and went to the bathroom and rolled around in pain for like a good hour, it felt like.
Oh no.
Yeah. Called my father. My father was like, fuck, I'm on the way. I know what it is. And then hung up. Didn't tell me what it was, bastard.
Oh.
I know. He forgot. He was too panicked to come get me.
It's not even coming back. You should probably start calling around finding the doctor. Nope, you're good. I'll be there in 20. He
shows up, and it's when he calls me back that he's like, all right, get in the fucking car, kidney stone boy. And I'm like, that what you think? Oh, thank God it's a kidney stone. Oh, fuck, it's a kidney stone. It's one of those like, thank God I'm going to live. Oh, fuck, I got to piss a stone.
Right.
And yeah, it was my first, I remember my girlfriend at the time driving me home from that hospital trip. And boy, that was the first time I had like hella IV drugs. Like,
that's awful.
Like a lot of IV drugs. I was lit as a titty on the way home that night.
Lit as a titty.
I was on one, dude.
I swear that's never gonna make me not laugh.
I was high as giraffe pussy. Let me tell you that. I was off. And yeah. But I've also, baby mamas, she's seen me get a whole bunch of plasma drawn, immediately light a cigarette. And they're like, don't do that. I'm like, I'm fine, motherfuckers.
Oh, no.
I'm dead inside. You don't even know. You got game. You pay me for this dead-ass plasma. It shit probably smells bad. That's what I think about my plasma when I see it. Pull that up, shit probably smells bad. I see the dude across from me, his plasma looks clean as shit. I look at mine, I'm like, it's probably gross as shit. Bro, it smells bad. Bet mine smells like Funyuns. As I felt every time I left BioLife, I'm like, I gamed y'all. Ha
I got $50 for nothing.
Yeah, you guys got that gross ass juice from me. You can't do nothing with that plasma. It's dog food. It's gonna be turned into dog food.
That's such an odd fact that freaks me out every single time I hear it.
They use human plasma in the production of dog food. Yeah.
Yeah, that is so strange to me.
Yeah, it's weird. I had a phlebotomist explain that to me at BioLife when I was donating plasma years ago, and I was like, "So what happens with the plasma?" Like, of course, I'm asking that. I'm like, "What happens if it's like rotten?" You know what I mean? He's like, "Oh, well, it becomes dog food if we can't put it in a human." I'm like, "Oh, that's cool. At least I'm feeding something. At least I'm doing something with it, Or at least you guys are doing something with it." If this is the white blood cells from my body, they're aggressive and hateful, and I got an autoimmune disease, so you can have my plasma. Fuck it. I don't want this shit.
Just trade me that.
Yeah, give me. Can I have some of his? Like, that's not how that works, sir. I see straws in your break room. I could sip on some of his plasma.
That's fucking nasty.
I'm over here, y'all are pulling what looks like curdled Funyun out of me. Homeboy over here has green tea. The hell? You know what I'm saying? That plasmas look rotten in the past, dude. I'm unhealthy. Yeah. I can't help it. That's how I felt about it every time I saw it. I was like, oh, well, that looks like green tea. That dude's plasma looks delicious. Am I a vampire? Do I have an iron deficiency or something? Yeah. My plasma looked rotten almost every time. I think there were a couple times that, you know, in the midst of taking really good care of myself, where my plasma looked I looked good. That shit looked like everyone else around me.
High dollar liquid gold.
Yeah, most of the time it looks like someone dropped some cottage cheese and some Coca-Cola, baby. It's not a good time, whatever they're pulling out of me.
Even if they don't want to buy your plasma at BioLife, I bet you they'll buy it somewhere. I mean, there's a fucking market for titty milk.
Yeah, right. There's somewhere hawking human milk.
$5 an ounce, and at the time I was like appalled, you know. But now at 30, realizing that I'm broke as shit, I'm like, I should have fucking done that.
Right. See, there's a I've heard on there's, you know, because you can't online sell human product, right? Like you can't sell bone anymore and shit like that. You can't sell things that came off a human like that. But there's a place people are buying human breast milk.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
a big deal.
I mean, yeah. Fucking wild. It was an episode of Good Mythical Morning forever ago where they were doing like a milk taste test, like a blind taste test. Like, hey, guess what milk this is? And they hit one milk and they're like, I don't know, this is gross. That's human milk. They're like, oh, what?
Yeah.
How'd you get it?
Like one of their coworkers' breast milk.
No, they bought it.
They bought it?
Yeah, it's like Craigslist or some shit. It only kept says Craigslist, but no, they did. They bought it from an actual reputable source. I thought like there was a place in California for sure that you could source like human breast milk.
In California, all the milk alternatives.
What was it, Arianthi?
Oh, sorry, I said in California they got all the milk alternatives.
Oh yeah, they do. They really do in California. I know. I've been in restaurants as far as from Southern California to Northern California. Every one of them had like milk options.
Did you ever hear Lewis Black talk about soy milk? He says, soy milk. He said, I can't deal with that. I mean, have you ever seen a soy titty?
That's how I feel about almonds. We found a way to milk almonds. The driest of nut. That's how I feel like.
I just wanted to ask you to say that line again, man. You just said you were as high as giraffe, Wu-Tang.
Yeah, high as giraffe pussy, dude. That's one of my favorite ones. As high as giraffe pussy. You also hear me say when the steaks get high that the steaks are giraffe meat, like it's giraffe steaks, because the steaks are high. You know what I'm saying? That's giraffe meat right there. The steaks are so high it's from the ass of a giraffe.
Yeah, I like to say when I'm really tired. More tired than a one-armed traffic cop with eczema.
I like that one.
I'll get you later.
You take her easy, John Beam. Oh man.
He's tossing, and every time he tosses, I'm like, oh.
Yep, there he is, buddy. Hey, the favorite caller in, baby.
I love him.
I love John B to death. Man, there's just little sayings too, man. One of my favorite things in the world. Shout out my friend Mike. We grew up together, really, is what I'll say. You know, Mike's kind of like a big brother to me. My friend John's older brother, and their family really took me in when I was a teen in a way that, you know, there wasn't necessarily a stable home where I was coming from, and they were always kind of like this like epitome of stability. I'm Owen Wilson, they're the Tenenbaums, using the Royal Tenenbaum. You know what I'm saying? Like I might show up dressed like a cowboy, fucked up, but they treat me like family. And Mike he woke up in the hospital the other day and his car was destroyed. He survived without a scratch on him. Yeah. Survived a crazy.
Something on your.
Yeah, on my Facebook. Yeah. And I'm just Yeah, I could get emotional about it, but I'm just really glad you're still here, brother. That got me. One of those things where, you know, yeah, it's I'd posted a quote that it was from the Wu-Tang and American Saga. I think it's Riz's mom is trying to quote Confucius, or is quoting Confucius, and says, "Every man has 2 lives. The second one starts when he realizes he only has one."
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's when he posted that photo of that, and it just, I'm so glad you're still here with us, dude, and I love you to death. We've both lost a lot of people, and I'm glad you're not on anyone's list of people to mourn. I fucking A. And dude's survived more than this. That's his story to tell, but motherfuck. Just really glad for my friends that survived crazy shit. I mean, it's just, man.
Jared and I were having a discussion about people that we went to school with. Have you realized how many of those people aren't here anymore?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's so wild.
Yeah. I've lost some pretty close people to the family too, from some pretty weird, violent shit. Like, yeah. Life, the way it moves, man, the way the world moves, the way the universe works. It's it can get right on top of you, and it's just, sometimes it's your time, and it sucks. I fucking hate losing people, man. It's
yeah,
it's just
rough.
tough every time.
It's rough, and sometimes it's really it kicks you in the face. Like Justin will know exactly who I'm talking about. I know you know who I'm talking about. I lost a friend this year that was like, I can't even talk about it.
Yeah.
You know, I can't even talk about it without sobbing. There's songs in the car that play that I'm like, I can't do it. You know?
Yeah.
And I just can't. And it humbles me.
Yeah.
I feel like I could know what you're talking about, but my brain says I don't.
Yeah.
Jess.
Oh, God, yeah, duh.
Yeah. That's been a tough one too. That's why
I tried to find her grave the other day, but I don't think they have the stone up yet.
I don't think, I've talked to her husband, I talked to her sister. I don't think anybody has the money to put a stone out. So after I get moved and shit, I'm going to try really hard to gather up the funds to put a stone out.
Yeah.
Let me know.
Yeah. As strange as this might sound, Justin's presence, even if he's busy while in the Discord, the part of me that feels sorrow from Jess is it's like having a blanket around me, man, and I want you to know that. I don't know if you know that, but that's, I'm not said a lot about her, but that's been a tough one.
I definitely don't give Justin the credit that I think he's owed, because I don't think he realizes just how much I appreciate his presence, not just here, but outside of here as well.
In
it's
life,
very,
yeah.
very comforting to talk to him as much as I do.
Yeah.
I'm gonna talk about you while you're sitting here,
Yeah.
Justin. I love you.
It's nice having you around. I
Love you too.
That was a tough one. I have a lot I could say and a lot I feel, and
Loss is fucking hard, man.
Yeah.
And so if you've been through something where you should have fucking died, because I know I have, I'm glad you're still here and I love you.
I needed a Marty hug after that news. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I'm not allowed because Rachel.
Isn't she gone?
Yeah.
Oh. Then he should drop that bullshit. She's not around anymore. I love him to death.
He invited me to his going away party, and she messaged me like the day of, and she's like, "Not you," and I'm like, "What? What did I do?"
Fuck. What the fuck? Yeah.
And Jess got uninvited too, so it wasn't just me.
It was one of those things where it's like you see someone mistreating
Me too. Don't feel bad. She didn't like any of it.
any of it. Yeah. Well, we were telling Marty that every time they'd have beef, we'd be like, dude, we see her abusing you. Like, she's genuinely being abusive to you, dude.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was, and it was weird.
Yeah, it was, cruel as shit at a certain point when we were kids. I was like, I've never seen a lady treat a man that way. Like, that's crazy.
No.
Like, You're supposed to trust him, and he's done nothing untrustworthy. He's the most trustworthy motherfucker I know. One of the nicest humans I've ever met. Give the shirt off his back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, what? I don't know. But I'll probably take Marty's side in anything, even if he did something. Even if he did do something, I'd probably be like, yeah, tell any cop. They're like, you know this man? I'd be like, yeah. Like, he did something. Like, no, you got the wrong guy.
No, he didn't. Wrong guy.
You got the wrong guy. Wasn't him. Why? I promise you.
I'm like, no, if somebody ever came to you and was like, Justin fucked up, I'd be like, no, he didn't. You did.
Yeah. Like, well, yeah. If it's like a local cop, it's like, well, you pulled me in here for a reason because you know I would know, and I'm telling you no. No. No, ain't nobody doing nothing. No.
Exactly.
He's the opposite of trouble. He's pulled me out of trouble. He's come and picked me up from trouble. And chastised me for having been in a troublesome situation. Like, I should know better. Like, he's been more than a good friend. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, he's been a hella good friend. He just, man, much like a lot of really good guys, susceptible to that shitheel lady who just is honestly like an outlier in that in the female demographic, in my opinion. Like, ladies like that, it's weird. They can almost see it, like, oh, he's a nice guy, I'm gonna fucking run over him.
Yeah, let me run him over with my fucking truck.
Yeah.
She was the one that kept claiming she was like cursing him and all of us all the time, right?
Yeah.
Yep, never felt any of that.
Nope, never did. Was always surprised when she was angry at me, and I was like, for what did I do?
Yeah. What did I? Yeah.
I don't know people that are mad at me. I don't do anything to piss people off. What did I do to you?
I think he heard from Martin trying to be sweet that we didn't want her at this or that, so she just assumed the whole crowd didn't fucking like her, which is fair. I didn't like her. Right. You know, like, I
mean, she wouldn't be wrong, but knowing him, he probably came off with like, you know, so my friends are really concerned about this, and she just lost it.
Yeah. Dude, she got drunk one time and hit on Brandon when we went to see Coheed and Cambria.
Oh my gosh.
Like, in front of him. It was fucking, it made me pretty mad. Like, dude, that's ridiculous. That's really
upsetting.
Hey, Martin, you gotta move on from that shit, dude. You gotta know more of that.
Hello, Brando. How's he doing?
Last time I checked in, really good. I haven't talked to him in a while, but been meaning to shoot a message and kind of just pop in and see what he's up to. It looks like life is going good. I think as far as
he was doing paintball stuff all the time.
Oh yeah, he was living that life hard. Last time there was a period of time I was going to his apartment quite a bit, and he kind of helped me cue into the apartment maintenance lifestyle. So last time I heard from him, he was doing apartment maintenance. He's an on-site property guy, and he's who ended up kind of getting me into that field. I was doing maintenance for hotels, hanging out with him occasionally, and then he called me one day and was like, yo, they need a dude at at this certain location. Can you show up for an interview? And I'm like, hell yeah. Got that job. Like, quick as hell. So
that's awesome.
Yeah. So as far as I know, he's still doing apartment maintenance, laying it down. He's got a wife, a stepson. He's crushing it.
Aww.
Yeah, crushing it. Got that goatee came in, dude. Brando finally got that goatee looking strong too, by the way. I don't know if you hear this, Brando. I want you to know your goatee's looking good, bro.
I have some very specific memories of Brando Commando playing drums with his ding dong.
Oh yeah, he'll play drums with yeah, dude. He'll play drums with his dick. He'll play drums with his dude. Yeah, the most busted up I've ever left a bass was I tried to throw a bass through his bass drum and it broke a fucking tuning key off at the music hall when we were like 15.
The fucking music hall.
I don't think I've ever wrecked gear as hard as on Brandon's drums. It's like on his shit, like, which you get in other bands and you find out that's really expensive equipment. They don't like that.
Yeah.
This ain't your brother you can just horse around with like Brando. Yeah. I was telling the story yesterday. Like we all grew up together, and but Brando and I, for the first year we knew each other, didn't really like each other.
I remember you telling me that at one point, and I was like, "You guys are like super tight now.
Mm-hmm. He's still to this day one of my best friends in the world, and I feel like we could catch up like we haven't missed a day, and like like we could sit down and talk like we haven't missed a beat. But yeah, no, it's one of those like almost anime brotherhoods. You know what I mean? Like it's like you fucking fight each other and argue with each other until you're best friends. It's definitely one of those. Like I definitely felt jealous as shit when he first showed up in the band as a kid.
So I have a news thing that might be interesting.
Yeah.
Plumber finds envelopes of cash and checks behind the walls of Joel Osteen's megachurch.
Did you not see that? Let me tell you how shocked I was when I saw this earlier. I thought you saw it. I am so sorry. I saw it this morning.
Oh, it would have been a headline today. It would have been in the title. Whoa.
Sorry.
Whoa.
Yes. And they were talking about that fucking burglary that he had and shit. Like, the plumber fucking found it behind the wall in, like, one of the bathrooms or some shit. Yeah. 600 grand just sitting there.
600K?
600 grand just sitting in the wall.
I just posted it in the WTF news.
Yeah, please look at that.
I can't figure out why the plumber turned it in. Like, if I were that plumber, I'd have pocketed that shit and left.
It's been a day.
And he's not letting people sleep in pews when there's floods?
Exactly, like Harvey.
Of course, he's got too much money hidden in the walls.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Fuck! Who? What? That? Where did it? Ooh, I about to say, where did it come from? It came from the people that go to the church. Fuck! What a
There was
scummy
like
dude.
600,000 that went missing from the church's funds. That I guess I don't know, whoever deals with that has been trying to account for. It like disappeared from their fund once upon a time, and they think it's associated with that.
Oh shit! Fucking A. See, I think the reason it didn't show up on my headlines is because of how Jewish I am and how Jewish my news feed is. I got Israeli news before I got that. I haven't even seen that. I got straight news from Tel Aviv before I got that.
My algorithm was like, you want to celebrate Yule? And I'm like, yeah, that's my plan. I didn't see this.
Yeah, I didn't see this. Damn. Charging the parents was the right decision based on what came out today. Oh, Jameson's here at the top of the show, so he might be time traveling a little bit, but Jameson's here, guys. I wonder what he thinks about Joel Osteen hiding fucking money. How do you defend that? What's that money? Who? It was obviously the missing money from the church funds.
I mean, if it wasn't, why would it be hidden in the wall?
Why stash it without? There's some laundering going on or something.
Why wouldn't it be like in your bank account?
Why wouldn't you have already spent it on some shit?
Yeah.
Or why is it not in Switzerland? Or
that's a lot of money to be like, oh yeah, I dropped it down the vent.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't drop no 600 grand down a vent. What? Oh shit! The intake's on. Were you shooting a rap video near an air intake? What are you talking about?
Well, dragons like to keep their hoard near their nest.
Yeah, that's obviously dude's cave. That's also why I didn't let people in it during a fucking crisis when you're a church. Dude, you don't pay taxes, and there's kind of a deal with that. Like, it's kind of an unspoken bond that you help the community out and then you don't pay taxes. Like, come the fuck on.
Exactly.
It ain't about...
If you're not going to pay taxes, then you have to help your people. If you don't want to help your people, then you have to pay taxes. But we won't even know how much he has. It's in the fucking walls.
Yeah, you're not paying taxes because my cousin can make some fish happen, okay, dude? You're not paying taxes because you're supposed to help the community. Like, what the fuck?
I wonder if they're going to start tearing out more walls now.
Yeah. Oh.
I bet they could get a warrant to do so.
Yeah, Jameson says Osteen runs a very large church. Who is to say that he planted the money there? Yeah, I don't know. I don't trust his smile. That's why. I don't know.
I just have issues believing very much happens there that he doesn't know about.
Yeah. Special guest says that was his...
personality.
Oh, yeah. Special guest says that was his Get Out of Country Now fund.
That's what I was fixing to say. That's his, like, jump ship fund.
Man, what's it, 1992? If you're trying to leave permanently, you don't take 600 grand. You take more than that. But I don't know what kind of shit he's dealing with. I don't know. Yeah.
Hey, Mark, it's expensive. It's expensive to keep that hairstyle he's got.
That fucking weird poof shit he's got going on. I forgot what Joel Osteen was.
Product alone would break me.
Joel Osteen, let's see here. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. That's Hairspray. Brought to you by Aquanet, baby.
He was saving the 600,000 for whenever Aquanet stocks go back up.
Dude, man, fuck Austin. Oh, here's him with Kanye. The fuck? Were they really talking about opening a mega church together?
They were, yeah.
Yeah. What? Allow ads. Fuck it. Get out of here. Oh my god. There we go. Oh my god. I can't read the Los Angeles Times, apparently. It's not allowed. I can look at their images, but I can't read the Los Angeles Times for free. Come on, LA. How broke are you right now? Oh yeah, that's right. Hella broke. Sorry, LA. Sorry, I forgot. I covered smash and grabs on the West Coast earlier. You're hella broke. The whole coast. Man, I still can't believe like Mel wrote like there's no shops in places where there's historically been shops my whole life. Like there's no like clothing shops and shit in certain places.
You voiced that opinion, babe.
I know. I still can't believe that shit. Like,
I'm not surprised.
It's gross. It's gross. Like, there's got to be some governmental relief for business owners. Is that what people are pushing for? The inequity when it comes to being a small business owner. But we grew up in the in Walmart Town, where that's been a debate on the table our whole lives.
Yeah, so what's really interesting about the Walmart Town is the fact that the Waltons, or at least the people related to Sam Walton, who started out as a small business, are the biggest advocates for not helping small business.
Yeah. They don't. Yeah, they want you shut down.
Fuck everyone else.
Yeah, basically. I mean, they make trillions of dollars and they pay their workers bullshit. I know in the break room of the Walmart that I worked at several years ago, there was a flyer that had the number to the local health department so I could call and get food stamps.
Damn.
Yeah, and I was like, what the fuck are we doing?
Oh, Lordy.
Well, hell, it wasn't until just like 5 years ago you could use food stamps to get produce here.
Yeah.
Oh, at the farmers,
You
do they not
buy pre-boxed crap?
do they not do that at the farmers market anymore? I know that the
They
bit
do now.
Oh.
It started about years ago.
Yeah, they do it now. Because I sell like goat milk and stuff, I can work with the government program to be able to sell to people that have food stamps, which is really cool, which is how a lot of other farmers have worked their way into doing it at farmers markets.
I've always wondered how that worked because, again, I bought a lot of produce with EBT when baby mama was pregnant, you know. And I was wondering, like, do they make you become a government subsidy?
Yeah, sort of.
Okay. Like, do they make you, like, do they take anything of yours as surplus, or is it just like you have to give them a record of what you've sold?
Yeah, I just have to make sure that they get a record of what I've sold, and they take a little tiny, I think it's like 2% of whatever I sell.
Okay. Gotcha. Special guest says, oh, what do we got here? Oh, Jameson. The fact of the matter is that a large section of American population has a war on faith leaders. People should view these limited facts with extreme caution. Let's see, special guest comes back with, that is also true. However, I think in the case of the charismatic Christian mega pastors who take in millions but don't meaningfully use it, when viewed in light of so many cases within that culture of economically abusing their flock, well, it's hard for most folks who are aware of that not to have a few presumptions. Yeah. I mean, look, that's why, that's specific. Special guest said it right there. That's specifically why I don't like Joel Osteen. And why I'll call like televangelists, those, I'll refer to them as those shitheel televangelists. And yeah, I do that on purpose. I don't like them. If you follow that shit, we're probably not going to get along about it, and I won't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, we're probably not going to get along about it.
Yeah, like
I've been asked before, like, why do you hate Christianity?
Did Michelle drop it? I'm trying to be. going to be nice and not say what did you say, Michelle? Is that every time I watch him, my thoughts on Joel Osteen are, you are a liar, a fake, and a fraud, and I want your children to burn to the ground, or I want your church to burn to the ground. Word. No, that's a lot of people feel that way, Michelle. You shouldn't apologize for that opinion. Yeah, don't apologize.
I want your children to burn. I was like, oh god.
Not her children. She was not that on fire. That's me. I brought the Wu-Tang sword out. My bad, guys. No. Michelle ain't burning kids. She hopes the church burns to the ground, which is a fair pagan thought. I'm not going to shame you for it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm with you.
Yeah. Is it reasonable to state that it is possible that someone would plant something on Joel Osteen? I believe in this form of American society that it is quite reasonable prelim defense. That's a reasonable preliminary defense. Is just planting $600,000 is an awful big move.
It would be different if it was like there's $100,000, stashed away in a weird corner where nobody goes.
Nah.
But this is $100,000.
Even $100,000, and if it's $100,000 in cash, have you held? You know what I mean? Holding $100,000 in cash. It's not. No, like there's crack. Yeah. If it was some crack or like weed, you know what I mean? Like if they hit some drugs or something, like there's things I would be inclined to think that's for sure.
But this is $600,000 that went missing years ago. So.
Yeah.
If they were trying to get Joel, why would they not years ago be like, hey, we found some money. Look at this crazy shit, if they were trying to go specifically after Joel. But it's been years ago and a plumber found it.
Yeah. Special guest said, hey, I'd sacrifice $600,000 if I was going to end up with access to millions of it. That's if you're I guess if you're the person taking the risk, you'd have to be the person that would end up with the gain. So that would immediately put you on the list. Who stands to inherit everything from Joel Osteen if he's disgraced? You know what I'm saying? You all just said that mega churches are awash in money. Would a different mega church carry out such a plan to take him down? I say this. That's a good question. It could have been maybe a competing mega church. I like that, Jameson. You're right. Absolutely, another mega church would do that as a special guest.
Why the fuck do we have competing mega churches?
We call it the War of the Firsts. Do you know why we'd call it that? because both sides are named some shit like First Methodist and First Baptist.
That's fair.
We call it the War of the Firsts. This is a bunch of very wealthy Christians planting shit on each other.
30 First Baptists within driving distance from me right now.
Whoa. Yeah. There's a first, it's like my favorite is, shit Southern women say. They put 2 syllables in the word shit. They say shit. And, sometimes if you're to ask an older Karen, hey, what do you do on the weekends? Well, my kid, I go to First Methodist. I go to First Baptist. I'm a First Episcopalian. I'm a First, it's like word. They're number 1, apparently. I don't know what the first is to represent. Yeah. I don't know what that's to represent. But... it is a commonality I've noticed. I'll call it the War of the Firsts. What's Joel Osteen's church called?
First something.
Is it the First Mega Money Millions Church of the Lottery Wins? Everyone's like, fuck yeah. You gotta play to win this religion.
Yeah. The church over in Pinnacle, you have to make like a certain amount of money a year to even attend it, which I think is really weird.
I hate that shit.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that whole pay-to-play religion.
Yeah, I have an uncle who's a marriage counselor out of there.
I bet he makes good money.
I have no fucking clue. I don't even know if he's getting paid for it. I don't know. I know it's ways to do it. I know if you fuck up in the family bad enough in that branch, they'll send you to his ass, and that means you fucked up. It means your marriage is fucking ruined. It's over. But I don't mean that as a joke. I mean, you're probably not. Cousins out there who've had to deal with that. I assume you're still married. I don't know, brother. I don't know. Okay, sorry. I was just trying to see if I could just scroll through and... Oh, sorry. What was that?
It's the Lakewood Church.
Okay, you found it? That's what I was scrolling for just now. I was like, okay. Lakewood. Ugh.
What's the denomination?
Let me look.
First Joker, the worst Joker impressionist. Special guest tonight. A special guest and I know of a girl who, if this dude was to put clown makeup on, she'd totally date him. We know a chick that would totally date Joel Osteen if he was dressed up like the Joker.
Is it any dude that's dressed up like the Joker, or specifically Joel?
Well, just specifically ones that could get her clout. She looks for clout at a rodeo, but at the bottom of she's looking for clout at the bottom of the barrel, but that barrel's at a rodeo and it's got a clown in it every time. Yeah. Oh, Michelle says she's missed you so much, Arianthe.
I missed you, Michelle. How's that baby?
Oh, man, I'm loving hearing how they're adjusting to being new parents, you know. It's been a while for you. Do you remember? I know you remember being a new parent, but you know that minute to minute, second to second shit when you're first, you know.
Yeah.
At home.
Man, speaking of, Lincoln's gonna be 5 in a couple of weeks. My birthday's coming up, which means his birthday's coming up because we have the same birthday.
Damn. Oh, Michelle says Rose is good. She's cuddling with her mother in front of the fireplace right now.
Aww. I love that.
Adorable.
Okay, so I found an about section on the Lakewood Church, but it doesn't really tell you what denomination it is.
Okay.
They probably just don't claim one so they can make more money.
Yeah. They say non-denominational. You get in there and they're all fucking... I don't know. Does he lay hands or anything weird like that? Yeah. Or is it more of like he's getting people through... I've noticed this with mega churches. Sometimes they're gaining people just through political ideology, which to me seems... That's sketchy as fuck, dude. Political parties change and the politics is like... the NFL in America. Like you have factions and teams and the people trade people and like what are you taught? Why you don't want to build a faith off of a political motivation.
I dropped the link to the About Me section of the church in the chat if anybody wants to have a look.
Oh yeah.
And then on top of that, like there's the weird group that have started treating Trump like a freaking biblical figure.
Oh man, I hear the QAnoners are finally getting disillusioned and understanding that what they were a part of is a psyop meant to round them up.
Yeah, but there's still a lot in the evangelical movement that aren't quite on, but they might as well be.
You know,
and all of those types, like the ones that are making prophecies.
Yeah.
I have a friend whose mother told me recently that Trump was sent here by God because the world is coming to an end and he was going to lead us into salvation, and Trump versus Biden means God versus the devil.
Yep, I've heard about 30 different variations of that.
Yeah, it's a very interesting thing to hear because, like, on one hand, first of all, I don't want to insult your religion, but I don't think that... pick better idols.
Yeah. Erica says, what's up, Arianthe? What up, Erica?
Hey, girl.
Better hop in this chat. I missed you this... Where have you been the back half of the week? You been working? You been busy?
Oh, she got a job. I'm so fucking proud of her.
That's why I said it. That's why I asked if she's been working, if she's been busy. That's why I said, yeah, I assume you have been. I want to know about it. I hope it's dope as shit.
I'm so fucking proud of her. I have an interview in like 30 minutes, so I'm kind of...
Mail me some of that Colombian roast Dunkin' Donuts coffee, though. I need that. I don't have a Dunkin' close to me. I'm about that. I don't like hot coffee really ever. But I might take it. I might fuck around with I'll do it at Waffle House and Dunkin'. Because I have no respect for my organs.
Yeah, same. I have no respect for any of my internals, so I'm like, give me that.
Yeah. Once I got to the level of unhealthy that I realized my organs are never going to return the respect I give them to me, I'm like, fuck it, I'll drink whatever coffee I want. I'll just drink this black coffee. Give me that. Does it taste like burnt peanut?
After my gallbladder shut down, I was like, fuck everything.
I still can't believe it took me till adulthood to find out men also have gallbladders. I feel like such an idiot.
Really?
Oh yeah, I didn't know that. I had no fucking clue.
Funny.
I thought only women had gallbladders for my entire life. I was raised by women, and I only heard women have issues with gallbladders. And for some reason, I had just in my head as a kid contextualized that only women have gallbladders.
You're like, women have gallbladders, ovaries, uteruses.
Yeah, nobody. Yeah. Nobody had like said that to me, but it was just, I guess, it's something I had come to the conclusion of as a kid.
Oh, that's so cute.
Didn't pay a fucking bit of attention during anatomy.
Cute.
Like,
apparently not, and we took very similar classes at one point, so I know it was said.
Oh, at one point Mr. Hollingsworth told me I would have to get a 105 on a test you can only get a 100 in to pass the class.
Oh no, I just talked to him recently. I love him.
He's one of my favorite teachers. We would just watch YouTube some days.
I don't think he realizes. Yes, I don't think he realizes what kind of influence he had on me as a kid.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he would necessarily give a shit, because I'm sure he hears that all the time. But dude, that man's voice still rings in my head all the time.
He was one of those that had heard from Miss Farley, I think, that I was bored and I was probably going to leave early. And he gave me a level of respect no other teacher gave me. He knew what was up. You know what I mean? Like, there were days where he's like, pass out tests, skip me, and then be like, you want to come hang out? Like, yeah, dude, let's hang out. You know what I mean? Like, he got the deal. He was cool. Like, I was yeah. He's like, why? Well, no, I did have one semester of his class where he was like, why are you funking my class? Someone who's academically gifted. And I'm like, well, I have no interest in the subject at all. You're a fantastic, you're a fantastic teacher. I tell him all the time, like, you're my favorite teacher in this school. You teach better than anybody else. It's just not really an interest I have.
Yeah, he was life-changing for me. Him and Miss Schneiderwin. Miss Schneiderwin was also life-changing.
She was, yeah, she remembers us.
Fuck yeah, she does.
Babe,
it's always funny to me whenever I bump into her, because she'll always ask about you, and she'll ask about Dalton, and she'll ask about Brandon, and I'm like, I only talk to Merc.
She remembered some improv we had during a play. Dalton and I, Dalton called me a fat domino. We had like some cheesy play.
Was that 80 Days Around the World or whatever the hell?
Something like that, yeah. He had improv a line, calls me a fat domino, and it's fucking hilarious. You look like a fat domino. I'm wearing a shirt with a couple polka dots on it. It's fucking hilarious.
So Dalton was my partner one time on a final, and the final was to react a skit from your favorite movie, and we did fucking Pulp Fiction.
Oh yeah, Miss Schneider would be cool with it.
She didn't say it couldn't be a rated R movie, and so we did a skit from Pulp Fiction, right? And whenever we started, and he put the pretend needle in my chest, she was mouth agape, and then kicked us out of class.
Oh, that's right. So she didn't allow that shit.
Once she got out, she goes, "You guys, that was really good, and you did pass. I assume you're going to be here next year, and I probably should put it into my curriculum that nobody can do a rated R movie. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Didn't think I'd have to in junior high."
She describes it like we were the class that showed her how to really, like showed her some holes in her walls she didn't realize she had. Or how easy it is for a student to get fucking straight up electrocuted in class.
What?
I got electrocuted twice in that class.
Yeah. Ow.
I got electrocuted twice.
So this fucking story sticks with me, and it's the funniest.
Oh, you cut out on us.
Let's see if I can tell you this story without.
It cuts out while she says it. Damn.
So what happened was, we were gonna watch a movie. It was a theater production. She pulls in the TV, and everybody's excited, right? Because it's on a pedestal thing. You know what I'm talking about? The big box TVs.
Yep, the old tube TV. Yep.
God, I don't know if I'd be able to tell you this without fucking crying, laughing. So I'm sitting in the front row because she favored me for whatever reason, and she always put you little assholes around me because she said that I was the only one that can make y'all shut up.
Yeah, it's true too.
So I had like Dalton on one side, Brandon behind me, you were next to me, or maybe you switched. But anyway, so she pulls it in, she hands us all paper, and she's like, "You're gonna take notes and answer these questions." Da 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 da. We get done, and Mark goes, "All right, I'm done." He was the first one done. And so she was already suspicious. And so he slammed it down in full confidence and is like, I'm done and all of it's right. And she looks up at him with this smirk and she's like, your fucking name's not on it. And he's like, of course. You know?
Yep. I didn't name or date it.
Yanks it off of her desk and thinks he's going to be fucking cute. Slams it against the TV. Well, he had a mechanical pencil in his hand that had a metal tip. Okay?
It was a nice one.
So he slams this against the TV and he goes to... See, I can't do it. He goes to put his fucking name on it. I can't.
Straight interrupting and on TV that everyone's watching. Like I'm being a cunt. Like,
yeah. He goes to put his name on it, metal tipped pencil, and we all see a jolt of electricity come through his pencil.
Oh shit! So it wasn't grounded.
No,
and it fucking threw him to the ground.
Oh, I folded, just like like my fucking red streak up my arm. I'm like, oh, the fuck. Everyone's dying. No one can breathe. I'm fucking on the ground. I can't breathe. Oh, the fuck happened? I thought I was being gangster as fuck.
The noise that came out of you still haunts me.
It had to have been a prepubescent, like, like.
That was straight up the universe saying, "Hey, calm down a little bit, buddy."
Yeah, cool it, dude. You're not that fucking cool. Zap. Like, looking in front of the look, my hair's all crazy, dude. It shot my hair up.
Miss Schneiderlin stopped, laughs, and then realized she shouldn't. But you're on the ground and you rolled over and you looked up, and I leaned over and I went, "Are you okay?"
He asked me first.
Crying, laughing.
Before the teacher, Miss Schneiderlin's on the ground laughing. She knew I deserved that shit. Oh, that was the first time I was electrocuted in that class.
No, it wasn't the first or the last. But I looked down and I went, "Are you okay?" And you just went,
I couldn't talk. Oh. I felt like I was shocking people just like from static from my hair for the next 4 days. Like,
it was so funny.
It was crazy. Like I caught an electrical charge. I'd fuck up a Nokia battery. Like a fucking whole brick full. Oh man, the second time though, because she moved me directly in front of her, so I was to the side of you. It was like you and then me, because she moved me like to the trouble kid seat, like right in front of her.
That's where, okay, so I think that's where you were behind me to begin with, and
Yes.
Brandon was next to me.
Yes. So when the TV thing happened, I was behind you. But when the second one happened, I was right in front of what was like her auxiliary computer setup.
Yeah.
And there's that computer speaker with some exposed wire, and it was crackling. And I kept shaking it to fuck with her, so because she kept looking up every time she hear the speaker pop. So I kept making the speaker pop, and at one point, I guess my finger touches some exposed wire. This thing shocked the fuck out of me, just as bad as the TV. Like, red arm, my hair goes up, I'm on the ground, like, it happened again! Everyone can't fucking breathe, they're laughing, Miss Schneider was on the ground again, like, I did it again! It's like in the same semester. Like,
yeah, it was this.
It's like, fuck, I've never been
You like threw yourself over and hit me, and I was like, what the fuck is happening?
Me and electricity, we go way back. When it cut to me working as a maintenance man, right? So I have to fix some lights that are all chained together down a hotel hallway, right? They're all daisy chained, and I know a bit about electrical work. It's nothing that we got to call an electrician for yet. I can fix it and stay in code. But here's the thing. When I'm like changing out a ballast or something like that on a live line, the protocol at the time was to do it live. You know what I mean? Leave the line live, or you got to take down lights for the whole fucking floor because of the way the building was set up. Well, my ass blew that breaker quick, dude. I pulled the ballast, I snipped one thing, stripped it so it was exposed, and the way they had these things wired is they're all grounded to the metal framework like that's holding the lights in. So, you know, it's like an office ceiling tile situation. So it has those like metal suspenders that hold the tiles.
Yeah.
They grounded these lights to that.
Oh shit.
And so the moment that
Derek just laughed.
yeah, the moment that active line while I'm doing this live got close enough to the ground of that, it arced, the fucking breaker blew. I'm hearing Dios Mios from the housekeepers. I fall off my ladder. Dude, I'm fucking, oh, it was me and electricity.
Mios fucking got me.
You hear a bunch of Dios Mios, dude. I used to love fucking with the housekeepers. They're my people. The Maricruz. Wait. Not Maricruz. My old, I forget her name. The old head housekeeper at one of the hotels I used to work at. Boy, everybody, they used to scare the piss out of me. They're tiny and they hide behind shit, and scaring me was funny because I'm big. And they make me Dios Mio. And so next thing, I pulled the head housekeeper had an office that was a converted storage closet, but it had the attic access door. I went up in the attic, was fucking fixing some stuff in there, but she came in. I closed the door behind me, dropped down out of the roof to fucking scare her, dude. I used to do shit like that all the time. But
yeah,
man, I've electrocuted the piss out of myself so many times, to the point I'm not even scared of it anymore. Like, like it's got to be like a 220, 240, like one of those appliance lines for me to be like, nah, yeah, I better be careful. You know what I mean? Like it's.
I'll be working in the forge in the barn where the electricity isn't great. So every now and then something won't be grounded right, and I'll get zapped by the machine. It's like, okay, time to keep going.
Yep, just yep. Oh man, my grandfather's house was fucked up in Rogers, the place that I was fixing up to live in. There's a whole side of the house that wasn't grounded. Like the whole ground for my electrical setup there was fucked up.
I'm sure I bugged the shit out of you, but I was always like, are you okay?
Yeah, it ain't burned down yet. Not yet. I'm convinced that place will burn down at some point. I mean, it's fucking insulated with old phone books or whatever. It's a house made of shit people found. I don't know.
It's just backfilled with trash and
yeah, like there's that's an actual I've cut out a lot of like rot and rat's nests and shit out of that place. It was and
it just makes you mad. Like you cut into it and you're like, son of a bitch.
Is that a rat? What's this insulated? Is this fucking asbestos? It's old, so you're like,
probably.
Fuck. Is this asbestos, dude? This place was built in like the 50s. I don't know. But man, what a weird pad. This fucking Lux's apartment is a lot safer. I will say that. Anybody who's worried about me.
I know when you were in Rogers, I was always like, are you good over there? Do you need anything? Like, I can come get you.
No, you're the reason I survived. You and Derek are the reason I survived through that winter, hooking me up with that fireplace. I couldn't have. I wouldn't have been able to keep the place warm without it. I mean, like I would have been able to keep parts warm, but like that thing was why the apartment could stay warm.
Yeah, I'm so glad it worked out well. I was like, the only person I know that really needs this is, and I handed it to you.
Yeah. Ooh, shit. We still got James's special guest. I think we going hard with the Epstein stuff.
Dang it! I'm gonna lurk, but I have to jump off here. I'm gonna go do this interview, and then I'll be back.
Hey, no worries. You take her easy.
Yeah, I love you guys.
Hey, love ya.
Bye.
Let's see what do we got here, Jay. Let's catch people up on the text chat if anybody rewatching hasn't caught it on the screen. Federal age is 18 in Florida varies, but sex trafficking makes age of consent pointless. Exactly. To be fair, the prosecution is coming across as wholly incompetent as well. You know, special guest, that's how it seemed when I woke up. Was Lux said that exact thing. Was like the prosecution seems to be fucking up in the Ghislaine Maxwell case. I would say that in this case, the vast majority of people have no faith in the official story, says special guest regarding Epstein's death. Considering that they won't let it go, the media dogpile isn't surprising. Yeah, and you know, all that the media dogpiling on Epstein is doing is kind of breathing credibility into the defense's case that this is actually Epstein's trial. You know, so this is a really tough one to prosecute, in my opinion. It's also a scary person to prosecute, and it's Comey's daughter doing it, which seems. I don't know if there'd be a conflict of interest, but you would imagine anybody who rubs shoulders with, I don't know, it just doesn't seem right. Something seems weird about this shit. Prince Andrew is a serial. Prince Andrew is the worst public speaker of the entire royal family, Deb. I know you know what I'm talking about. You've grown up watching Prince Andrew just fuck up on camera. That's the worst public speaker in that family. This dude has been stumbling over his words for forever. That bullshit he was saying a decade ago about how you should look at the royals and their lifestyle or whatever. Like, no, we need this because we do this and that. But it's like the way he said it was... Prince Andrew's just, he's one of those bumbling speakers. He doesn't get his point across. He doesn't have, you know he goes in there with a concise prompt and idea and thing to say, but the way it comes out is just so garbage, and then you can tell he's lying. I like the JCS psychology breakdown on his body language and stuff for that most recent interview, you know. Erica says the parents of the Oxford High shooter have been charged with involuntary manslaughter. Wow, sorry, just catching up today. Yeah, Erica, the parents for the Oxford High shooter have they've caught involuntary manslaughter charges. I feel that's appropriate. Special guest agrees with me. I understand people feel like if you don't feel that that's an appropriate charge for the parent, let me know. Special guest and I are under the opinion that, you know, if you're an adult with a child, you should be required to lock your guns up. And they shouldn't be able to have access to them. And if they do get access to them, you've failed as a parent to a degree and are culpable. That's how I feel as a parent, but that's me. I want to hear from you guys on that. If anybody has a difference in opinion on that, please let me know. Erica, yeah, apparently the mom texted him not to do it before he did. Christy, whoa. The mom actually messaged not to give the kid a gun or to not shoot the school up. This is on what basis? I don't know the facts. Oh, I've been stuck at work. Word, Erica. Well, it's because the shooter got the gun from the parents' stash of guns. When they went and seized the guns, one was missing. You know. Oh, she sent a specific text to not shoot the school up. And you still let him go to school? I don't know, man. I still feel like that mom could have been more than a text. It probably should have been more than a text. Speaking as a parent, if you suspect your kid might do something like that, or he's been having behavioral issues, or he stole a fucking gun, you run. You crack the world in half to try to stop that from happening. That's me, but I don't know. She texted him simply, "Don't do it." God, I'll give you this. She tried. You know, there's an attempt at trying to stop your kid from doing something horrible, but it does show that they knew that he was contemplating doing the unthinkable. That's a little different than showing up without your girlfriend, or, you know, that's a time where parent suspicion is, we see right, you know, you don't just text, in my opinion. My daughter was talking to me last night while I was half asleep, and she was all up in my arms about this kid and her mom. She's been obsessed with that case. They had a conduct meeting with him at the parents and the students, which means the parents were there while he had the, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. She also told him about looking up ammo in class. I'm not mad. You need to not get caught. Whoa. Mom should have told the school that her kid was making those threats. What a bitch. I didn't realize the mom hadn't communicated that to anybody else. I thought maybe she had that suspicion in the moment of the text, but this is something the mom knew her kid was contemplating for days. So like a timeline of her knowing her kid was going to potentially shoot up a school goes for days. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's insane. What up, John? How are you doing? Michelle says the question we need to ask is, how do we stop people from reaching the point where they shoot up schools, churches, synagogues, movie theaters, or grocery stores? I don't know if there is taming violence in the human nature. I don't know if there is any taming or culling in any kind of moral way people who are afflicted with mental illness that makes them act violently. I think the best.
I think more access to mental health would be possible.
Yeah, well, and not just that, but maybe building a culture where mental health is something that's not necessarily a thing to be scared of. You know, we have a government too that's used our mental health infrastructures, like we've talked about on the Tattered Maps, really abuse people. And I know a lot of people in America, particularly older generations, have an issue with the concept of even something like a therapist.
Well, you know, there's people who won't accept that alcoholism and drug addiction is a disease.
Yeah. Yeah.
It sucks, but
yeah.
Well, I got to get to work, man. I just wanted to say to have a nice weekend, since I probably won't be listening to you. My dude sends an Uber for me, man. It's fucking awesome. I feel important.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Enjoy that Uber ride, brother. That's always a good time.
Hey, and I checked out your Tattered Map from last night.
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah,
My
it's a rough
God.
one. It's a rough
That
one.
was rough, yeah. I'll see you later, man. Love you guys.
Hey, love you. Take it easy. I'm going to put a link in Discord about what I mean, says special guest. Oh, right on. Teach kids BJJ in class. Wait. Jiu-jitsu? Brazilian jiu-jitsu? Talking Gracie style jiu-jitsu? Like mixed martial arts? Yeah, I think kids should know. Well, yeah, I think every kid should know how to. No good way to say it. Fight. there's no clean way to say it. I think a kid should know how to fight. But in my family, you kind of have to. Once you're a teenager, you got to know. Or be ready to take an ass whoop. I'm also really good at getting my ass whooped. Like you better have time and take a minute. Whoop my ass. You better bring something heavy to hit me with. We don't concuss. Erica, my daughter said I was brutally bullied and I never once thought of shooting up my school, let alone shooting random kids and teachers who did nothing to me. Exactly. Let's see. She thinks the kid's a douchebag and using bullies as an excuse. Yeah. I think it can be a valid catalyst. I think bullying is a catalyst for a lot of things that can happen to someone. I know bullying affects my self-esteem when I was a kid. Talked about it earlier in the show, just the different things Justin and I have had to deal with the music scene we come from our small town, our small area. And it does things to your self-esteem, and I can't say how it affects anybody, but again, I hold firm on my opinion that I think this 15-year-old kid that did this has something going on mentally that hasn't been diagnosed yet or is being ignored. And I'd like there to be some psychiatric intervention before they try this kid as an adult and before we decide his fate for the rest of his life. You know what I mean? You never know what could be afflicting somebody. Mental illness isn't something visible all the time. And, maybe he's got something going on. Kid definitely needs serious therapy. I don't think his environment did him any fucking, when you have turbulence at school and then neglect at home, who knows? We need maybe a psychiatrist to tell us what's going on in that kid's head. What up, Alley Cats? How you doing today?
Hey, just thought I would stop in and say hi. Don't mean to interrupt.
Oh, you're not at all. We're just kind of getting into it about the Oxford shooting because it's starting to become a case that's like, people are paying attention to. I think the charges, the way they're playing out, are a little interesting.
Very interesting, yeah.
Where it's like, I still just don't. I agree with the involuntary manslaughter to the parents, but if you're going to give involuntary manslaughter to the parents, in my opinion, that's almost an out loud. You're implying maybe that kid is more of a force of nature, or something was going to happen, or he was going to find the means to do it without you being neglectful. You know, like, I don't know. I just
like it's not enough.
Yeah, 4 counts of murder tried as an adult seems just. He's 15 with no psychiatric intervention before they said they were going to try him like that, and that's weird to me.
Okay, yeah. I just am.
Oh, Erica, let's see here.
Interested because this is the first time parents have actually been held accountable, right? In a school shooting case, or attempted to be held accountable, charged with anything.
Shit. Erica just said in the chat, my daughter just texted me, a 16-year-old at her school threatened to shoot up her school today. They suspended the boy for 3 months. What do you guys think? How does that help? Wow. I think he needs to be expelled, says Erica. Well, I'll tell you right now that 28 federal agents have been assigned to deal with the 80 to 95 plus copycat like school shooting threats from schools around Oxford. So I say have the FBI show up on these kids who think they're being clever trolls.
Totally.
Like, because they're not clever trolls. Very frequently are trolls actually intelligent anyway. So I mean, you know, again,
I think having an officer come to the door and to have a talk with them, I think that is a good first step if that's not already happening. I know one time when I was in middle school, I was, doing chat rooms and things, and it scared the shit out of me the first time police came to my door asking, if I'd met with this so-and-so that I was chatting with, because they ended up being a, rapist, not who they said they were or whatever, and was trying to meet girls at the mall or whatever.
Yeah.
And thank God I had not gone to meet this person, but that scared the shit out of me. I tell you what.
Yeah. Oof. There were always there were fake bomb threats and shit when I was a kid in our school.
Yeah.
I think there was once they found some actual shit in our school.
Yeah.
But.
And yeah, I mean, I grew up I grew up kind of far away from Columbine, but my high school was right next door to Columbine, basically.
Yeah.
And so it was always a fear, after that, big fear. And I think that we've just fed this monster. We haven't really dealt with it as a society. We've just kind of enabled it almost with our gun culture and, reading about what his parents had been huge MAGA people, it sounds like, and really pro-gun. And it sounds like on top of all of just any kind of political extremism they might have been participating in, they were just neglectful. Totally.
Like sending a text to your kid, don't do it. This should have been conversations you sat and had with this kid eye to eye. How did it get this far without you saying anything? Why is it a text?
And did you go over how they had basically said that guns, they had written all over MAGA message boards and all that sort of stuff already about guns rights and all that?
No, I haven't seen any of that reported on.
Oh yeah.
But I don't, normally, I don't know. I don't normally see headlines like that about a lot of stuff. I've noticed that there's some kind of politically charged headlines I don't get. That's probably an algorithm thing on my end.
I guess I just thought on the Young Turks that they covered some of that they're very...
Oh, yeah, they would. Yeah. They'll find it, yeah. Yeah.
And they're very pro-gun and on their Facebook pages and all that even, bragging about getting their kid this gun and how proud they are of that and whatever.
Well, Jameson said in the chat earlier that the mom had texted him while he was in school to if he's going to look up ammunition while he's in school to not get caught. Don't get caught. And it's like, are you fucking serious? Like, that's horrible.
Totally.
So they do
terrible.
See, the counts of involuntary manslaughter seem absolutely appropriate to me. Again, what hangs me up about the thing is that I want a doctor to tell me that this kid deserves to be tried as an adult, that he has the mental capacity of an adult and the maturity of an adult. Like I want to know how well this kid knows right from wrong from a doctor who looks at minds. You know what I mean? Like before I don't know why it happened like that, but maybe maybe they did have a psych person immediately in there, and that info got to the doctor, or got to the judge. I don't know.
I don't know either on this case, but I do know that my brain just automatically was like, of course, this has to be what has to happen. It has to manifest like this for us to learn as a society, you know, like anything. That maybe we shouldn't have been so, you know, stoked about this Rittenhouse issue, and, you know, maybe we can just shut up a little bit about our pro-gun culture, because, you know, enough is enough at some point. You know, like, it's still a fact that we have more, you know, gun crime than any other nation, and we wonder why.
But before special guest gets riled up, we're fairly pro-gun and anti-gun prohibition here. I am. So things with my face.
I don't think prohibition's the answer, but I do think we're just way too lax about it.
I genuinely think that we should be offering these companies tax write-offs so they become American companies, and we help them with money. We financially help them innovate in terms of safety for firearms, like we did with automobiles.
But we won't, because they'll take that as steps towards prohibition, you know?
Yeah. Well, you have things like a law in New Jersey holding that up, where if there's a smart gun released on the market, New Jersey says that'll be the only gun allowed to be bought in New Jersey.
Yeah. And
that's lame as fuck. Can you think of could you imagine if Ohio said, "Hey, sweeping state law, if a touchscreen phone is released, we use that one, the first gen, and we never change." And then they're just stuck with the iPhone 1. You know what I mean? Like, I
highly doubt that, though. Like,
you know what I mean? Yeah.
We don't stop it like 1.
Yeah.
You know, 1.0.
Well, no. Technology doesn't, but law can.
But we wouldn't. That's the thing, is that law can, but that's something too many people feel far too.
Well, I have a question for you. What moves faster, our legal system or our technological advancements?
Obviously, technology does.
Yeah.
We can't even keep up.
Yeah. So again, we'll be behind like China with firearms when it comes to people on the ground protecting themselves, and I don't think that's a good idea. You know what I mean? Like technologically, like you got to do something between litigation and technology in this case.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
As the general public, our attitudes is just the way it is. It's bound to happen this way. It's going to more of this is going to happen. It's going to get worse before it gets better. You know, it just is. You don't learn this quickly.
I want to say, in specific to the New Jersey law, the way they have it written. And the reason that we haven't seen an increase in firearms safety technology in the U.S. is because when a smart gun gets released anywhere in the U.S. under New Jersey law, it immediately outlaws all other handguns.
They have to turn them in or have them converted to smart guns.
They've already got it set up that way, and that law goes back to the 90s.
Yeah.
Right?
What do you do about the people in rural New Jersey who hunt with their rifles? Exactly what's special. Sorry. I agree with what you're saying so hard.
Because of that, people organize specifically because they're aware that there's damn near a dead man switch on it.
Yeah.
Like all people have to do is repeal that law. People have been calling for it forever, but half the time when you even bring it up, folks are like, "Well, that doesn't make sense, so it's not real."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's one of the things where they've specifically gone out of their way to fuck us in a litigation sense, and in a way that overrides not just new technology coming up, but old technology. People in gun culture want their older guns. I would like to be able to shoot freely my great grandfather's gun.
It shouldn't be this black and white, and that's the problem. Is they make it so it's like we're shooting ourselves in the foot. You know, pardon the pun, but like they do it on purpose so that nothing can change.
Well, this is the paradox of governance. How do you have to? That's governance's job is to black and white something that's fluid. Freedom itself as a concept can be fluid, and that's what sucks about it. That's in my opinion the big issue we have with guns in this country is the way that law and technology are not working together.
Look, I'm going to say a big part of it is that you've got people writing laws and informed by people who know nothing about firearms And one of the reasons you've seen a huge proliferation in gun culture and the ATF not being able to control things actually doesn't have to do with the sunsetting of the assault weapon ban. It's because the laws are written in a manner from 30 years ago, generally.
Yeah.
And now we have a culture of computer programmers. You remember when, they wanted everybody to learn to code? They did.
They did learn to code.
The computer program, and everyone here has linguistically figured out how to look at the laws and say, well, you didn't even know what you were expressing, so now I'm going to do what I wanted and technically meet that law.
Yeah. Right. Loopholes are a lot easier to find now. It is another thing I love about the internet, special guest, while you bring this topic up, is like, we get to break away from being stuck in the English of the layperson. We can now learn legalese from home, from Google. And that's an incredible resource too. And you have people who much like computer language, they're learning the language of a contract or a law. And they find clever ways around it. There's people with 3D printer rigs who are doing stuff with firearms and genuinely innovating in a way that they should be getting. There should be 3 branches of our system that really love that should really love that innovation, that seemingly hate it. Our capitalist system should fucking love that kind of innovation, just like we loved it with automobiles. Our laws should love it, just like we loved it with automobiles. We should really increase the incentive to make them safer. And then
really compare it to automobiles though, because the main utility for the gun and the main utility for the automobile are very different.
They both run on explosions, are made of metal, and kill people.
What is the main utility for one, and what is the main utility for other?
Protection. They are both a constitutional right: freedom of motion and right to protect yourself.
I'm not saying they're not.
Yeah. So they're equal to me. They're
100% comparable.
They're
Utility
completely the
doesn't
same.
matter.
Yeah.
Effect does.
Yeah.
Right. Like cars don't go around killing people. The negligent use of cars causes people to die.
Same with guns,
Because of that, and I want to be clear, the reason's irrelevant. It's the effect on society, not the why.
Yeah.
And the effect on society is cars to this day, barring last year's COVID stats, kill more children than anything else in the world.
Yeah.
But they're also used a lot more than most.
Okay, sure, but look, listen to me. You said you were the why is it here? Dude, what's killing your fucking kids? Why are you outraged about that in a manner that I'm not killing your kids, but you're so scared of the potential of me killing your kids, you want to control me while just accepting what is killing your kids.
Yeah. That's a big point behind it. And again, where firearms and automobiles are comparable for me, and why they should be litigated the same, is exactly that. Like, they are absolutely comparable and both tie into intrinsic rights.
Totally irrelevant.
Oh well, no, we don't
situation.
Well, in science and art and law, we don't judge things by how by their inception. We don't care how it was conceived. We don't care. Like, we use an antibiotic that was mold on bread. We don't care how it happened.
Look, in the last week, you've seen an SUV and a handgun kill the same amount of people.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just saying their
SUV.
Their use case and utility can be helpful. Cars can, and guns, their utility is to kill. I mean,
they absolutely are. And I will tell you right now, I've carried a gun for about 20 years, and there have been 5 times in my life, if I didn't have it, I am absolutely certain that I would have been killed or maimed beyond being capable of utilizing my body.
Yeah.
And I'm not.
And that is the utility, and that's the thing, that is their utility.
Right.
The utility is to threaten to kill or to kill.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, your feeling is that's not a thing we should ever value, right?
I'm not saying that.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the reason for them to exist. I mean, the use cases of cars, we use cars a lot more often than guns, the normal person, average person, right? How often in the past 20 years have you used your car?
How is that relevant?
Yeah.
It's just, to me, they're just such different use cases that people compare them like they're equal, and I don't think
they're
they're equal in their end result, which is the death of children, which is what you're scared of. And in fact, the car kills more. But the fear is...
Well, pause, special guest. Look, Allie, when I open my medicine cabinet, there's medicines I only need for specific things. I definitely will use Advil more than I use, my stuff for my autoimmune disease. That doesn't mean I don't need both of them.
Lock up your pills, right? That's part of the deal if you were to have kids.
Oh, that's what special guest and I started the show off with saying was we feel like that's why we think those charges against the parents are appropriate. That's that's part of the culture we promote. But
that is gun culture. That is good gun culture. These people were not exposed to a decent gun culture. They were exposed to a political culture that has fetishized guns. But another political culture has decided anyone who utilizes firearms is thus part of that political culture. And that's a problem.
There's gray area. That's what I was saying, that there is the gray area where that we haven't really, that legalese doesn't catch up with, like you were saying, Mark.
Technology. There's in this case in particular, and again, in my opinion, it's bullshit because we should have three different parts of our government, or not just of our government. We should have three different parts of this country that really enjoy firearms, and for some reason they act like they don't. And that's our capitalist structure. Like I said before, our government should give them incentives, and we should like that. And then our export, we should use it as an export commodity, which we do to a degree, but not like we could. And again, this is a cultural thing. It's something that people use. There's, and that's another thing. Special guest and I, we spend quite a bit of time promoting here, and that's, I always enjoy it when he comes in with healthy, safe gun culture.
I'll tell you the gun culture I would prefer, and this is one that no one's going to agree with, but I will make a point at the end.
Yeah.
I would prefer a gun culture where, one, boxing or BJJ is taught in schools as a form of self-defense, so kids are capable of understanding their bodies, knowing how to defend themselves, so that they can make the choice to be peaceful and not just be incapable and harmless.
Yeah.
You can't really be a pacifist if you can't make the choice to not harm.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of firearms, when I was still in school was the very ass end in Mississippi of when you could still take like shooting club, right? And the year after I graduated was when Pearl, Mississippi happened and was followed by Columbine. As all of that shit had been culturally phased out, no children knew how to understand or react around a gun, and we had entered into a state where any form of physical interaction that was negative started getting people having the police called on them.
Yeah.
If you don't want your kid terrified to fucking go to school, you have to give them a sense of control and let them understand that control's never going to be absolute. In the same way that they understand they could get in a car wreck tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think I'm just coming about it from a different way, and I didn't hear you guys at the beginning, so that probably would have helped. But I think the problem, like I was saying, is just that it's too black and white right now. And we have fetishized it on the right, like into this, like it's cooler than it really is. And then on the left, it's this like abstinence type thing. And I don't think...
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's the same issue with both extremes that we've been talking about, where you have fascists on the right and then you have communists on the left. I mean, they both want to take your fucking guns.
If you've got a kid who's fetishizing guns, you want to get that kid into gunsmithing school.
Yeah.
Like, that's what you want to do. And you don't want to create a world where people fetishize guns.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think after, even just the short time I lived in the Netherlands and just seeing how they have like 6 or 7 different, political parties that get equal time on public access, so you can actually vote like how you feel rather than you're either this or you're that. You're one of two things. I think it's impossible, and I think we just keep proving it to ourselves year after year, but we are so far incapable of seeing other parties exist right now in American politics. And I think that's
I'm just so happy Yang's trying. I mean, I've seen a couple parties fail already in my life, but I'm happy Yang's given another whirl.
More people keep trying because we need more than 3 too. You know, so it's like
hey, I don't agree with them, but the Green Party's still there.
Yeah. Before we move too far away from our firearms discussion, just to bring up what we had, what Allie obviously missed from the beginning of the show, which was when we talked that you had brought up early on a point that someone else had brought up, and we kind of quickly had to break down as being some cock-on nonsense, and that's that other places have less gun crimes because they have less guns. Look at their stabbings. Like Debbie and all of our international people say, like.
Sweden. Look at Sweden. It leads it leads Europe in grenade attacks.
Yeah.
What? Why would Sweden? And I'm not trying to make this about anything in particular political. I would say there's an underlying reason there. One I'm not on either side of. I'm not Swedish, and it's not my politics.
Yeah.
But something's causing that and allowing a supply of fucking hand grenades to get in there to make them the grenade and small bomb attack of or capital of Europe.
Yeah.
And they have just as many deaths as we do from guns.
They don't have as big of a population, love.
They don't have as many of a. They don't have as much of a.
So
population.
statistically, analytically, they do have just as big of a crime rate. Like if you were to break it down analytically, like it's human violence is human violence. Like there's no stopping human violence. You could go to prisons and tell me there's no, there's no,
how it compared. Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's always going to be tribalism, and within that human violence, there's the issue we're talking about here. There's not it's not the tool. We don't blame the tool. I don't blame, like I was talking about with God the other day. I don't blame the Monopoly board when I lose. And I don't blame the Monopoly board when someone has something bigger than me. That's, I think humans are humans, and humans will always fight. Humans will always fight. They'll always fight. There will always be a human whose end goal is to kill other humans. And it's sad, and it's horrible. And there's no moral way to stop that.
Yeah. More peace and that sort of thing should be what we're focused on than the tool, is what you're saying.
Well, this is why I'm really feeling right now. Today I'm really feeling, I've never really heard special guests say this before, but I'm really feeling his idea of like teaching something like Gracie Jiu-Jitsu or something in schools.
It doesn't even have to be mandatory.
Make it optional.
It's available and encouraged, socially encouraged. To learn your body and how it works. Learn what you need to do should you be attacked, and also make it reprehensible to just go around putting people in a stranglehold. It's like with great power comes responsibility, and that's part of teaching it.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of Eastern religions would be helpful with that, with meditation and knowing your body and feeling your senses and things like that. Yeah. A lot of Eastern thought would help with that, I think.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
You're not likely to have somebody who becomes so overwhelmed because they do not know at a young age how to manage their stress or their blame, and who has access. We have so damn many of them. That's the other thing.
Here's the problem with all of this, though.
50 million guns in the U.S.
This is an issue I had with the Arkansas's public schools when it came to trying to form something. The wrestling team they have now started from a wrestling club my friend Brandon started. They didn't have shit. And look, when it comes to combat, they considered it something that would strike against them for a blue ribbon status in today's atmosphere, right? So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, here's another issue you have with a good chunk of the country. You're talking about adding an Eastern philosophy and theology to,
Hey, I said boxing.
Yeah. Hey, American boxing is a good.
I said boxing.
Boxing, you can package it differently depending on where it is put into play, and the more and more internet is available, the easier it is for people to find this stuff even on their own, and how the culture gets permeated. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What you'll need to do is, if you I can tell you how you get this sold in the Midwest. This is immediately apparent.
More Bruce Lee movies
on board.
Oh yeah.
You get the coaches on board.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah. This is going to improve your the abilities of your kids, and here's all the data that we have to demonstrate it. Yeah,
and
you get the coaches on board.
Kid caught on like crazy. I mean, just make it cool, just make a cool action figure, a whole action hero story about it in Marvel or one of those. I think it's possible. It's just a matter of infiltrating on different levels.
I think the main thing is when even in the school alone, not even needing external media, right? Which I think has also been working against everyone. In the school alone, as long as you create an appropriate, respectful culture, which means paying some teachers, but also really vetting some teachers.
Yeah. In the history of in the history of advertising and analytics, there's two things that makes martial arts pop off in places where it normally wouldn't in America. And historically, that's been Bruce Lee films being popular, or Joe Rogan. And you know, that's end of list, unfortunately. I wish there was
Samurai sumo culture became a thing for a little bit, you know, like little
in places, yeah. For me, I like you know, I'm a big Wu-Tang Clan fan, and I love that era of Chinese film, and I think that's some of the best fight choreography ever filmed. And you know, that was New York public access back in the day. So there's places where it's but you know why it was New York public access, and this goes back to my thing. It's because Bruce Lee popped off. That, you know, that's the only reason is that they got the rights to air those, was because Bruce Lee popped off, and it was something that demographic was tuning in to watch on public access. So, you know, there's
if you get like the right harmony of all these different, you know, inputs, you know, I think it's definitely possible, and you just frame it differently for different, you know, cultures.
Have to be one hell of a conductor, that's for sure. I hope to God we can get one day. I could do that.
I agree, but I think it's happening anyway. So whether we can have a conductor or not, people are going to learn from, you know, the spread of information, the more access to internet that they have in rural America.
Yeah, if you want that harmony to play live, you got to have someone conducting it, and things got to get reduced to black and white. This is what sucks about this topic too. It's like one of those things where it's like we might see a solution in our lifetime that we kind of like, but it's going to be one of those that we kind of like. I'm convinced.
Well, this is the problem with language, guys.
Yeah.
You can't take your knowledge and truly give it to me unfiltered unless you do it through language and art.
Yep. Exactly. You can't truly put someone in your mind or express a broad topic or get everybody in your pocket either. That's a tough one.
You can give me a lot of feelings and words, and that's all that we've got is communication strategies, and hope that it resonates. You know.
And multimedia helps with that, because people see in colors, or people hear in tones. You know, and so I think the more mediums you can use, the better, and use it for good, you know. You can.
Getting harmony to play live. The older I've gotten, the more I realize, you kind of need a conductor. It's to get that orchestra going right. A lot of different things playing when it comes to our governance here, and this is a crazy experiment. I still sometimes can't believe America's lasted this long.
I agree, and it's crazy when you try to tell people that and they don't understand that, like,
this is an experiment. This was born as an experiment. It's not. So this is all.
It's a tenuous thing.
Yeah, it's something that's it's an attempt to make the government as fluid as people's opinions. In my opinion, with the checks and balances and the amendments, and there's certain, but you know, again, they weren't generational shit, capitalist shit. There's all kinds of shit that corrupted our system over time that, you know, in the end kind of fucked things, in my opinion, like guns too, or the chance of us having a healthy gun culture promoted. And you know,
it's all reflections of what's actually happening in our society is what you kind of got to remember, you know. It's like no matter what, and at least we're trying to move forward, because what else are we going to do? You know?
Yeah. Ooh, Michelle's working on a novel. I'd love to read it, Michelle. Love to read your novel, Michelle. But yeah, it's governance. Governance can be such it's a hard concept, and it's a tough one, because there's no, we can sit around and be idealistic about it, but there's, you know, at the end of the day, I don't know. Sometimes I'll talk from the point of view of my father. My father put a lot of dropped a lot of knowledge on me young. You know, he served some pretty hard time. And there's a fact to human violence. Doesn't matter where you are or what you take away from a person. They'll find a way if they want it. If they want to get drunk, if they want to do meth, if they want to kill somebody, they'll find a way to do it. I don't care how locked up you are. You'll figure it out. I don't care what you have taken away.
Too, you know, it will always happen.
Oh yeah. I mean, for sure. But that's not gonna stop or kill the other side of the yin yang.
No, I'm just saying.
Like, that's not ever gonna. Yeah.
Always will.
Yeah. So like there's no outloving human conflict. It's something that everybody has to live as a boulder in our Zen garden, guys. And just anybody who feels the urge to like take things away, especially things that are like, again, in my opinion, as essential, like the right to protect yourself is as essential to me as my right of motion, my freedom of motion. And that's a constitutional right, and I don't think it should be fucking taken away or limited in any way. It's black and white right there, and it's same with fucking everything else we use, and every other thing that we hold and celebrate as a freedom. So that's human conflict is the issue, but it's also something that'll never be resolved. There's no period of human history where there's not conflict.
Right, and it just takes these sort of inflections in our, in our world to
and I don't
rise up for debate again, and it's important that they do because it needs to.
And I'll tell you right now, I don't want a one world thought or conscious. I don't want a one world everything. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want everybody to be on the same fucking page.
Right.
I don't want that. I genuinely don't want that.
And it won't.
No, like, simply for the fact that there's people I don't want to fucking hang out with. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'll never agree with, and I don't think that we'll ever, I think it's part of being human.
I think the struggle is part of it. Love is part of it. Finding congruence, finding safety, getting in fights, feeling upset, anger is the best way for change to happen, really. It incites you to know, your body to know that you don't feel something is correct and something needs to change when you feel angry, It's all important.
Yeah. Let's see, the main character in my novel is named Dante. He's a Norwegian hunter, born to kill supernatural creatures, and ends up falling in love with Aurora and has to choose between his oath and family or true love with Aurora. Oh, word, Michelle. Sounds like a dope book.
Come read it for story time or test part of it.
Yeah.
Test and script out on us. That'd be interesting.
Yeah. Love to read a passage. But yeah, that's the conflict. Personally, again, I'm with special guests. For the most part, we're runawayers. I think we're both maybe Shaolin monks in a previous life.
Yeah, that was cool. I heard you talk about that yesterday, maybe, or the other day.
That's a pacifist. I don't, when given the opportunity, run away. But again, I agree with special guests too. Like, you can't make the decision to not harm unless you have that as a decision to make, which means you have at your disposal the other decision to make, which is harm someone. And so I wasn't a truly confident person in social environments until I knew I could hold my own, for sure, at least to some degree, or at least take an ass whooping for more than 10 minutes. So, I don't know. Maybe that is the answer to it. But, again, there's no tempering conflict. I know that it's worked really well in some Orthodox practices. Again, one of my dearest friends, Lao, he was a Shaolin monk. And, pretty sure Lao's no longer with us, but he'll be back. He'll be back. I'm not done.
Yeah, that was cool to hear about that relationship and that you guys had met before you thought for sure in another lifetime or something.
Yeah, and I know a few fools like that. I'm convinced he'll be. I ain't done talking. We're not done talking to each other. He'll be back, which means I'll fucking probably be back too, which is lame. Super lame. I'm good with y'all. Your planet's rotten, but oh yeah, Erica, absolutely. Nah, we always find a way to ignite our humanity by the end of a stream, baby. And it's also Friday, so Papa's a little stoned today. And having a hella good week. I'm really excited for the what we've got coming up. Got a lot of cool stuff going on. Nice. Patty Daddy, let's see. Do you have an Irish character called Patty Michelle? Everyone called my dad that. I called him Patty Daddy. That's adorable, Debbie. Oh, was your pa Irish? That's super cool. What was that? Where's your mom from? And what was that like in the house? What two different parts of the islands are you from? You don't sound Welsh, and you don't sound Irish, Deb. I'm not the best at distinguishing the different accents, but I've been all right. I've been clean with it before. I've come away pretty slick with that shit a couple times. I worked the hotel game. You know what's up? Sorry, if I could flaunt my ability to read accents sometime. Yeah, Patty is a dope name.
I think about like the ability of my grandfather, who like survived so much in Poland as a young human, and then survived the Holocaust, fought in World War II, lost almost all his family, lost his voice to cancer, lost his voice box, lost his wife, and then came over here with my dad got sponsored as an auto mechanic to come to America, and just did it during the Cold War. And I never heard him bitch, complain. He was so stoked about America.
I have a very important film suggestion you should watch if you haven't seen it already. It's on Netflix. What? If you have Netflix. You have Netflix?
Uh-huh.
Okay, you gotta watch this as soon as you can. It's called The Struggle. It's about an artist, a Polish artist named I can't say his name. Stanislaw Suklowski. Stas. Everybody who's of Polish descent needs to watch this film. Unfortunately, none of my Polish family made it out of World War II, but
lots of mine did not, and I'm so sorry. It's such a crazy. I never knew about any of this stuff until my grandfather was on his deathbed, and I found out he was basically driving himself to chemotherapy again for cancer again, and I found out all of this stuff at once, and I just could not believe it. He was like the kindest, gentlest, nicest to humankind I'd ever known, and strongest man, but he spoke in a whisper, and he was small, but man, was he his soul was so kind and just genuine, authentic, happy to be a human, happy to be alive, and celebrated it every day, Yeah,
there's an incredibly important and complicated figure in Polish history, and it's this artist, and you really need to see this story.
I definitely will. Thank you. I'll check it out.
His last work makes me cry probably every time I see it. The parts of my genealogy that didn't make it out of Poland, that didn't get rounded up and put into camps, were intelligent people, doctors, lawyers, and they were rounded up in the massacre at Katyn, and were shot in the back of the head in the woods.
Ugh.
And left in ditches. So the entire intellectual establishment of Poland at one point was murdered. And I feel like that's almost gets no representation in art and media. It's not recognized in a lot of things that I've seen. You'll hear about the things that happen in the Holocaust and things like that, but for a country that published a Polish joke book, America, we should really recognize the fact that the entire intellectual community of Poland was murdered.
Right. Yep.
Right before we published those books.
Yeah.
So it's just it's a rough one. Poland is unfortunately no Polish descent in me. They didn't make it out. Yeah. But there's that film is fucking great. Stas is fucking such an interesting character. He was such a prolific artist for his life, and he was such an interesting cat, but he had two lives. There was him in Poland, him in America.
Yeah.
And they were very different people. And there's a really unfortunate thing happening in modern day Poland with this man's art. It's being used by National Socialists, the far right.
Oh boy.
It's being used by fascists to promote anti-Semitism and things.
For things that he stood against.
Well, no. When he was in Poland, he did not. Not until.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Not until the Nazis bombed Krakow. He was artistically trying to be an answer to the Nazis. He was trying to be just as bad as the Nazis, but also be an alternative. A independent Polish state is what he had in his mind.
Yeah.
And he was using the same means they were. And, that's what he had in his mind. And it maybe 30 people read his shit back then. I mean, no, it wasn't a popular thing. It's far more popular now over there for the wrong things than it is now. Again, this man had his art studio bombed in Krakow by the Nazis, made it back to America, had nothing, lost his life's work in that bombing, and, rebuilt everything from the ground up, and rebuilt himself spiritually, and has specifically made works of forgiveness. He asking for he's made things in homage to Jewish people. He's done hours of things in front of a camera talking about, not the mistakes of his past, but his respect for the Jewish people. And so it's a very interesting story. It has a lot of twists and turns, and it kind of starts this story in the R-crumb kind of lowbrow art world. That's who ends up finding him in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah, very interesting. I mean, it's there's so many stories that have yet to be told about some of that stuff, I believe. How unique that is. That sounds really cool, though.
Yeah. Well, he's a history that was wiped away, and it was like 4 years, and they're trying to build history, and then it's wiped away with a war, and it's forgotten. And we're talking a guy who, he described himself one time when he was in art school as he puts Rodin in one pocket. Who is it in the other? Rodin in one pocket, and I forget who in the other, and walks towards the sun. Like he was one of the best sculptors. Some of the most emotional artwork you'll ever see. I'll tell you that. I suggest it not just because the man himself was fascinating and one of one, a genuinely unique individual. This cat, his art was one of one.
And who knows how many we missed out on because of some of that genocide and craziness, like that.
So much. If we're talking about the work of Stanislav himself, like independently, we know it was hundreds of pieces.
Right. And who knows what else for this world we missed out on that just got erased.
Yeah. I'm not sure what Lux is laughing. I'm over here being pretty serious. What's going on? You all right?
Job stuff.
Oh. Did it work out?
No, it's something new.
Is it related to the guys who blessed the rains in Africa?
No, it's another one.
Damn.
No, I'm just laughing because I'm crazy.
I know we can't say too much on air about it, but damn.
Oh my god. Today in general. What
I know.
The fuck?
I don't know.
Wow.
Sorry. Hey, the music world, dude.
No,
you're good. Lex is working from home today. There's times where, again, she's working behind 3 walls of NDAs most of the time, but when I look over, I'm like, oh shit. Am I allowed? You've announced the show that's been problems, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I can say, like, she's really hustling to make this Toto show happen. She's working on Toto. You guys know Toto? They bless the rains down in copyright strikes. That's she's organizing it's oof. It looks like a lot.
No place to be crossing for a minute.
Yeah, our children can never do anything to make us hate them, says Debbie. What? Ooh, I'm missing this Michelle. What do we got here? I blamed them for everything back then without asking why we had to leave. Oh. Oh man, it'd be nice to not have your teenage years held against you. My mother's not that way at all. My mother blames me for everything rotten that's happened to her, dude. Everything from her body having stretch marks to, oh, dude, I mean, yeah, pushing me out, like the worst thing that happened to her, apparently. Like, dude, yeah, like,
Sucks.
you know,
That sucks when parents get like that. It's just like you didn't ask for to be born, so.
there's a side of her that's not like that. I love that
Right.
side. There's a side of her that I'm the best thing that's happened, and she's most proud of me. And you know, there's a time where she's really treating me special, but then, you know, all the time where she'll.
But those harsh words really, really do hurt.
Oh yeah,
you know,
yeah. Oh,
At least
sorry.
I think they can be really painful coming from your parents. Some of those harsh words, you know.
Yeah, it's yeah. I think people would be pretty busted up. My mom was bad. She's just a grudgeful person, and there's two sides to her, you know. And yeah, there's a side that genuinely, I don't think she wanted the life she ended up with. You know what I mean? And you blame
I think,
everything.
and just some parents are better at not blaming it on their kids, or at least voicing it, even if they do feel that way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's because when they do, it can be really, you know, the criticisms you hear from like your parents are some of the harshest you can hear because.
But my mother, like, she just had my sister's life ruined to catch a Suboxone high. So I don't, you know,
Yeah, that's
yeah. I know I'll never be like that, but I sometimes have to step back and remember, like, oh shit, yeah. Now my mom totally blames me for my teenage, like, brings that shit up sometimes. Like, still, I'm 30.
It still hurts, doesn't it, when she does shit like that, when she says certain things. You're like, God damn it.
It sets me off more than anything else. Like, but I got to the point where I realized she's doing it because she knows it can piss me off. So I just after a certain point, I just.
Or because she hasn't fully, like, taken responsibility of things in her life. It has nothing to do with you.
Yeah. And she's just been so confrontational to everybody in her life to a point where I've been like, I'm not going to let you isolate me this time. We're going to have a good time today.
Well, good for you.
You're going to cheer the fuck up and we're going to have a good mood, or, you know, or this is going to be real awkward looking in photos with you pouting. And when people ask, I'll be like, she was pouting. Fuck the fuck up. Get in the trenches, woman. You know, but you know, again, like, I genuinely feel like, and I don't think she knows she's like that either. I should express that. I don't think my mother knows can be the cruelest person to her kids ever. I don't think she understands.
Doesn't even know she can't fix it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh no, she's the most in denial person you'll ever meet. She's not a drug addict. She's not an alcoholic. She's not a, you know.
Really hard.
Yeah, and it's, you know, I'm like, yeah, keep saying that. Well, drinking on your methadone, dude. Whatever. Whatever. And, you know, it's got to be hard for her, too. I try to sympathize sometimes because she's dealing with, you know, we have similar genetic disorders and autoimmune issues. And the older I've gotten, the more I realize the kinds of things she's dealing with. And I, you know, I can get fucking mean, but I would never say some of the shit she said to me, to my kid. You know what I mean? Like, ever.
Recognize that, yeah.
Ever. I was a pretty good fucking kid. I didn't really do shit. You know what I mean? Like, my mom's act like I ruined her fucking life all the time. And to the point I thought that's just how moms acted. I didn't know.
Right. That's what's so interesting is when you don't realize what's normal and you internalize things and that are unhealthy for you and you didn't need to internalize, you know?
Yeah. I got older too, and, you know, I knew my grandma kind of bailed on my mom, so I think it's a cyclical thing. I think maybe my grandma's was a shitty mom too, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I wasn't
And when
there.
I think about stuff like any intergenerational depression or abuse or, you know, anything, it can manifest in really ugly ways until you learn better ways. And that's what I was talking about with, like, the internet and things, getting to places like Summer Wells family and stuff, you know, like where there's other ways that are normalized instead of what they see just in their right in front of their face every day.
Yeah, exactly. There's culturally, yeah. I'm also somebody who's there that I hope there's always a rainbow of cultures and options. I just hope they all each explore a healthier option. Yeah, I don't know. Again, I don't have an overall generalized statement on it. I don't know. It's not me being like a feudalist or anything. I just, it doesn't bother me. But I'm somebody who takes fucking, solace in the fact that I'll return to the earth one day. Like, it's human nature, God, the world, earth. It is what it is. It does what it does.
It's like contributing to growth and progress is just more fun.
Oh yeah, for me, I do it. I make sure that when I'm gone, that there's gonna be somebody out there with at least a sliver of the way I think out there. I'm a breeder, y'all. I made a kid, so I totally like that.
And you want better for them than you had. Just natural, I think, for most people to want better for the future, I think. But, it's not always what you grew up with.
No. Yeah, I have no problem, being that way. Again, as a parent, but I would never, take my experience and suggest it. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, there's not for the world.
But that's why we found each other. I think the people who listen to you or like what you say is because we all kind of feel that way. We all want progress and collaborations and
we're in the holiday season, so everybody's starting to see the sides of me that makes me hard to be a partner with. Like, I don't really do holidays. There's like little weird things. It's like there's times where it's like, oh, if I was to be making like, I don't know, social norms or to suggest certain things, I'm like, I feel like I'd be overstepping a little bit because I'm a weirdo. Like, my background's weird. Like, can explain why, but
already here you've shown us what you want, and we're all clearly want that too. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here.
Oh no, yeah, I know I'm in good company. I just mean when it comes to generalizing about, I don't know, anything, big things. Sometimes I get weird. I'm like, I don't, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the way I'm doing it's wrong. It makes me a little self-conscious in the moment. Like, fuck.
Well, that's healthy too. I mean,
it puts me in a period of self-reflection. Yeah, no, that's exactly why I do that. Is instead of, propagate what I'm up to, maybe look at it a couple of times before I suggest it to anybody. Parenting's one of those too, where it's like I could, there's certain things that I can relate to. I'll talk about endlessly, like the change you go through, stuff like that. But parenting styles, I think that shit's kind of got to be fluid, right? Kids, all of my littles are different as shit, but also, there's some black and whites. Like, all boys learn how to piss in the air first, and girls learn how to get that dragon put in their crib first. You know what I mean? Like, there's a little differences, between boys and girls and shit like that.
Yeah.
I fucking come from such a weird parental during the holidays. I realized it the most my first year, like pretty separate from all the family drama. So I'm like, about done with Hanukkah finally. So you sluts still have a fucking holiday coming up. I'm about done. It's almost over for me. Yeah, whatever you're celebrating, I'm pretty sure it's happening after Hanukkah this year. For the first time ever that I've ever fucking heard about in Bentonville Public Schools, back where my kid's from, back in Arkansas, there's a big, like, there's gonna be a Hanukkah day at his school, at his preschool.
That's progress.
I never had that. Well, I'm just glad. Well, when I was his age in that same town, it was still like the 70s, basically. It was like, it was the 90s, but it was the 70s. Like, there was, and then felt even more like the 70s too, because my grandpa gave me an unopened like toy from the 70s, like a wood burning kit or an erector set that's gonna electrocute me. Like shit like that, been electrocuted by a bunch of toys my grandpa's giving me too, by the way. Y'all boomers did grow up with some crazy fucking toys. Lawn darts and shit. That's crazy. Some Gen Xers even had that shit. It's crazy. Wood burning kits. The fuck? They just give you a soldering iron and a plank of wood. Charge you 12 bones and 70s money? That's a $22 figure. What are you talking about? This fucking soldering iron. Get the soldering for $5. Got wood in the backyard. But yeah, so it's just weird. It's really cool to see that kind of progress.
Good for life too. Good for them. I mean, a little late, but better late than never.
Yeah. Then I got to a certain, once I got to a certain age in Arkansas schooling, I lived through the Clinton education reform where everything became Scantrons. Everything became a fucking multiple choice test.
And now I have to remember Scantrons.
You miss them.
When I got to middle school, when this shit happened, right? According to Duke University, your boy over here is adept at pattern recognition. And I had a perfect score on an SAT in middle school. Like, hell yeah, bring the Scantrons on, baby. Give me multiple choice. I'll ace that shit. That's why I was so confident in that class I was in with Arianthe. It was a multiple choice test. I knew I aced it. It could only be one of these three answers. Give me that all day. I'll win. Especially if it's something in context that what I've been learning all fucking semester. You've been cramming down my throat while I'm trying to do other shit. But yeah, that's so. I've kind of blossomed during the Clinton education reform because of the Scantron shit. But then they thought I was cheating the first time I passed it. Like, I did hella good on a test, and then they made me take it like a blind test, like by myself in a room, and did even better. It was like an identical test. I was like, what? You just made me get a perfect score as opposed to the two fucking that I missed before.
That's cool. They probably realized a lot of different types of intelligence at that point.
They didn't know what to do with us at first. It felt like me and my friends Grayson and Eric had a few different kids, in like the Give to Give program, or I didn't have an English class or a writing class through elementary school. I would go work in the library during that time in my elementary school because I could already read and write. So I don't, yeah, I think that went into middle school too. Like, I just worked in the library until, like, we had this program called Accelerated Reader, and they like these like scores on all these books. And I was the kid that wrote the scores I tagged the books and did that during English. They put me to work. It was weird.
Yeah.
But so yeah.
I think I was like kids that used the bubbles in a Scantron to like draw ducks and shit.
Hell no. One time I drew a straight up dick on one of Mr. Hollingsworth's Scantrons, and he did not get me in trouble for it. He laughed about it. He wrote, "Ha ha, you failed" on it. Like, I was like, that's my man's. But it was at the point where I was like,
By the way,
I didn't
super proud of myself. Greg.
Yeah. When I hit biology a second time, because I spitefully failed that shit the first time, yeah. It was funny and shit.
I just finished that interview and I came in here and I was like, oh, we're talking about fucking Scantrons now?
At Clinton education reform.
Hi, Ari.
Yeah. Some positive did. Oh, Arianthe, but you get in on this conversation, man. We're just talking about parenting. It's one of those things where sometimes when I get into the topic of it, or like even go to like, sometimes I'm talking to Michelle in particular, and I'm like, I probably shouldn't say too much. My family's weird as fuck. Like, I was raised weird. But they brought up, did you see that thing? Like, I think it was somebody said that their parents, they feel thankful because their parents never blamed them for their teenage years. I was like, oh shit, I wish that was the case with me, dude. My mom
wonder what that's like.
Yeah, my mom blames me for that shit hard. Like, everything I did when I was a teen.
Learned what not to do, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I learned what not to do from my mother as a parent, and I know my mom listens to this, and I'm sorry, Mom. She's a bad mom.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
This is my main advice, though, that I learned from my parents. It's the one thing I do like to put out there. If anybody ever is like, hey, I'm about to be a parent, got any advice? I'm like, hey, you're going to make a million mistakes. It's about how you handle yourself afterward with that person. They're human, and, if you're going to make a million mistakes, every parent does. It's about how you handle yourself afterward. That's really the only advice I have. But you got it. You got this. There's nothing, I mean... I have a mom and a history of mental illness in my family. I don't know when they're speaking from their sane mind or if they're just out there trying to push away people. You know what I mean? So I I've seen them handle things after the fact fantastically, but I've also seen them not handle things after the fact very well. You know?
Yeah. Speaking from a mother, as a mother that does have, you know, mental illness issues, I have not only impurities like ADHD, but I also have an anxiety disorder. It can be a trip, and you have to learn when to stop yourself and walk away.
Yeah.
Right.
I do it a lot. There's a lot of the time, and I tell my kids this. I'm like, don't be afraid to put yourself in timeout. If you're overwhelmed and you don't think you can respond in a respectful way, walk off. Go put yourself in timeout.
Mm-hmm.
And that brings it back to that like Eastern stuff, you know, like when I see some kids today, like my niece and nephews, when I'm able to talk to them about how to just think about your breath and, you know, slow down, and just when you feel yourself getting a little too riled up and feel how this feels, and touch your fingers, touch your nose, you know, get back to feeling your body and around you instead of getting whirled up in this craziness. And they actually do respond to some of that stuff. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I have my kids practice meditation a lot of the time, because I have one that is just as anxiety ridden as I am, and another one that's autistic. And so I try really hard to get them just to sit down and focus on yourself for just 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes.
Go inward, think. Yeah, a little transcendental meditation time.
It's so cool how they they actually pick up on that so easily. I've been getting them these books that have that theme throughout, like meditation, and like it's like, I don't know, you may have seen a Marianthi where it's like there's like the quiet panda and the mystery mouse, or you know, whatever. They've just kind of got this way to calm themselves, and they really like it, you know. And to me, it's like that's Merc, when we were talking about Eastern religion earlier and the way that they can kind of infiltrate in different mediums. That's kind of what I mean, is like they don't even know that's what they're learning, really.
No, they don't know what. Yeah,
I like to think that I'm teaching them a life skill that they're going to be able to use for the rest of their life. I do yoga with my kids too, and that's really, you know, breathing focused.
Brett, that breath work is important, especially with teaching a kid coping mechanisms.
Yep.
Yeah. Because
I
have, you know, my oldest, he can get worked up to the point where he's hyperventilated himself before.
Yeah.
You know, and it's over little stuff because, like I said, he's got anxiety. But since I started doing that, I can at least go, okay, take a step back, go walk away. We're going to take a minute, and then we'll come back to this, and he'll come back calm.
That's so cool. You know, it is a life skill, and whether it's packaged however you package it, it's tangible for kids, you know, and that's what's cool. It's like, we didn't really do that when I was younger. You know, it was like, you're in timeout, you're in trouble. You know, that's what it was always framed as, you know, instead of just like getting in touch with your feelings and your body and feeling what you're feeling, but being okay with it and going into your quiet zone by yourself. It was always, you're in timeout, you're in trouble. It's always negative, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, instead of being
reframing
able to sit there and think about you and try and focus on you and bringing yourself
right,
you get wrapped up in this, like, how are my parents react when they walk back in here? And I never like doing that with my kids. I don't like my kids to fear me. I don't want them to be afraid of me.
And I think that
I want them to respect me, that I respect them. And if I'm just constantly giving them negative attention, then how are they going to get attention? Well, they're going to do something negative, you know.
Right. And they'll learn to rely on that.
I try really hard to make sure my kids they're not afraid of me. Now, every once in a while, I will shoot them a mama area look where my eyebrow goes up and they know to shut up.
Yeah.
But that's about it.
Yeah. Squid
Mark
wants to
knows
find
that look well.
Oh, yeah.
Eyebrow up.
I think that looks important. Always.
There's my sister closest in age to me, I'm the oldest of four. My sister that just recently caught some time. Again, shout out Sydney. Sorry you're locked up and I love you. She when she's about to actually make contact and when she's mad enough to actually hit somebody, she like purses her bottom lip in a certain way. And I like, even when I see it and I'm across a room, I kind of start ducking and I start weaving. I'm like, oh shit, she coming in hot, baby. Ooh, fuck. Like, you know, like it turns into me calling a fight. Like, ooh, she hit her with the left. Oh fuck. You know what I mean? Like, she didn't think about the fight. Cindy came in hot with the left. That means she's 2 steps ahead of Miss Rodriguez. You know, it's always. Yeah, my sister doesn't even remember her first street fight. She's been fighting for so long. She's just naturally
it's always
violent.
funny.
Yeah.
It's funny because if you ask my kids, like, how do you know you're in trouble? And they're like, Mom raises her eyebrow.
I know I'm fucked up. Yeah. If I look over, yeah.
He's like, what?
Looking over my glasses at my kiddos normally does it. If it doesn't get them to roll their eyes at me, you know what I'm saying? Just like kind of like giving them the, like I drop my eyes, raise both my brows. Like, we going there? What are we doing here? I give them the, if I don't just say, what are we doing here? Are you talking shit to me right now? Like, what is,
how far do you want to take this? It's
yeah.
funny to me because every once in a while I'll give a look to Caden or something and I'll be like, how far do you want to take this? And I've got the one eyebrow up and he's like, we're done. I'm done.
Yeah, like I'm out.
I'm like, okay, it's up to you, man.
Throws his little brother behind him like, ah, here, ah. Yeah. Yeah. Oh man. Squid hopes he finds a queen for his life one day. Just remember anybody of the opposite sex are presenting as a queen. And you know, keep that in mind. Everyone, yeah.
They're all queens.
A queen or a king out
I mean,
there. Yeah.
Unless their name's Rachel, they're recently or previously married to Marty, then you're not a queen.
Yeah. The prayer is Baruch atah Adonai, like glory to the king of the universe. Who's the king of the universe, baby? Who uses the universe? We do. We're the people, all of us. So, you know, we're all kings and queens, man. And you know.
That's why I love the namaste greeting, and you know, I love that so much for that reason. It just, you know, honors that in everyone.
Yeah. One thing I found really cool, you know, like
I would believe it sure freaks people out whenever you say namaste to them.
Yeah. Oh my god, special. I hate Josh. What is it? Merc, you should check that you should check out. Oh shit.
You should hop in the VC text chat and take a look at that news story I just posted.
Oh. Whoa. Hold up. Let me put this on the screen. This is
I'm not
crazy.
gonna lie, I've been thinking to touch on the motherfucking Duggars since we started. I've been ready to touch on the Duggars since we started, specifically you, Josh, motherfucker.
Oh, we have? You and I have gone off on these Duggars before, boy. Let's do it again. Ding, ding, ding. Round motherfucking 2 Duggars.
He's fixing to go to court, right? And I want a whole fucking episode where I can just drag them.
I've got this headline pulled up in text. Trigger warning before I read it, because YouTube TOS. Josh Duggar again, give you a second. Trigger warning. Josh Duggar downloaded video of 3-month-old being sexually abused, says the Department of Justice.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Here's what looks like what they take was a computer.
Yeah. From his work, from his job in Springdale.
Good God. On Thursday.
He was looking that shit up at his work.
On Thursday, at a trial in Arkansas, a Department of Justice expert alleged Josh Duggar downloaded a video of a 3-month-old baby being sexually abused and tortured. A Department of Justice agent alleges Josh Duggar downloaded a horrific video showing a 3-month-old baby being tortured and sexually abused. The bombshell accusation was made Thursday during the 3rd day of Duggar's child pornography trial in Fayetteville. The 33-year-old, 19 kids and counting reality TV personality, has pleaded not guilty to 2 charges of receiving and possessing child pornography. He faces up to 40 years behind bars if convicted on both counts. Prosecutors have previously alleged that Duggar downloaded images of videos of girls as young as 5 being violated and exploited. However, on Thursday, James Futrell, a top forensics investigator at the Department of Justice, testified that his team had reportedly uncovered the shocking video of a 3-month-old girl. Sorry, they kind of dragged that text down. The horrendous clip featured the girl being stripped naked, posed on a bed, and being tortured with hot wax, Futrell said. The infant is crying and screaming. It's one of the most offensive videos that I'm familiar with throughout my entire career, Futrell told the jury. In May, a federal agent testifies that at least 65 images of CP were reportedly found on Duggar's computer. On Thursday, the jury was shown several of those disturbing videos and images, which were allegedly downloaded by Duggar at his now shuttered used car dealership over the course of 3 days in May 2019. During opening statements at the trial on Tuesday, Duggar's attorney Justin Gelfand argued that someone else downloaded or placed the images depicting the sexual abuse of children on his computer. If you like a mystery, then this is the case for you, Gelfand told jurors. The Northwest Arkansas Democrat-Gazette reported, "This is a classic, old-fashioned whodunit. Not when your name's in the profile, homie." God. However, prosecutors say detailed logs show the activity on Duggar's computer that alternated between sending personal messages, downloading child porn, and saving pictures of notes. Duggar was seen leaving the courthouse on Thursday with his wife, Anna, following the bombshell testimony. Anna is standing by her man in spite of the shocking allegations levied against him. You're a fucking idiot, Anna.
He sure is.
Last month, Duggar welcomed the couple's 7th child together, a daughter named Madison. The couple already have kids: Mackenzie 12, Michael 10, Marcus 8, Meredith 6, Mason 4, and Mariella 2. This guy doesn't need to be having any more fucking kids. He doesn't need to be around children, period. He doesn't need to be making or being around children.
Yeah, Derek just said, what is he doing to his own kids? Well, we'll never know because Anna's not going to report any of that.
No. Yeah. I really don't think
I
she's
know
gonna
Anna
report any of that.
personally, and I haven't spoken to her since we were pregnant at the same time with our oldest.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we went to the same doctor and everything, and so we kind of got to know each other a little bit, and I will tell you that girl is brainwashed. What?
They're kind of like the quiverful weirdos.
She is there to serve her husband and whatever, because I asked her one time how many kids she wanted. You know, perfectly logical fucking question, considering your mother-in-law has 19. And she said, just however much Josh wants, and it's just, God will tell him how much he needs. And I'm like, oh.
That's crazy.
Like, aren't you afraid of, like, complications? And she's like, well, if God wants to take me home, then he will. She's got this very distant look in her eyes when you look at her. Like, she's there, but she's not.
Guys, she's been breastfeeding for 12 years.
Yeah.
She's tired as shit. She got no calories left. She gives all her calories to her kids, dude. And the ones she doesn't give to her kids, she burns immediately on those kids, dude. That's the most tired woman on planet Earth. Yeah, you don't have to starve that person to fucking brainwash them. They're breastfeeding. They're malleable, dude. You gotta help. That's what a daddy's for when the baby first comes, dude. That, you know, the lady gets tired, man. The queen is tired.
There's a lot of people who are like, well, she's just an enabler. And I agree to a point. She doesn't know better.
Yeah.
In her eyes, the way that she was raised, because she was raised in a really, really, really conservative, fucked up house, right?
Yeah.
The way she was raised to serve her husband. And if God wants him to watch child porn, well, that's what should happen. Or oh my God, I'm so sorry, CP.
You're fine. As long as we break it up every now and then, so it's not like, you know, somebody's just saying it. You know what I mean? You're fine.
I just get really heated on this topic because it is so atrocious, and I can tell you from someone who lives in Northwest Arkansas, no one's talking about it. No one.
Yeah. Nobody's
it's not a word.
Yeah, they're all just sweeping it under the rug.
Yeah, it's not on the news stations. It's not on any of their blogs. It's not anywhere. You can't talk about it. No one knows anything about it.
Let me tell you right now, Springdale still fights to keep its township all the time. Same with Lowell and everything around Bentonville or Fayetteville. So, you know, they don't want this story out. They don't even want. I think the whole area is trying to distance themselves from the Duggars. Period.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
I mean, I get, but at the same time, this is something that needs to be talked about, because who's to say that... I have a really odd feeling that Jim Bob and Michelle are a little bit more involved than what we think they are, because when he originally got in trouble for saying his sisters, they swept that under the rug and said he went to some camp. He didn't. He went to one of their family friends' houses, which happened to be he wasn't a police officer, but the police officer they called eventually got in trouble for CP as well. So I'm just very... I don't trust him.
Yeah. That's yeah. No. And well, look, here's the most important thing with the in those charges, in my opinion, is he was caught sending and receiving, which means he's part of a network.
Yes, exactly.
He's part of a network, and I don't know if he knows these people face to face or if this is a digital network. But either way, it's important that it get busted and broken up, and all parties go to jail. Because
I don't think 40 years is enough. I really don't. 40 years is not enough. I do not advocate for the death penalty until situations like this.
This is an issue where doesn't this all have shades of yesterday's show at Merc Radio? Yeah, special guest. It sure does have shadow. That's why I'm saying like it's important they bust up this network. It feels like there's a pie-like network. If anybody watched the show yesterday, PIE, it was a ring blown out and still a problem, I guess, in the UK. I don't even know how to talk about it. I'm still digesting yesterday's episode, but
you just have to go watch yesterday's episode. It was rough. It's rough.
Yeah, it's a gut punch.
Warning, content warning. It was a rough one, but it's a good one.
Yeah, we coming in with some heat this week. Special guest again. Thank you for bringing that to the attention of the audience, and because it's something that is so despicable and not talked about, and there's such a whole injustice that I feel like it's perfect to talk about on the show, and it was something that people need to hear, and I love it when things like that show up. Yeah. But man, he had to do the research, and so all of this gut punching we experienced, and he experienced it. He's been researching, like the sites the sources we've cited. Like he went through a lot of stuff on this, and it's shout out special guest, dude, the researcher with the mostest, dude. Thorough, intelligent, well read, but also let's just talk about his constitution, like that. I mean, his strength of will through that is thank you for that yesterday.
I would have had a hard time with that kind of research.
Yeah. However, I would have stopped after like 10 minutes if I even got that.
Yeah. The Michigan parents are on the run?
Oh, what?
Oh, shit. Hold up. You know that's got to be hitting the news by now, right? Yeah, Manhunt charged in for Michigan school shooting parent. What's up, JB? Look who's back. WFLA is on this shit, dude. WFLA out here playing the same game I am, dude. What's up, JB? COVID's hard, huh? He still got the title card rolling. Hold on, where does this shit start? Here we go.
Parents, voluntary manslaughter after 4 were tragically killed in Oxford Township, Michigan. Hey there, everybody. JB Buno here with you live on WFLA Now. Manhunt underway for the parents of Ethan Crumpley, the 15-year-old.
It's a live manhunt
on WFLA.com, the WFLA app. A be on the lookout call, as they call it, a bolo has been put out for the parents just hours after they were charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. The parents here on the right side of your screen, Jennifer and James Crumbley, the parents of 15-year-old Ethan Crumbley. A lot to get to here, so what we're going to do is we're going to go full screen. We want to get this image out to as many different places on social media as possible. We're currently live on Facebook Live.
Anybody sees these old fucks, report them. Call the cops.
On Twitter,
don't intervene. Call the cops. Run away and call the cops.
As the word is getting out in Michigan, especially in Oakland County, to be on the lookout for the couple.
You would what?
I would hold them more accountable than I would their kids.
I do.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
maybe that's not popular opinion, but it's about fucking time. They failed that kid on all fronts.
And now they're bailing. This shows exactly how much they care about their fucking kid right here, in my opinion.
Right.
Shining
Now they're just
example
like,
of accountability. Yeah.
Yeah.
No wonder the kid didn't fucking give a shit. Look how his parents act.
Yeah.
I mean,
exactly.
The mom looks like she fly coach to the Jan 6 riot and get fucking stuck in Washington, D.C. because she flew coach to a riot.
Yeah.
yeah.
Fucking idiot.
Her open letter to Trump, you would not be surprised, probably.
Oh, God. She's one of those brave patriots that wrote an open letter to Trump, is she?
Oh,
That's,
yeah, and all over her Facebook and stuff. Yep.
Gosh.
Proud.
I'm making the pucker face. I know y'all can't see it on Discord. I'm doing the no. Shaking my head no. Hell no. I hate this. I don't like this lady. The text, I didn't know that Jameson said when he said that she'd sent the text to him while he's in school, like, you need to hide that shit. Like, they were raising a little extremist.
Oh, yeah. You should see what she seriously was writing about gun rights and all that. Not surprising.
She's fucking crazy. She did message him, don't do it, which that should have been a face-to-face conversation. Why is that kid in school if you think he's going to shoot up the school? You're in trouble.
Wasn't able to specify whether or not that was noon Central Time or Eastern Time. I believe it's noon Central, meaning that we're talking about really 4 hours or so since the couple was seen. Again, the couple really making history. And I'm going to read this from
the type of person that shoots up a school.
Of News Nation. For the first time in history, the parents of an alleged school shooter might be charged and were charged then afterwards with their child's alleged crime. The prosecutor in the case says that actions went far beyond negligence and that the gun seems to have just been freely available. Again, that according to the prosecutors in this case, and the prosecutor that we heard from in this case is Karen McDonald of the Oakland County prosecution. So again, let's go full screen and
she had the chance to take him home.
Yeah.
Currently a manhunt underway.
She left him at school and then texted him, don't do it.
There's a whole lot more to this story that we're going to be breaking down. Now, the superintendent for the district posted a YouTube video saying that the teenager, Ethan, was called to the office before the shooting, but that no discipline was warranted based on what they had discussed in that meeting with the superintendent's office. Now, the leader of Oxford
hella more charges headed their way, AT Garden.
Looks like a war zone and will not be ready for reopening for weeks, but he repeatedly credited students and staff
no,
on
Michelle,
how
yeah.
they responded to the violence. Just a terrible, but as it's being argued, of course, on social media and has been argued over the last couple of days, was this preventable based on some of the signs that were out there for the parents and for school administrators? The morning of the shooting,
they've been charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter.
came across
Squid.
a note on his desk that contained a drawing of a gun, pointed at words, "The thoughts won't stop. Help me." And the drawing contained an image of a person who was shot. Parents were summoned to the school, but Ethan was then returned to the classroom as this meeting was conducted in the school in Oxford Township, at Oxford High School. Ethan Crumbley, additionally, was searching ammunition on his cell phone, according to officials.
This is crazy.
Searching for ammo on his cell phone during class, and a teacher reported it. The school called and emailed the parents, but got no response. Now, detectives have said that Ethan's mom texted him, "LOL, I'm not mad at you. You have to learn how not to get caught."
Ugh. That's fucking crazy.
Not the behavior that you would expect from parents. Anyone, let alone parents of somebody who, by all indications, everything that we've heard and reporting on this story, was dealing with mental health difficulties and struggling. A 15-year-old that was struggling mightily with mental health, or at least exhibiting signs of struggling with his mental health. And now, not only do we have Ethan Crumbley charged as an adult, which is, again, folks who know how crime works, being charged as an adult is significant when you have someone who is 15 years of age, a minor being charged as an adult, but the crimes, of course, warrant those charges based on what happened that day inside the school. Those crimes, there are a dozen charges here, a dozen crimes: murder, attempted murder, terrorism, all for the shooting that occurred at Oxford High School. And for those of you unfamiliar, Oakland County, where Oxford High School is located. This all happening Tuesday. That's roughly, as we were live on stream, we were talking about it, 30 miles north of Detroit. 4 students were tragically killed, 7 more people were injured, and 3 were in hospitals in stable condition of the last report that I had learned or read. So I see that we have a sizable audience here on Facebook Live, on YouTube Live. What we're going to do now, we're going to keep this image on screen. The whole purpose of this, of course, is to alert as many folks on social media as possible. And yes, we're live in Tampa on WFLA Now, and we focus WFLA, FLA being Florida. We focus very much on Florida stories, and we do have another major breaking news story happening in Florida that we're going to get to out of Pasco County. 8 on your side's Justin Shecker is heading to the scene of that breaking news story. So we have more coming your way, and we're going to be live on this stream for another maybe 15 minutes or so before we have to get ready for that breaking news story coming up. But we reach a international audience here on WFLA Now because of the internet, because of Facebook, because of YouTube. So we're going to continue to share out this image in the hope that somebody sees the Crumbleys here. Jennifer and James Crumbly, the parents of Ethan Crumbly, the sole shooting suspect, or the sole suspect in the shooting that claimed 4 lives, 4 student lives, young lives.
Well, it looks like we're going to hang out for a little bit, guys. Let's just keep watching JB. If you got one, burn one. And if you guys see these fucks, call the cops.
I see some of the commenters, Dawn on YouTube saying #JB, I am from Oxford, Michigan, and this is so very sad.
If you couldn't see it better before,
are with
these old crackers.
And while there is of course, we talk about this with tragic stories when it comes to
I'll be right back, gang.
Families out there that are grieving. Right now, this is a story about families grieving, especially the families of those 4 students that were claimed their lives just taken way too young. But right now, this stream here is a call to action. It's a call to action to get this image out to as many places as possible and help in the search, this manhunt that has now unfolded over the last couple of hours, the manhunt for the Crumbleys here. So prayers are, of course, more than welcome on a stream like this, but this is also not just a time for prayers. This is a time for action, and action in the event, or in the case of using retweets, using shares, using what you can on social media as we get this image out everywhere. And what we'd like to do now is communicate with you interactively on WFLA Now. I'm going to step away from the microphone here for just a moment, and we're going to get your comments loaded up here with #HeyJB.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
Oh. This is hella crazy. Dude. Live manhunt. All right. Title changed. Everything switched around. Where you at, JB? Here we go.
A manhunt is under. We're of course engaging with the pretty large audience here, so we're going to try to engage with as many comments here as possible. But let me explain how the system works for newcomers here to WFLA Now. If you use,
I'm not saying it about
JB,
Kyle.
That is an indication that you would like for us to feature your comment on screen, as you see it here underneath my name on the yellow stripe, underneath my name on the left side of your screen. If you would like for us to feature your question or comment, please use #HeyJB. If you don't want to have your comment featured on screen because you don't want your name to be on the news, so to speak, or you don't want your profile picture to be on the news, just do us a favor and don't use the hashtag. And we'll let you continue to comment back and forth with your fellow commenters. That's kind of how we do it here on WFLA Now. So, Crystal, #HeyJB, do we know if the parents are armed? Interestingly enough, I don't have any concrete information at this time as to whether or not the parents are armed. However, it's interesting to note that the suspect, 15-year-old Ethan, acquired the firearm from, as we understand it, his father James Crumbley here right next to me in the center of your screen wearing, well, they're both wearing hats, but on the left is James Crumbley alongside his wife, Jennifer. So we'll continue to feature some more of your comments coming in with hashtag HeyJB, and they're coming in so fast. Everyone's just going to have to please kind of bear with me as I try to find some of these comments. And let's get to Judith commenting along here with us as well. Loading up her comment with hashtag HeyJB, and Judith saying, when did they start this manhunt and what led to this? Well, what led to this is that they were unreachable, that their whereabouts quickly became unknown after about noon today. Today, according to Wood TV, was the last
noon today, gang,
that the parents' whereabouts were known, and now they are off the grid, so to speak. Their whereabouts unknown.
They're in their bunker.
Parents, for the first time in history, we have parents being charged in connection with their child's actions as far as a school shooting. This is unprecedented territory that we're in. So, of course, Michigan authorities are going to keep tabs on the couple that you're looking at here on your screen now that they're facing 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. And by keeping tabs on them, they have somehow eluded authorities, and their whereabouts are currently unknown. Now, I had some new information that just came in here a moment ago. I believe the U.S. Marshal's Office, the FBI, U.S. Marshals, and teaming up with police agencies across Michigan.
These people do seem dangerous. These two.
Be on the lookout alert that has been put out to all authoritative agencies in Michigan to be on the lookout for James.
A.T. Garden, that's a good question.
Crumbley
A.T. Garden asks if he thinks any of the parents will sue the school because it seems like there was plenty of fucking red flags.
Connected to more than a dozen crimes.
What do you think about that, Lugs?
It's possible.
That occurred inside
Yeah.
I see it happening.
Yeah. Yeah. I think they should sue. I mean, yeah.
I gotta escape from over there for a second.
She's taking a break.
I need a break for a minute.
I've been busy being a queen.
My brain.
Yep.
Ethan was able to get the firearm from his parents and
Stay out of Canada, says Squid. Yeah, who knows? You got the Abe Lincoln beard. She got the old crankster gangster look. You know, she like an old lot lizard.
Is that really what she said to her son?
Yeah.
Like, that is so...
They pulled the text records and charged them with involuntary manslaughter.
That's so bad.
When I went to school, I would...
That's a negligent ass parent. That's a shitty fucking parent, in my opinion. Yeah.
I'm not sitting there.
It's worse than negligent.
Worse than negligent.
Another classmate.
Yeah.
LOL, I'm not mad at you.
Yeah.
But we're gonna leave
They,
you
like,
to be
egged
tried
it
as
on,
an adult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Creepy. I'm gonna jump down, guys, but good to talk to you, and I'll be watching still on YouTube.
Hey, for sure. Hey, thank you for joining us, Alley Cats.
Yeah, happy Friday.
Hey, happy Friday.
Talk to you soon.
Talk to you later.
Locked up with parental controls. You have access to anything on the internet.
His classmates and refused to even take him home. This is so much worse than others that I can't even compare it. Yeah, Jameson, this is.
I genuinely see some of those parents suing the school.
Yeah.
Like, I genuinely see that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
there were a lot of red flags on that
Yeah.
kid at that school.
Yeah.
At that school, like, yeah.
Yes, there's going to be protection. You're not going to be able to, hopefully, you're not going to be able to shop for ammunition or visit a site that you shouldn't be visiting.
It's a lot.
I'm so scared to have a child. Like, these are kind of the, like, why would you send a child to school anymore?
Yeah. Public schooling sounds scary as shit. It makes me, every day, every one of these, I think more and more like special guests. You know? Which, you know, special guest is pretty firm in the, like, you know, that there's shit that, you know, that shouldn't be mandatory, like public, like schooling, period. Like, it should be up to the parents how you school your kid. Which, while that seems open as fuck, and I don't necessarily wholeheartedly agree with, I agree with more and more every time I see one of these situations.
Christy.
Yeah, what up, Christy?
There's a big old manhunt.
Yeah, the big ass manhunt going on. I should have just started a whole other stream committed to a manhunt, but we're gonna keep up with the manhunt.
No, you gotta keep up with it.
Yeah. I gotta stay out, babe. Can see conspiracy theory bells start screaming. Yeah. Yeah. There's where y'all think they're running to? They're in Michigan. You think they're still? I bet they're holed up in Michigan. That's my favorite thing about when we're covering a manhunt. Where the fuck are they? How far you think they got? Where you think they be is? I bet they're still in Michigan, probably in a bunker or something. You know, it's a symptom I loved about the far right becoming extreme lately was like bunkers are where it started. Like people started like distrusting the government during Obama and started bunkering up. Like they literally tricked people into burying themselves. And it was the saddest and funniest thing I'd ever seen in my life.
Those 4 students killed, when they hear about these red flags, their blood is
That's not freedom. Why put yourself in a cage? Why you don't recognize they tricked you into burying yourself? You catch me living in a bunker, I'm gonna change my name to Stan Frank, dude. There better be an actual fucking invasion happening. I better be actually hiding from Nazis.
a missing person.
Ma'am.
To get to here in the next couple of hours on WFLA Now. But right now, there is a manhunt underway for the 2 parents here on the right side.
Boy, you ain't talking about nothing else today.
Oh no. Yeah, that's what JB's gonna be on. He's in Florida.
I'm doing my very best to feature more with hashtag HeyJB. And Melody is commenting.
Yeah, Christy, the parents are on the run, dude. Yeah. Yeah, bruh, they're on the run.
Killed, and you knew, or you felt in your heart that this was preventable based on the news reports that have come out. Melody saying hashtag HeyJB. Oh yeah, if I'm a parent, I'm definitely hiring a lawyer and going after that school for negligence. We'll see exactly what as far as responsibility, accountability, and when you look at the preventability of this act, who is going to be held responsible, what actions are going to be taken, we're going to find out. But Melody, I think that you are not alone in feeling that way. I'd like to think that I know a lot of our audience and who joins us on these streams, and a lot of folks are parents. We have a lot of grandparents that join us too.
A lot of grandparents. He's addressing the boomer crowd. What's up, that 10%?
I have had conversations
Hold it
with
strong.
Messages and on Facebook posts and Twitter posts, and I would imagine that this is enough to make the average parent dumbfounded over how this was able to happen in Michigan, because everybody knows if it's able to happen in one town, what's to say it's not able to happen in your town? That's the part that is most terrifying of all. And when we're talking about accountability, here's another one that just came in from Chris Crago.
Do they know if they're alive, Christy?
Keep an eye on the parents.
Before we start this manhunt, all of us together, we were following the Brian Laundrie manhunt well into him having confirmed having been dead. So at last we know, we saw them alive at noon. They've been on the lam since noon today. So I'm gonna take a gamble that these 2 people, since they are on the run together, I'm assuming are still alive.
This is going to be the next step in this.
But you
I
guys,
think they're in Australia.
Already in Australia?
Yeah.
Shit. They're down there getting some.
Where was the other one? Bermuda,
yeah.
And fucking Barbados with Barbados Slim, dude.
I'm just excited. I get to call it official, boy. The referee's blowing the whistle and waving the flag. It's officially another Merc Radio manhunt. Let's find these motherfuckers. Let's fucking see what happened to them. I got a feeling they're too broke to be too far from Michigan, right? How many guns they got after the government took all their guns? Like the law already took all their guns, right? So where are they at? What are they doing? They in a bunker somewhere with new guns? Waiting for Trump to come pardon them? Because they probably think he's secretly president still or some shit?
Well, no, they had guns in the bunker the government doesn't know about.
Ooh, they had unregistered. Yeah, you're slick, lad. That makes sense, Justin. Yeah. Erica says Crocs got him. Already, they made it to Florida. They hit the those rare Michigan Crocs. I read it like Crocs, the shoes got them. Like now they're working for PR for Crocs, the shoes. Fuck.
Shoes.
Where I mean, the area they're at in Michigan, right? You can pop into some rural shit. They're gonna be searching the woods and shit. Did they? Did these fuckers even have a camper? Ooh, I can't wait for these details to come out. There's some details I can't wait to come out.
I'm interested.
Cause you know they, yeah, they couldn't have left with too much.
No.
You know, like they had to live like a small, like, you know.
Well, hadn't we been seen like this morning, like within the last 24 hours?
Well, I don't know. Do they look like tweakers to y'all? Do they look like tweakers?
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit. Mom's got meth mouth.
That's what I thought. Okay, I didn't know if maybe it was some dentures or something, like maybe somebody could come in hot with like and confirm nah, she was sick or something, but they kind of look like they did a dope in their life. You know? Debbie, I bet you they do have a vehicle. I know this guy with the Abe Lincoln beard and the hat living in Michigan, he's got a truck.
Yep.
Zuzu minimum. Put money on it. That's car dealer me coming out. Shit ass Ford minimum. For sure, but I can't imagine them having a vehicle reliable enough to take them too far across fucking country without having to stop for some serious maintenance at some point. You know, this kind of character type. So fascinated to see where this episode of Unsolved Mysteries ends, because surely they'll be found. I guess it's time to sneeze and have flu-like symptoms. My bad. I'm about to sound like I'm very stuffy. Just kidding, it shouldn't be that bad. Do they have a garden? Possible hideout. We gotta be sure to check the flower beds. Gotta check the flower beds. We gotta get Molly Golightly at their house, dude. Man.
That people like Chris would say should be keeping their eye and
does JB look hella tired to y'all?
Set of individuals, and then they don't. There are parallels there. When we were covering Brian,
yeah, probably out on bond or something, or they went to actually arrest them after announcing that they're charged and releasing warrants. They probably went to catch him and then they were gone.
And the number one question was, how do you?
I don't know, because they were in Zoom court. Keep that in mind. Like they were, all of the court stuff that happened, they were in like FaceTime.
I'm talking about different stories now, but I'm talking about now how the public asking that question of law enforcement.
Imagine being on the run, still showing up to a court date. Like, where you at? Don't worry about it.
So much here in Florida as far as the Gabby Petito and the Brian Laundrie story.
He's overworked. Poor JB. JB's aged 10 years in the last week, dude.
If you just want to sound off, and if you want to speak on that's what we do.
Or winter is hitting him hella hard in Florida for some reason. I don't know where his Goldblum tan went, but you can tell it's wintertime in JB's house.
Cares about what you have to say. We want to spotlight some of you so we can
JB's loving it, yeah.
As to your reaction to the stories that we cover. It's interactive journalism. It's featuring what you have to say, and then also, yes, answering your questions. Perhaps you're a bit confused about this story. We can do
the dad looks like the bass player from that movie A Mighty Wind a Blowin'.
So Jenny Olsen.
Looks like what's his name with the Abe beard?
I think it's Olsen.
Or was that Best in Show? It was one of those like David Guest movies where Christopher Guest movies where Homeboy looks like he's got the neck beard, looks like Homeboy.
Why would the school not check his backpack?
Yeah, they Zoom court, so they could have just like I think the cops went to collect him after Zoom court and they were gone.
Electronic cigarettes. I mean, what the heck is going on? Is Jenny's comment. We're not going to shy away from this type of comment. What the heck is going on is what Jenny and so many others have been saying. Now, here's the thing.
Could be in Canada by now. They were in Michigan. You think they try to cross into Canada? You think these hardcore the people who consider themselves patriots hop on that border? I think so. I think they'd show exactly how actually patriotic they are when they hop a border when they get in trouble. You don't believe in the American legal system. You don't believe in shit about America. You're trying to take it over fascistically and then bounce out when you're in trouble. Who does that sound like? Nazis. Sorry. Sorry. Man, was that rant unwarranted? I don't care.
Violence in class and shopping for ammunition inside school. Okay, on their cellular device.
Yeah.
Then wouldn't you want to keep
like a setup for this to get ratings almost? Yeah.
That
yeah.
individual student bringing into school, what that individual student is bringing onto school.
We do love the drama in this country with that kind of shit.
Accountability, responsibility for what had happened. Was it preventable? And if it was preventable, what can be done as far as accountability and justice for these four sets of parents and not even just the parents. Imagine if your child is laying in a hospital bed right now rather than in a classroom because your child is injured. I'm also thinking about the parents of the students that were injured as well. Jenny, thanks for your comment. We don't have too much longer here, everybody on WFLA Now. We're going to try to leave up this picture as much as possible for as long as possible. Oh, okay. So we just got in an update. All right, we got in a break.
I think Trump's wall's coming down. Weird. Breaking news.
The attorney for Jennifer and James Crump.
Am I tripping, or did he just have a break to return to himself after he was just talking himself? Is he cutting this up to be broadcast on the news locally later? I'm so confused by his live stream format sometimes. I'm like, wait, why did we transition?
The attorneys
hit you with that screen wipe fucking breaking news. What just happened?
Are not fleeing and they will be returning soon, according to a statement that is now being reported by multiple media outlets. JB here with you live, everybody on WFLA Now. Let's read this statement.
Oh yeah, he's the news. He probably has a timer to remind motherfuckers because people be rolling in new like, what are we talking about?
Follows. First, a bolo went out and they detailed a 2021 Kia SUV that they might be traveling in, and then right after
I thought
that
they were still
update
building that
came
wall.
in, everybody. The suspect's parents did not flee, according to the attorneys. I'm going to read the statement as follows. On Thursday night,
I do too. I hope no one else gets hurt in this
County
too.
Prosecutor to discuss this matter and to advise her that James and Jennifer would be turning themselves in to be arraigned. Instead of communicating with us, the prosecutor held a press conference to announce charges. The Crumpleys left town on the night of the tragic shooting for their own safety. They are returning to the area to be arraigned. They are not fleeing from law enforcement despite recent comments in media reports.
Oh.
So now Wood TV is reporting, and that's our sister station, our sister station in Michigan, in Flint, reporting that that the last time they were seen was at noon. This talking about contact that took place on Thursday night. But the attorneys, Shannon Smith and Marielle Lehman,
JB Eagles' best Manhunt voiceover.
They are going to be returning soon, contrary to recent media reports. My question for the attorneys would be, do you know where your clients are? And can you provide that for law enforcement? Because there's currently a massive manhunt going on for your clients. And
your clients are being compliant.
Causing stress to a very already highly stressful situation, especially for the parents of those victims, those student victims that were killed in the shooting itself. So that would be.
Could you imagine fucking you're on the run and your attorney's being fucking hitting up the press and being like, nah, my clients are being compliant as shit. It's like, are you aware there's a manhunt for them? They're being compliant later. Like, what? They're trying to stop I guess their lawyers are trying to stop the press on this.
Everybody
But
some reporter transparency. If I could ask you a question to attorney Shannon Smith and Marielle Lehman, where are your clients? And can your clients please contact law enforcement? They're facing 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. I think that would be in the best interest of all parties involved to put away this manhunt and put away this notion that they are trying to escape or trying to flee.
Yeah.
What's going to happen? I don't know. We'll spend another couple of, now that we've got this recent development that just came in, we'll spend a couple more minutes taking your questions and comments. What do you think? Let's just kind of reset here, asking for new #HJB questions and comments about this update that just came in, that they are not fleeing according to the attorneys and that they are going to be returning soon based on that statement that I just read. What do you think?
yeah, I don't think they'll be returning soon. It sounds like this manhunt is still going on.
That are just coming in. Just catching up. There's a bit of a delay here.
It sounds like who?
And I see, let me just shout out some names in our comment section while I wait for the comments to catch up here. Jason, Mario, Cheryl, Tammy, Elizabeth on YouTube. That's on Facebook, on YouTube. Wow, yeah, YouTube's coming in pretty quick. Let's get to YouTube comments once they slow down a little bit. Hello to YouTube. YouTube, we have a terrific audience on YouTube. Chip, Little Country, Katrina, Matt H.
JB needs to know.
The
Merc Radio needs to know. We need to know where these fuckers are. Again, if you're just now tuning in, welcome to, what is it, second, third, fourth Merc Radio Manhunt.
Now, a commenter asking,
it's a tragedy.
The attorneys can't divulge their location. What are you thinking?
Inappropriate to say after a dub horn.
The attorneys can cooperate with law enforcement on behalf of their clients.
Love me for my candor.
On the subject of a manhunt. I didn't mean that the clients would, the attorneys would give the location of their clients to the media, but how about just indicating to being cooperative with law enforcement as far as indicating where your clients are, because there's currently a manhunt underway for your clients.
Yeah.
Getting to
I like his emphasis on manhunt.
Manhunt for your clients. Boy, he's got his I'm reading a prompt cadences down pretty slick.
Parents are being charged because there was immediate access to a firearm, and detectives say that Ethan's mom texted him after he was searching for ammo on his cell phone during class and said, "LOL, I'm not mad at you. You have to learn not how to get caught." There's a lot here, but that's not charged for 4 counts of
we needs to know. I gots to know.
Under Michigan law, involuntary manslaughter is pursued if prosecutors believe that someone.
His mama said to him, "You need to know how to not get caught."
Yeah.
We're gonna find out more.
Shout out JB at WFLA. He don't have to be covering this. He's covering this for us.
Why they believe that?
He's in Florida.
This is for Merc Radio specifically.
This is some Florida shit, dude. He's just on that internet shit, dude. He's cutting edge, dude. I'll give it to JB, boy.
I love JB.
I want to interview him on our show, but there's no way I could get a news guy. It would ruin your credibility.
I'm trying to click on some of these comments to
Derek said it's not illegal until you get caught.
Yeah. Yeah.
This one that I can grab.
This boy's mama really said you need to know how to not.
When it comes to tracking down people, when it comes
Good looking out, mom. They're failed.
Yeah, that's not how the law works. Turns out she really believes that shit. She's like, I'm not gonna get caught.
She probably got away with some January 6th bullshit.
Dude, yeah. She looks again like she would fly coach to a riot. Only people went in their vehicles were too broke and also got busted. Like,
you're all fucked up on meth before she actually went.
Yeah.
She's scratching the bugs out of her hair.
Yeah.
We're very well aware that moderators would be very helpful.
Ugh, privileged ass nonsense.
Yeah.
Ugh. Supposedly in the notebook he was asking for help. AT Garden says in his notebook he was asking for help. Yeah. Told you look up her magazine posts. Oh yeah, someone give me a screen share on something. I don't know where to go.
Julian McKenna. It would be nice if our country as a whole.
Where's News Nation's Chopper 8? We need Paul. We do need Paul. We need Paul. Where's Brian Enton? Is Brian Enton out there looking for him yet? We need Brian Enton in some trees. We got Brian Enton tweeting from the trees. We got baby Lisa out here looking dogs. Like, I'll find these old honkies, dude.
We just need to have a round table.
I'm just very confused because now they're not actually on the run. They left for their safety.
Yeah.
But
well, they initially left for their safety, yeah, is what the attorney is saying, which makes sense because they're selfish. And
oh, sure, but like once they realized they were wanted people, why did they not call the police department and be like, here's what happened?
Right?
Good, bad, ugly,
right?
In the world.
Yeah, why didn't the attorney do that?
AT says refueling, always refueled.
Access to the internet.
Sorry, the chopper ate shit, man. You know who probably needs some more mileage put on him is that dog, not the bounty hunting one, but the one that's a cadaver dog.
Yeah.
Let's hope there's not a cadaver to find. But they were assuming they were looking for a live motherfucker when they brought that dog out, I think. No, they weren't. They thought that dude was sorry.
No.
Yeah, not with Brian Laundrie. They thought Brian Laundrie was dead. But
I wanted so badly for him to be alive so I could punch him in the throat.
yeah, we need Molly. This is if I predict if they don't get back in a week, if they're not found in a week, Molly Golightly's gonna be in there. Is gonna be up in there. Shit. Yeah.
I was like gonna say, where's Aunt Molly?
Molly Golightly's gonna be in their patio on their driveway talking about some, I'm about to search your flower beds. I'm gonna smoke you out like John Wayne. Have you checked their bunker?
She's the best, man.
I love her to death. That's Aunt Molly, dude.
Where is Aunt Molly? I want her on the show so bad.
Oh yeah, I need to actually. We need to get her in the Discord. I figure out whatever app it is she's fucking using to do her show.
Yeah, sometimes you just need that crazy Pennsylvania energy. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Oh
like
hell
you
yeah.
just need that northeastern energy sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, Molly Golightly's going to the Wells fucking spot. Just announced last night. That's where we got Molly right now in the hunt for Summer Wells.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got a couple of missing persons things that we're following. Summer Wells is almost made the title today because I wanted to try to stir up everybody that's been interested in the Summer Wells stuff, but I've been picking the wrong times to cover Summer Wells. It feels like every time I cover Summer Wells, no one interested is fucking around, or anybody that I need with the juicy deets manifest when I'm covering it. So I'm like, fuck, I chose the wrong day. But
I think what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to record, edit, and repost.
Oh yeah.
That way we're all on the same page and we can all get in here. I know I want Ali in here, I want Erica in here.
Oh yeah.
We've now done about an hour, so roughly.
So I mean, I can change titles anytime too. If like I've kept it, keep it pretty fluid. Like
They are going to be returning soon. We can only hope that
down for the Summer Wells deets.
Don't need just all of this taxpayer resources. The heavy amount.
But the reason for the season today, Merc Radio Manhunt. Another Manhunt. Sorry. Could you hear me getting violent with my head in the back?
For that to continue for hours and days on end. Crumblies are in fact returning soon, as their attorneys claim.
Molly said she would never ever go there because she doesn't care to. What, Michigan?
With 8 on your sides, Justin Checker, who's currently en route to that scene. Everybody, I'm JB Buno. More on WFLA.com.
It is confirmed. Michigan is not the most favorable place
this
for me.
picture one more time of the Crumblies.
Yeah, go where, Eric? Are you talking about Michigan?
WFLA.com and the WFLA app.
Yeah, no, I know Allie has the deets. No, I know. Yeah, you. Every time I'm titled an episode. Yeah, I know. I'm aware. Dates. I'll be there. I'm here Monday through Friday. We know which day. God damn, JB. All right, let's see if we can get caught up to the live coverage. See where he's at with this shit now. If he's still rolling the scroll. Oh shit! Stream ended 37 minutes ago. He quit streaming it live, babies. Damn. Anything from CBS?
Probably spend a whole hour on the.
Blah, 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 blah. Senior editor, what do we got here? Nah, it's about some goddamn foods from the Takeout podcast on CBS. Nah.
Do you want me to gather everyone around and schedule a Summer Wells deep dive?
Huh? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna need everybody. I'm gonna need yours. I'm gonna need mine. I'm gonna need Allie's. I'm gonna need Erica's, and whoever else wants to be involved in the Summer Wells deep dive interview thing. Let's get it together, and we'll pre-record it because apparently we can't get everybody on air at the same time.
Just literally scream a day you can all agree on at me.
Yeah,
I'll
just
be
scream
here. I'm here Monday through Friday. Choose a day between Monday through Friday.
Rad.
All caps it at me if you have to. I'll be here. I'm here. You know, sometimes I'm hard enough to DM the special guest does. I'll hop in the chat and be like, "Yo, Tatter Map tomorrow." I'll be like, "Oh yeah, you know it, Thursday, baby." You know,
Yep.
so give me a day of the week.
Sometimes I have to catch you on the air, and I'm like, Mark, I have a question, and
Yeah.
I've been emailing you for a week.
But yeah, I run from technology the moment I'm done with the show.
I don't blame you.
I run from it. The moment I'm not streaming, my priorities are tobacco and beat machines and talking to my son. And I give a fuck about anything else until I've taken care of those things. And Lux, you know. But
Yeah,
you know,
and of course feeding the cat.
nah, Lux can take care of that. I don't. Yeah, the cat and I are friends now, but nah, I feed her. I just, you know, she's a pain in the ass. I like talking shit on the cat, but. No, absolutely. Anytime. But yeah, I'm kind of that's how I gotta do. That's who I am. I don't like doing back end shit when I'm done with a 5-hour stream.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Just tell me what you need to do it.
Oh, damn straight. Yeah, just a day. Just whatever day y'all want to do, like a deep dive on Summer Wells, Allie run through the timeline, stuff like that. We tried to do a Summer Wells earlier in the week where I felt like I got a good time, but then YouTube shut out. And I couldn't save the episodes because they were chopped the fuck up and half of them were green screens. So, you know.
Yeah.
I felt like we lost some of the really juicy, like Allie at one point, I had on stream like a full capture of like Allie and I talking about the timeline that she has. And Arianthi, I'm telling you right now, there's places she went to we like grew up, or that Dawn Wells went to that we grew up.
Yeah, that's what I keep reading, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I know where this is, and we may have run into each other.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, so there's a lot about Dawn Wells as a character type that you and I and Justin and Chief, we're gonna know a lot about. You know,
Yeah.
He's from our hood. We're gonna know a lot about him. Just the type of person he is.
I mean, if he's trashy, I probably know a lot about him.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
That's just the type of people my mom ran with, you know? It was just super trashy people.
yeah.
She always felt down for him, you know?
Erica says Molly's gonna get in trouble.
Nah.
Yeah, she might get in a fight with Don. I bet she'll end up having a beer and talking to Don Wells or something, dude. I don't know. She'll probably
She
score another
might.
interview with that idiot.
So I used to tell this story on the ghost tours about Carrie Nation and how she would she was a big girl, so she would intimidate the police officers into not arresting her after she went and destroyed private property.
Yeah.
And it always reminds me of Molly. Like, let them fucking try and get onto her. She's gonna kick their ass.
That's Big Juicy.
Yeah, exactly.
You want her to
You don't fucking
bust,
arrest Big
dude? You want Big Juicy to bust on that ass, dude? You know you don't.
If he ended up getting in a fight with them, it'd probably be more orchestrated than you'd think, too.
Yeah.
I bet she can fucking throw down. I bet she can.
Yeah, I'll put her up against anybody in the WWE right now. Money on Go Lightly. Right now. She'll make that. She's called Molly Go Lightly actually because she makes your consciousness go fucking lightly, dude. She'll smack the thought out of you. She'll knock that ass out quicker than you'll be counting sheep, boy. Sorry, Molly Go Lightly's hype, man.
I love her. She come in like, here, hold my boa.
Here. It's taking glasses off and earrings off and shit. Like, hold on, I'm gonna fucking show him. Like, oh fuck.
She's talking shit the whole time as she's taking the earrings off. Like, you ready? You're not ready. You're not ready.
Now I've got the earrings off. You gotta say off, like off.
The second I get these earrings off, your ass is mine.
Yes, the second. Whip your ass back to Philadelphia.
Very, very dramatic hand movements, head nodding.
Yeah. She talks about Molly walking bitches. What? Molly Go Lightly's hard as fuck. It's as hard as nails. Yeah.
I just want to hear Molly one time say, I'm gonna dog walk your ass. That's all I want.
Fucking dog walk your ass down to the booth.
I want it so bad.
Fucking Boston hardcore.
Fucking wicked smat.
Wicked smat bastard hardcore. Oh.
Where's Erica?
Oh.
Erica's got that beautiful fucking northeastern accent, and it's like my comfort food. I take so much comfort when she talks.
Oh, I know John B loves it. I love it too. I love it.
It's so nuts. So my best friend is from Boston, so every time Erica talks, I'm just like sitting here with my chin in my hand, just like
It wraps me in a motherfucking blanket. Yeah.
Gives you some hot chocolate.
Yeah. I don't know. I really liked. I really like that area too. I don't know. There's something about the keep to your fucking self, and I don't know. There's just a way. I fuck with the East Coast. I like it.
I was gonna go up there for college one time, and then Derek and I started looking at prices, and I'm like, studio apartment, $10,000 a month. No, thank you.
It's impossible.
It's impossible.
What exactly is the charge of giving a kid a gun? No, John, the charge is 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter on the parents.
Because they failed to properly put away there.
Yeah. Oh, she's from Jersey, y'all. I always fuck up where she's from. I thought she was from Baltimore at one point. She's from Jersey.
I thought she was from Pennsylvania.
Nah, she lives there currently.
Dude, I thought she was like wild Philly.
Yeah, no, she lives there currently. I remember it was East Coast as fuck. But yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, Sam.
Yeah, she does my favorite East Coast thing, which is, like America, in an A with an R. I love that shit. It's like my favorite thing.
I love it.
Erica says, someone at my work today asked me to sing for him because of my voice. I was like, how about no?
I bet she can. I bet she can bust it out.
Yeah.
You should put Erica's beautiful ass voice on one of your tracks.
You got verses right now. Can you spit hot East Coast fire?
Oh my gosh, do it.
She just comes on. It sounds like Biggie Smalls, bro.
Yeah, Biggie Smalls or like RZA. She raps. She rhymes.
7 Mac-11's about 8:30. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Wu-Tang sword right through your navel.
Right, dude.
Fuck yeah.
She's my favorite. She's peanut butter to my jelly.
Yeah. I mean, it's close to Boston. Yeah, but different. You got the Boston. It was like, Park the Car by Harvard Yard. Like, yeah. And you got
every once in a while I'll get on the phone with my friend, and I'm like, hey, what are you doing? And he's like, oh, I'm just eating lunch. And I'm like, oh, how'd you get to where you got lunch at? And he's like, I know exactly what you're doing. I took the car. And I'm like, oh, did you? How did you turn it on? And he's like, my cock. And I'm like, there it is.
My cock.
I'm like, what do you have? How are you talking to me on right now? The phone. I'm like, I fucking love you.
I fuck with Baby Mama with her central. Yeah, Baby Mama got that central and southern Arkansas accent, and it's like, I don't have that bad of an accent. I'm like, oh really? Say oil.
Oil.
Some Earl.
Yeah.
I need to give me some Earl.
How's that spelled? O-I-L. Yeah. How do you say oral? No, you're southern as fuck.
Yeah. No, not Earl. Oil.
Yeah.
Not
like
my uncle.
The oil at the same time. Just
Yeah. Oh, guys. I'm pretty sure Zimmy'd be cool with them. I'm gonna try to share he sent me a selfie. He checked in. He's doing safe.
Oh.
I got eyes on Zimmy. I'm really bringing it up again because I love his accent, and he's got a sharp ass suit on.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Oh. Man.
We can't see it anymore.
Sipping on my dunks, y'all getting ready to go get crunk. Oh shit, Erica's got bars. I got beats. I got beats. I want everybody on them. I need rappers. All of them.
Need Erica.
Yeah. You can be yeah. There's no tier.
I'm gonna have to hop into the chat so I can rewind and see the Zimmy selfie.
Oh yeah. I need to share it. It's again. I'm just glad he's doing okay. I've been fucking worried, dude, just because the way COVID happens. Italy, it's Zimmy, so I don't. You know what I mean? I'm like, I don't fuck.
Yeah. So I got that second interview today. Did the second interview, and I need I have to have federal clearance, which is no big deal. I'm a little, not that I'm nervous about it, but I'm just like, oh shit, they're gonna dig up all my stuff. And whenever we were talking about it, she was like, so this is completely remote because we had COVID go around our office last year, and I'm like, oh good.
You know, I think he'd be alright at federal clearance. You know, we cousins on my mama's side. I think he'd be alright with that level of background check. But ooh, I don't. You know, I always freak out when I get one of those two. I'm like, federal back. Damn it, dude. Really? Oh, what was that? People come at me
because it makes me nervous. Like, I don't even have a speeding ticket.
Yeah, I've had a couple traffic offenses, and that's it. I've never been I'm not a felon or anything, and I've still had some background checks come back, and the people look at me all weird, and it's like, what the fuck are you looking at me? Federal background check? I don't know. What? What?
You're looking at me like that for? You're probably just confused because you don't have anything on there.
Well, and it's like I'm associated. I've been tagged at things my sister and my dad have done because they've caught federal charges and been under investigation and shit. So, like, you know,
that would do it.
Yeah, a couple of friends of mine who joined the Air Force. You know, it was obviously a time where them and I were hanging out together, and because of surveillance on my family, they were listed as suspicious persons with me. And it's like we weren't doing anything suspicious. We were working cook jobs and drinking on Dixon. That's it. You know what I mean? Like, you tag me, you follow me all day. It's fucking boring as fuck. You know, if you're a government agent looking for crime, organized crime in particular, I'm not involved in organized crime. You know.
It's always funny because I always feel the need to divulge. Like, my best friend, I have mutual friends with the Boston Marathon bomber, and so like if that comes back and I'm, you know, you're looking at me weird, just know that I didn't do anything. I wasn't even in the same state. It's fine.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well,
but I always feel the need to divulge that.
I wonder if we have the original episode where you and I talk about that still on this channel, because you know we got some lost tapes, but I wonder if I can dig that up, because that's a yeah. We went into that in like the lost, what I call the lost tapes era now, and Ari Anthony, that's a fucking crazy story. Like.
Oh yeah, dude. I've got some interesting stories from that. That was a wild time in my life.
I specifically remember he was filing an appeal, and I was covering it when it was still the High and Happy Half Hour. Yeah. And that's when I heard the story from you. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, there's no more High and Happy Half. It's just the talk show and the Tattered Map now. But there's I've seriously been thinking about it this week, and I've thought about it for probably a couple weeks now, about seriously filming a new echo chamber and posting it.
I do love the
getting in trouble.
Well, but doing it in a way I don't get in trouble. Yeah, like different music.
Like, what are you talking about? Oh, maybe music. Yeah, you could do. I thought you were talking about a show or a movie. Like,
well,
you can't pause it that much in a fucking 30 or an hour long show. I mean, you could, but it's going to be it'll be a 6-hour set.
Well, what I'm going to
thing to post on Patreon. Have we talked about that? This is some behind the scenes shit we're just gonna do right now.
Oh yeah, like a Patreon or something like that. Yeah, I've just been avoiding paywalls and stuff like that, just because it's like, I will, you know, advertisers, stuff like that. I'm trying to fit within, like, because I've stopped really fucking with Twitch just because it became too hard. I'm not two people, and I'm streaming to multiple platforms, and having to like do the mod and admin work for Twitch became untenable. Like, there's no protection for a Jewish person making content on that platform, and so I get anti-Semitic shit all the time, and I'm constantly having to like pause and speaking here to fucking bounce people out of Twitch before they're
I used to get called Pocahontas a lot on Twitch, and that was fun.
Yeah, you know, yeah, if I put a Happy Hanukkah Night 3 Turtles in Time, they'll fucking come and raid me. Like, Twitch became too toxic for my demographic. There's no protection for me. There's no place for me. It's not. Yeah. There's no.
Yeah, that's not worth it. But if you do get in trouble for echo chamber, there's always Patreon, $1 a month. Can you go lower than $1?
No, it'd be cool if you. I didn't even know you could go as low as $1. That's cool. Yeah,
I know there's free content that's offered on Patreon first.
Yeah.
You could possibly do something like that. That way there is no paywall, but $1 a month isn't
I
terrible.
know plenty of people that have multiple tiers that starts at like 1, 5, 10.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I think probably what I'll do is I'm going to make something that'll work within the confines of YouTube TOS, because I like walls built around me sometimes with a creative endeavor. You know what I mean? Like I don't necessarily look at that as a hindrance with Echo Chamber anymore. I'm kind of looking at it like an opportunity to make something new but still express the same kind of content, because I really enjoyed doing that show. I really enjoy, picking one other person and we review something. You know what I mean? Like we review something or we battle something against each other.
I think you just need to pause more.
Oh, yeah.
I bet if you just pause double what you did originally, you'd be fine.
Exactly. See, and there's some stuff with like unaired pilots and shit where in the editing process, if I just watch it a little bit, or maybe if I would have fought for Echo Chamber, see, that's another thing. I didn't actually fight I didn't appeal the copyright strikes on those episodes. I didn't fight it.
Why would you?
Yeah, it was however many episodes, 14, 15 episodes of a show, and I was like, I just can't. Some of them are 45 minutes
you
long.
still have them, right?
No.
Totally got rid of all of them?
Gone, baby. I got
you
clips.
can do them again.
Yeah, I got clips and stuff. Oh yeah, I could do it. Yeah, see, that's another thing and that's kind of the design of Echo Chamber. Like some of these shows that I want to pop up and try out, they're not meant to be forever. And if you have it after it was here, you have it. If you were there for it, fuck yeah. If not, it's gone, baby. Limited edition, you know what I'm saying? Collector swag. But I'm going to try to do another limited run of Echo Chamber where I pick something and that's what that's what we're reviewing. Pick me. Hey, we can all take a turn doing an episode of Echo Chamber if we want. Again, there's something I want to do with John B. I want to take I want to find something where him and I really like. I want to take something like DC or Marvel or something that's more like comic book or like something like, I don't know, new and trending and fucking, and review it with John and do an Echo Chamber with John, do an Echo Chamber with Chief, do an Echo Chamber with Justin, Ariane. Like there's, like genuinely, like that's why I want to bring the show back, is because it's a one-on-one. Even if we're doing it in Discord, it's more like a watch party, and then I'm recording it, but then I edit it later and post it. And
today.
What was that?
Oh, my phone rang and it kicked me out of Discord, and I was like, wait, no.
Don't you hate when that happened? Man, the other day I thought I had a slick-ass studio rig figured out, and the moment I went to use my mic while I had Discord open on the same computer as my studio rig, it killed all of my studio instruments, and I have to rethink a way to do a studio rig.
Yeah, it murdered Discord for me, and I started production on a movie on Monday, and so my phone has been ringing non-stop since then.
Yeah. Oh,
just
man.
non-stop. And I'm like, you guys, I love you all, and I'm trying really hard to get my job done, but you see, I can't record my voice if you keep fucking calling me.
If you keep making me blow up my voice telling you I don't care about my car's extended warranty, and I'm confirming this goddamn interview for the 8th time, I'll be there.
Exactly.
I'll be there.
Yeah, I had somebody from Funimation call it like at least 8 times in the last few days, just making sure that I'm going to be there on Monday. And I'm like, I've been here every day this week. I will be.
Entertainment people, and like, because that, like that in their stack of shit to do, like you're probably at the end of their day and they're like, oh shit, I gotta confirm our bookings, right? And dude, entertainment people, when you get those entertainment calls, it's like, fuck, dude, yes, I'll be there. Why do you think I'm not? And why are you being stressed at me? You know what I mean? Like, you waited till the end of the day, motherfucker. I'm sorry, I'm at the end of your list. Like, dude,
I'm sorry at the end of your list, but you're also at the end of my list. So
exactly. Yeah. I'm raising kids. The dude Niecy Nash from Reno 911. Did you ever hear about her audition for Reno 911?
No.
She went in, auditioned, and they were like, "That was really great. We'll let you know." And she was like, "I got kids. I'm gonna need to know now." And they were like, what? And she was like, yeah, I need to know now. You want me or not? And like, if I, and they were like, yeah. And then then we got Niecy Nash on Reno 911. That's the story I heard. It's fucking hilarious.
That's beautiful. I love that.
Yeah. Someone that just shows up and is like, do I got this role or not? And it's like,
I don't care, but you need to tell me right now.
Yeah, like,
I do or do not have this role.
And Niecy saw other women waiting to audition.
That's beautiful. The next time I do an audition, I swear to God, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna be like, so do I have this or not? Because I got kids and other shit to move on to. If not,
yeah.
I feel like that's a really quick way for me to be like, no.
Yeah. Watching this goddamn Wu-Tang show's got me wanting to pull some fucking Divine Dig shit where it's like, you're in an audition or something and it's like, hey, I realize this isn't industry standard, but I'm not industry standard, baby. You want me or not? You signed the deal as I wanted or not, dude. I can take a no. A no's not gonna bloody my nose or put me in the ground,
I would love to say that. I don't know if I could say that with a straight face though, because I take no's very personally.
Auditioning's got to be tough then, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the grind when you're in that field of work. It's auditioning, right?
Yeah, and so I'll audition, and whenever I get that call back, and they're like, "Yeah, we selected someone else," I cry to Derek for like 2 days.
Oh, I'm so
it's
sorry.
horrible. I did not pick the best career choice.
I cope with it my own little way where it's like, oh, I didn't get picked to be in this or that, and then when it does pop off, I'm like, yeah, I could have been better, motherfucker, if you had me in it. You don't know what ingredient you missed. I see you over here with your fried chicken, no salt on it. Yeah, you left the salt at home. That's
Probably. So I got turned down for a role one time, and I told a friend of mine, fucking Goku, and he was like, well, they don't know what they missed. And I'm like, okay, that worked. We're going to do that every time, okay? And he's like, okay.
Yeah.
He's my fuck you guy. He calls himself my fuck you guy.
Oh.
So like when I get turned down for something, I go to him and I'm like, Sean, I got turned down for this part. And he goes, fuck him.
Damn straight.
And I'm like, I'm not Sean Schimmel. I can't say fuck him.
I can't.
I'm not Goku, homie.
Yeah, I don't get to just like ad lib like that.
No.
They're not gonna respect my ad lib. Well, hey, let me tell you one of the slickest audition stories I've ever fucking heard, dude. Joey Diaz, the comedian, Uncle Joey. He's crass as hell, right? He was up for like a neighbor role. And they said he's they're looking for a dude to be like grilling in his yard. And he says like, what's up? That's the line. You know what I mean? So he just has to look like he's grilling and say, what's up? Joey Diaz, for no reason, strips down to just his boxers. And it's like, well, it's in the morning, right? And they're like, yeah, like I just woke up, right? Like, or like it's the eve, like I'm chilling, right? Like he had a reason to just strip down and fuck. His dick popped out of his boxers and he asked them straight up, did you see the egg roll? Like they thought it was hilarious. He got the part. Like, sometimes you can go off the walls and entertainment people like that shit. Sometimes not so much.
Yeah, he was like, you just fuck him. And I'm like, I'm not Goku, Holmes. I can't say fuck him.
Yeah. It's
and he's like, then I'll say it, fuck him. And I'm like, yeah, that's the kind of confidence I need. And he goes, yeah, you live vicariously through me, fuck him. And I'm like, oh gosh.
You do, you gotta, hey, look, this is something my father told me forever ago about my self-confidence. Nervous approaching girls. He told me plainly, what's the worst thing they're gonna say? No?
Mm-hmm.
That's not gonna bloody your nose or put you in the ground. You'll be fine. Everyone can handle a no, and everyone should, it happens. No's happen.
Absolutely. I take it super personal, but you'll never know that. Like, you won't know that I cried over it. It's Derek. Derek knows I cry. He goes, I will. Derek knows I cry over it, but you won't know.
That's the, this is the plight of a royal consort. Sometimes a queen cries, but it's between y'all. That's different. Yeah. Handling nose is tough, though.
I get through it, and then I move on, and I audition again, and sometimes most of the time, luckily for me, I don't have any wood to knock on, but luckily for me, most of the time I get a yes.
Yeah. We come from I don't know. I got hella used to rejection and no's from our area because we're just from like musically, honestly, kind of a lame ass area, and my shit sells everywhere but Arkansas. Like literally, Arkansas is like one of the lowest selling states I have in my analytics, and I don't.
But it's not country rap, Merc. You're not gonna do well here.
I'm not being as innovative as mixing a wagon wheel in a hip hop beat. There's just So I got pretty used to that shit. My shit don't float back home. Release a beat or something, I'll get love from people like Zimmy or like really really accomplished musical people, and then the musicians back home are like, it just doesn't float here. It's like, this doesn't float anywhere. It's like, dude, you guys don't even know. You're so fucking backward. You're so fucking up your own asses there. It's fucking wild. It's not sludge doom Zeppelin riffs at a bar. It's nothing. Yeah, I get it.
It's not. If it can't be parodied by Weird Al, or you assume it's a parody by Weird Al, it's not going to do well here.
It's not listenable or worth time. Which I can't make you explore and make a whole populace be less fucking lame. But it is what it is. Fuck. There's some.
I share it a lot, and it's really funny because people are like, "Tell me about the music you listen to," and I'm like, "You ever heard of Mark Radio?"
Oh shit. And then there's people, the plays I get from Arkansas. It's like I got this core base, like you, Danny, Cassie. I got some people that have shown me love from the jump and won't stop showing me love. I'm convinced. I
heard your song playing on my coworker's playlist yesterday.
Fuck yes, you did, Justin. Yeah, see that I show up. I'm hoping as more college kids roll into Northwest Arkansas, I'll be a little more relevant. Unfortunately, I got barred from the KXUA wouldn't return my emails once they hired a certain lady that doesn't like me there for personal reasons. And again, she's done more heinous shit than I've ever done. I don't know why she don't like me. I don't know what the fuck I did. But so like my college radio play there was I didn't get any for fucking 8 years. And then they opened the Bentonville Public Radio, and they'll play me. But I gave up at the moment I realized Pandora was something I could work hard and get aggregated to. And if I tagged my shit right, it would end up on playlists on Pandora and automatically played on radio stations. Man, I started working that algorithm in a way. I got slick enough that I was hearing it on Pandoras in apartments I was working on as a maintenance man.
Nice.
So I got one Merc track that 35,000 downloads. That's the most successful track I've ever had. I've never, like that's an accomplishment for me. Like it's the most I've ever sold musically. And again, most of that ain't hometown love. That's hometown love numbers, but it's not hometown love. I had to really fight to get like a core, you know what I mean? Like 10K. Like it was hard as fuck. Like but you just have to keep releasing. That's my advice to anybody who's stuck in a cage like that. You just got to keep releasing. If you look at like from 2019 to now, I've released 5-6 records on as Merc. And that's a portion of what I do creatively, and I just, you got to keep it going.
Derek said if he wants to pander to the people here in Northwest Arkansas, or Arkansas in particular, release a banjo-laden album, and he bets you it would sell.
Oh man, if you were to talk about doing drugs and while you were playing a banjo, there would be these
with lo-fi beats in the background.
Exactly. Yep. You see some trust funders in overalls come out of nowhere. Come out of nowhere like, hell yeah. How much for that moonshine? Like, yeah, I'm gonna take your money. What was that?
Derek said you could pander it to the full January 6th crowd.
Yeah, you really could.
You really could.
You really could. The hell yeah, you could be there fucking talking about, yeah. And the shit that does pop off out of our area, it's stuff that is only in context of the historical relevance of Arkansas. Mm-hmm. Things that don't even follow in the tradition of what, in my opinion, is the most successful thing to come out of Arkansas, which is Levon Helm and Al Green, right? Yeah. Everybody likes to talk about Johnny Cash.
You said Walmart wrong.
Right. Right. Yeah, that's a weird way to. What language is that?
Sure, Walmart sneakily owns like the world, except for communist places in Russia and China. If you like capitalism, Walmart owns your soul.
They might have you. Hey,
Why do we not do a full album just based off of weird, obscure Arkansas history?
Oh man, because it's yeah, you know what I mean? Like make an actual Arkansan record for Arkansans. It's something I've thought about and tried to do a couple of times. It's hard because it's like the current scene is so it's like it's going backwards from where the band and where Al Green got to. Like they're trying to go back to grassroots. You know what I mean? Like it's like I'm literally watching a music scene go back in time. Like everyone I knew that was into like speed metal is slowing down except Bob. Like you know what I'm saying? Like everybody, like but Bob. Like I felt like I'm watching a bunch of people go back in fucking time, and it's bizarre to me. I don't.
Yeah, I bet that we could do one on like obscure history shit, and not just make sure it doesn't sound like a history lesson. You know what I'm talking about?
Let's just make the Sabaton of Arkansas.
Well, look, like I think that like our R&B funk blended with grassroots kind of vibe disappeared after Al Green and Levon Helm. You know, you don't get to Up in Cripple Creek or any of the songs on the Brown album without Arkansas having existed. Like Levon Helm's from there. Robbie says he got all the inspiration for those songs from Levon or Levon's dad. The Brown album is quintessentially, in my opinion, the Arkansan record for Arkansans. It has, you know, King Harvest, which that song smells like harvest time in Arkansas to me. You know, there's things where it's like we reached this era of like potential, and then the scene itself cannibalized to the point of running backwards. You know,
I mean, you know, you had the punk rock scene.
Yeah.
You had the scene that directly predated all the fucking little metal bands, and then the internet and cell phones came out, and everything had to be a genre.
Yeah,
everyone just started eating each other's faces after that.
I've never seen something more destructive on a genre than like the Me Too and kind of woke stuff happening. I watched a punk rock community in our hometown get split in half and them all start Me Tooing each other.
Yeah.
When it's like you were all punk rockers acting like shit heels and being weird. Like, you know what I mean? Yes, party A is a shit heel. Yes, party B is a shit heel. Like what genre did you think you were participating in? Who dresses up like Andy Dick and then like tries to Me Too people? Like what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you know, that's how I feel about like, again, I've watched like certain things happen where it's like the scene will catch on to the wrong fucking thing.
Yeah.
And no other scene's doing it, but Arkansas doesn't know because it's fucking removed, dude. No one tours there until like the last 5-6 years. No, but you know what I mean?
The amp, dude, the amp.
Yeah, that's really what we got. Amp and Little Rock.
Bringing it back to like, well, I mean, that's Little Rock's not our scene.
Well, no, but I mean, like you'd have to travel all the way to Little Rock. So people would like, you'd see like a Pearl Jam concert in Little Rock and we would feel fucking honored. You know what I mean? Like it was like for the long scheme of things, it was just, you still hear stand-up comedians just won't go to Arkansas. They're like, why the fuck would I go? You know? Just like little things.
Steve-O was recently down this way.
Oh yeah, well, you know, he'll hear from like Doug Stanhope says it's a good place to go tour. He's like, that's, you know, I'll always go play a clam shack in Arkansas. But you know, this is just how they view it, and it's fucking bullshit. Like we have some nice venues, some historic venues. We have a rich, lush music history, and in my opinion, it's like the booking agents, things like that. There's certain. I've also known Arkansas booking agents to really lowball. Again, I've booked across the country, and I don't think I've been paid as little as I have in southern states.
Yeah.
So I don't.
On there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, in Arkansas is definitely lower pay, but you know, part of that's on me. I'm gonna take a lower number from the hometown gig because I fucking love you.
Yeah, but
and you gave me a shot. You know what I mean? You're the one who gave me a shot to begin with. So that's, I'm not even trying to pick that kind of bone, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's just their standard for paying. It's just there a lot of rework that needs done there, and I got hard. Felt like I was in a fucking cage at one point.
Mm-hmm.
Can't win for losing. Like, what am I gonna do? play Maxine's. What you know?
Oh God.
Like, you know, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do?
There's Eureka, but Eureka is always, it's a very, I don't know. Artists don't do well in Eureka simply because there is a plethora of them.
It's a busking culture there.
Yes.
It's part of the grassroots area. You know, you have a lot of people there.
You can make a lot of money if you can slip in to like Basin Park and be the only busker there.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Like there's, yeah. And that's, yeah, I can't, you know, that's one of those cities that's like, it's an infrastructure issue. There's not a lot of venues to play.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just such a tight, clustered, old town that there's, you know, they need like a good little amphitheater or something, kind of like, you know, like Chief brought up, like there's an amp, like the amp and stuff like that. Oh, used to too. You might see Snoop Dogg or Wu-Tang Clan hit up our college. You know what I mean? Like the college used to be a thing for a minute.
Yeah, Snoop was here not that long ago, and he was serving food at Raising Cane's.
Motherfuck.
I know, right? But
I would have been there.
A little amphitheater type situation deal at Basin Park, not just buskers. They did open up the stage up top. There's Basin Park Hotel, and then there's the Rowdy Beaver. But other than that, there's a few bars that have stages, but only on Fridays and Saturdays.
Well, and loading's kind of tough in that town. You know what I mean? Like taking a truck, like taking too much equipment in there is kind of like it can be that's a tough area. It's like hilly as fuck. It's you know.
The streets are super narrow.
Yeah. Hey, the Basin's nice though. That is a nice venue. Again, yeah, there's nice venues, but like the Basin's a good example where it's like you have to get the gear like up a floor.
Yeah.
And then you got to park in a weird spot, so you got to haul it all. Like it's just loaded as a bitch in that town.
Mm-hmm.
It's like worse than like somewhere like someone's apartment in Portland. Like it's like that's that level. Like damn it, damn it. And it's kind of for like this, you know, one thing I've noticed too is it's the first wave that shows up if you're doing a show in like around that area is like the you get the old hippie ladies first, you know, and I love that demographic. Gropey back in the day, but a nice demographic. And then, you know, then stuff kind of trickles in, but it's a strange town because of the way it's built. The whole town is a choke point for a venue. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's a trickle in no matter where you play or how you play it, or even if you stock up a crowd before you go on. I've noticed it's like, nah, people show up after the music starts. There's little things about Eureka Springs where I'm like, it's fun. It's just a bitch to play there.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess the good thing about Eureka is like you have thousands and thousands and thousands of people that are from all over the world that you're, exposing your stuff to.
That's the coolest thing about it. It's one of the most open communities in that area. One, and that's, you know, again, the place is kind of like designed to, nothing like Astro World. Like the Astro World catastrophe is ever going to happen in a Eureka Springs festival because everywhere is a choke point. The hills are killing that. It's all Buzzkill Hill, depending on which way you're going. You know, and yeah, that alone just kind of makes it like interesting. But no, yeah, the audience is always great. It's one of those places in the world where when you play, the first people in the front row, they got some strong calves.
Mm-hmm.
They walk some hills.
They did, yeah.
There's some Eureka Springs lesbians who know what's up. Yeah.
I'm not a Eureka Springs lesbian, but I know what's up.
Yeah, but you know the type I'm talking about. It's like one of my favorite demographics in Eureka Springs, the OG Eureka Springans. Like they've been there fighting for representation, and they got it, and they still in that town, and they know exactly how to get wherever to be on time and shit. Yeah, or locals like you're not a old lesbian, but you know, I love that demographic. They're cool as fuck. They always got like a gecko tattoo, some wine they made.
There's always a gecko tattoo. Somebody has either cornrows or dreads.
Yeah, sometimes out of a visor. You know, I love it. I love that demographic. I love that area.
Derek said not to forget the unshowered buskers.
Or the unshowered buskers. Yeah, I bet that's been popping too. I bet that's in the era of COVID. Once they lifted that little bit of restriction, I bet that was crazy.
Yeah, well, I mean, they had restrictions up, but whenever I mean, whenever COVID was really busting off and people in Eureka were getting sick, tourists didn't give a shit.
Oh yeah.
I would say the demographic of tourists did change a lot. I have never been yelled at, cussed at, spit at, thrown, had things thrown at me until the people who didn't give a shit about COVID came in to tour the town.
Yeah. It stirred up a certain level of like, yeah.
It's like, woo, ghost tour. And I always make fun of that guy. But whenever those people came in and they started like, heckling the tour and I would make fun of them, I had one guy try and fucking punch me.
Man. See my art.
And I was like, this is the crowd we've brought in. Cool.
I'm here in the desert now where everyone's kind of malnourished, and I think I've had maybe one person laugh at me for wearing a mask walking by myself with like nobody near me, which made me laugh too once I realized why he was laughing. I was like, oh yeah, I mean, I don't need to be wearing this motherfucker. I forgot I had it on. There was like one homeless person who came up to me, and this is kind of like a good representation of the general attitude I've gotten on the street, is like in this town anyway. It's kind of cool because it's different than it was in Arkansas. But a homeless guy come up and I had a mask on. He starts talking to me, and then he looks up because he's smaller than me. He realizes I have a mask on, and he's like, "Oh, my bad," and puts one on.
Oh,
I'm like, the fuck, word.
That's really cute. I had people walk off my tour one time, left me a really bad review because I was like, "We're outside. I don't require that you wear a mask, but I do ask that if you are going to stick close to people, hold it on. Just pull it up."
Yeah. Oh, your audio got strange. It got like clear but quieter. Ooh, and she gone. Ruh-roh. But yeah, special guest. Special guest saw that shit happen, driving in Tucson is like playing Paperboy on difficult due to the opiate epidemic. Yeah. Special guest is actually a straight up smack problem right now. I don't know, we pulled out of Afghanistan, and for some reason, coincidentally, there's a bunch of heroin on the street right now. Fall hit special guest, and like I was saying, you see people on smack like a motherfucker, and it's actual smack. They're smoking it in the back of this alley. It's heroin, it's black tar heroin, hitting it on foil and shit. It's not pills or nothing. It's fucking weird. It's bizarre. But yeah, because of that, it does make driving here fucking. I saw a sticker I loved, gearheads aren't gonna like this, but I saw a sticker that just simply read "Cars destroy cities," and I loved it. I like the train and shit. I get a lot of ideas and stuff when I ride the train or take a walk around town. There's this little stretch of town here in downtown Tucson, 4th Avenue. It's down the block from me a ways, so I gotta kind of get a good little walk to it, and it's just on a good weekend night. It has like, buskers. It has venues with live music. There's a whole lot of environment and just kind of atmosphere popping off on that street. And it's one of my favorite places in the world to be on a big chaotic weekend. Man, boy, does that energize me. Just being around it, the people. Especially, I used to play Paperboy, Debbie. Yeah. That's what the sloppy pullout was about, probably filling planes with as much heroin as possible. Yeah, special guest. I'm guessing they loaded up when we pulled out of Afghanistan. I'm guessing we filled the planes with our soldiers and heroin because we left all the gear. We know that, and there's a lot of heroin here now. And look, Afghanistan makes a lot of fucking opium. They're growing a lot of fucking poppy plants and shit, dude. They're fucking growing opium there. Where they busted Bin Laden, wasn't that? Didn't that have an opium farm, like an opium setup? That despicable. Lux is home. Everything resolved.
Well, maybe a quarter of it.
Ooh, It sounds like a lady still has some grinding to do.
Oh.
She's still
Damn it!
Hey, she got that she got big director business going on. Hell yeah. Hey, while we're here, at the bottom of the 6th hour, we did 6 hours today, guys. I want to thank everybody. I want to plug the sponsors. Wow, I looked the wrong side. Oh goodness, scare myself. I want to thank Lux.
So not confusing.
Lordy. I want to thank Lux, Justin, Iro, special guest, Arianthe, Erica, John, Alley Cats, all of you who came in to chit chat with us today and keep the conversations rolling. It's been a really good day. And even though we've covered grim topics and we're staying up to date on a manhunt right now, I like that we have enough off the wall conversations that it gets to kind of reignite a little bit of humanity every day. It does for me anyway. I know I like to use that energy when I'm off this stream to go really enjoy the moment. And I hope you guys do the same. Go enjoy the fucking moment. And you guys have a good day. I love you guys here in the Discord.
Have a good weekend.
Oh, damn straight. Everybody out there in digital world, now it's time for sponsor plugs, yo.
That is so loud.
Fuck yeah, it's loud.
In your headphones?
Yeah. I'm dead inside. I ain't scared of no dub horn, boy. I got an old dub record I'll pull out sometime. I got 4 dub tracks me and Dr. Baby made. Don't worry about it. Anyway, I'm talking Jamaican dub, old school. I'm playing bass on it. No, Dr. Baby's playing bass on it. Anyway, we're brought to you today and every day by BARKBOX and Atlas VPN. Exclusive link in description, guys. And be sure to hit that like, share, and subscribe. If you're not getting notifications that we're going live, go ahead and resubscribe and hit that bell again, baby. Make sure you got those notifications set to all. YouTube keeps changing how it does things, and this really helps us out with the algorithm. You guys have a good day.